All right, shalom, and welcome to another lesson. Today's lesson, you know, we want to go into, or before we go into the lesson, we want to say Barakatah Yahawah and Barakatah Yahawashi. So, you know, what we want to do is go into something called history. You know, this is going to be like an ongoing series, Lord's Wills, as you know, Elder Tahar likes to do on some of his series, make it a ongoing thing. And we call it history because it, you know, history covers a lot. And the lesson that we want to go into today is called historical proof of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. And you know, I want to give shout outs and thanks to the brothers out in Chicago. They had came across some information the Lord gave them on the so-called Indian tribes of the so-called Americas. And they had gone into it, they did a lesson on it, and they broke certain things down that was beautiful. So we wanted to take that same information that they brought out, because there's a lot of information in there, and hit certain points I'm sure they already hit, but we want to kind of go over some stuff and bring out some scriptures, you know, pertaining to these things. Now, it's not anything that's, we don't have like a set, like scripture set, you know, written down, like as far as, you know, to go to this scripture, to break this scripture down or whatever. Right, it's not scripted. I mean, even though we do have some scriptures written down, but it's a point-by-point basis. So whatever historical proof that was given by these so-called Europeans that came over here, that conquered Israel, whatever they gave, and they mentioned that these Israelites did according to the scriptures, we're going to go to the scriptures and show you in the scriptures where they got that information from. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to just get started, you know, and Salaki, brother. We're just going to get started, and I'm going to have a brother read. I don't know whoever wants to read the article, and we're just going to get started. Just start wherever you see the yellow, okay. And then when we get to the scriptures, we'll get the scriptures.
All right. All right. The Lost Tribes of Israel is the title. Although information from more than one source appears, the contents of most of this site is composed entirely of excerpts from a multi-volume 19th century work by British scholar Lord Kingsborough.
Right, so now this Lord Kingsborough, what he basically did was he went and see, because when them Spaniards and them Europeans was coming over here, they were documenting history of what they saw pertaining to who they call the Indians. And they saw certain things, you know, that they were doing. And, you know, them being learned men, you know, some of them anyway, they saw that, look, the things that these people here are doing are similar or identical or the same as the Israelites in the Bible. So this guy Kingsborough, which was an English scholar, he took all those different documents that were written down of all these Europeans, and he compiled it into one big volume of books. And he gave like an account of, let's say, Issachar, you know, the so-called Mexicans, or the Inca Indians and the Mayan Indians, and the Muskogee and this Indian and that Indian, you know. And what they did was he compiled all of that into one big volume to show that when the Spaniards and the conquistadors and them different European explorers came over to this side of the world, they compared a lot of the things that the people on this side of the world were doing to Israel. Now, I know this is going to hurt a lot of you assholes' feelings out there that believe that only the so-called Negroes are Israelites, but you know what? The truth has to be told, and GMS is the ones that tell it.
That's right. It says, 19th century work by British scholar Lord Kingsborough, Antiquities of Mexico, the volume and page of which are noted after each excerpt. The author spent years researching the records of Europe's first visitors to the New World. As his compilation of the logs is deep and thorough, it should be noted that the many comparisons of native people's customs, etc., to Jewish people's customs, etc., it says, were made within the framework of Kingborough's own perspective and from that of the highly authoritative sources whom he has quoted. Therefore, the multiple similarities he and his sources have observed may not have been exclusively to the customs, etc., of the one tribe of Israel, Judah, with which they would have been familiar. Rather, the analogies they described may have unknowingly been to the collective tribes, since there presumably would have been discernible closeness in their traits.
Right, so basically what he's saying is that you had the different tribes, they had their own, I mean, all of Israel had a certain custom. They had laws, statutes, commandments. We had a certain custom. But then each tribe might have had a certain custom among them that would make them distinct from the other tribes. I'll give you an example. I don't know if any brother knows what that scripture is, but in the book of Joshua, I believe it is, or the book of Judges, there was a certain, right, there was a certain tribe that there was a certain Hebrew word that they would pronounce a certain way. What's that? Judges, right. There was a certain, if your brothers know where it's at, get it real quick. There was a certain word that a Hebrew word that they would pronounce a certain way. Now, the Ephraimites couldn't pronounce that word that particular way, you know? So then, if they were to say that they were of this particular tribe, of that particular tribe, they would know that they were lying just by the way that they pronounced that particular word. You got it? Okay, good. So we're going to read that.
All right, this is the book of Judges, the 12th chapter, and the 4th verse. I'll read from the top. Verse 1. And the men of Ephraim gathered themselves together and went northward and said unto Jephthah, Wherefore passest thou over to fight against the children of Ammon, and didst not call us to go with thee? We will burn thine house upon thee with fire. And Jephthah said unto them, I and my people were at great strife with the children of Ammon, and when I called you, ye delivered me not out of their hands. And when I saw that ye delivered me not, I put my life in my hands and passed over against the children of Ammon. And the Lord delivered them into my hand. Wherefore then are ye come up unto me this day to fight against me? Then Jephthah gathered together all the men of Gilead and fought with Ephraim, and the men of Gilead smote Ephraim, because they said, Ye Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim among the Ephraimites and among the Manassites. And the Gileadites took the passages of Jordan before the Ephraimites. And it was so that when those Ephraimites which were escaped said, Let me go over, that the men of Gilead said unto him, Art thou an Ephraimite? If he said, Nay, then they said unto him, Say now Shibboleth. And he said, Sibboleth, for he could not frame to pronounce it right. Then they took him and slew him at the passages of Jordan, and there fell at that time of the Ephraimites 42,000.
So that just shows you that there were certain Hebrew words that the Ephraimites couldn't pronounce that the other tribes could pronounce. Now that brings me back to so-called high school. There was this one Judite cat. You know, me and him was cool, and you know, Ephraim, if you know Ephraim, the so-called Puerto Ricans, there's certain English words that they can't pronounce, like precision, incision, position, you know, things of that, you know, words like that, because of the rotating R sound that you know that Ephraim uses. So he like looked at me. He said, man, you a Puerto Rican, man, and he said, and I forgot what I said to him, and I said, pronounce this word. He said, say precision. And I said, precision. He said, oh, okay. Because most Puerto Ricans back then couldn't say that, you know, because of this, you know, because I speak Spanish, but, you know, I primarily speak English, you know, so I was able to pronounce a word that they couldn't pronounce. So it kind of brought me back just now to that point. So there
or vice versa, you got like Ephraim, they roll that R.
Right.
Like a lot of Judites, they might speak Spanish. When it come time to roll that R, they can't, you know. That's another thing. The Ephraim rose their R's. So even Issachar rose their R's different from how Ephraim rose their R's. You know? So that's another little thing, another little difference.
So now basically what it is there were certain different customs that differentiated each one of the tribes. So there were certain things that you might see in the Israelite here in the Americas that it may be similar to the Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, but they were a little different.
It says, therefore the multiple similarities he and his sources have observed may not have been exclusively to the customs, etc., of the one tribe of Israel, Judah, with which they would have been familiar. Rather, the analogies they would have been a discernible closeness in their traits. It would follow then that the word Israelite could justifiably be substituted for the word Jewish in the writings. Either way, however, whether the human characteristics depicted are attributed to the tribe of Judah or to the entire 12 tribes, the likeness to inhabitants of the new world is unmistakable. And you got a couple of scriptures here.
Bring out the scripture.
Job 8:8-10.
And what's the other one?
Revelations 12:15-16.
You got that second one? Revelation 12:15-16.
All right. Job chapter 8, verse 8. It says, for inquire, I pray thee of the former age, and prepare thyself to the search of their fathers.
Right. So that's basically what Israel today is not doing, because the majority of Israel don't know who the Most High is. They don't know that they're Israelites. That's why it says to inquire, I pray thee of the former age, to the search of their fathers. Why? Because if you go back into the history and you find out that you're an Israelite, and you go back into the history, you find out about the history of our forefathers and the great things that they did, and then you would know, based off of experiences that you've dealt with and certain ways that different tribes carry themselves, that look, we're Israelites. Go ahead.
Right. It says, for we are but of yesterday and know nothing, because our days upon earth are as a shadow.
Right, that's why the majority of our people today don't know who they are. It wasn't until probably the 1960s, really that Israel started waking back up. I mean, you had other groups going back to the 1800s into the 1900s that knew that Judah was so-called, the Jews, the so-called Negroes, the Jews, but that was the extent of it. They couldn't go any further than that. Why? Because it wasn't time. But then when you go up in the history, then you found the different tribes found out who they were by righteous men of the Lord, that the Lord put his Holy Spirit upon to break down these things. Go ahead.
Right, Kun. It says, shall not they teach thee and tell thee and utter words out of their heart? Right.
Shall not they teach thee and tell thee and utter words out of their heart? That's why when you brothers out there that wake up, you brothers and sisters out there that wake up, you start to see certain things that Israel did back then that are similar to the things that brothers do today. And you see the similarities between them. That's why them Spaniards and this guy Kingsborough was able to make a discernment of who the Israelites were.
Quick precept. This is the book of Romans chapter 2 verse 14. It says, for when the Gentiles, which are the Israelite foreigners, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law.
Now, why they say that they didn't have the law? Because at that time they were separated from the commonwealth of Israel. Right. They were following the customs of the Gentiles, so their circumcision became uncircumcision. So they didn't have the laws at that time. Go ahead.
It says, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law.
Right, because there's certain things that Israelites do today that are similar to the things that Israelites do in the scriptures. I'll give you an example. The tribe of Benjamin, the so-called Jamaicans or West Indians. I just speak about the so-called Jamaicans because I grew up around those Benjamites, and they would tell me there was certain things that they wouldn't do. Like, for instance, if a woman was on a period, they're not gonna pop that woman. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them they still, for the most part, they still uphold that. Now, where did they get that from? They get it from the scriptures. They get it from the spirit. So you're not supposed to deal with a woman when she's on a menstrual, And there's other certain things that other tribes do also.
Right, like Reuben and Gad. They did certain ceremonial customs that went back to Israel. They used to do the YASHARAHLA prayer, which that was in the scriptures going back to Israel. They used to wear the fringes, right, with the borders of blue, right? And that went back to Israel, all right? And there's a whole bunch of other things they did.
You have something to say, brother? I got something. Finish up.
Okay. It says, when they do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves, which show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness, and their thoughts the meanwhile accusing or else excusing one another.
Why? Because they already had certain laws. When you go back into the history, that was already embedded in their mind. In other words, there were certain things that they remember because what? We all reincarnated. So there's certain things you remember that you won't do. And if you do certain things, you feel bad, and after a while, you won't do them because this ain't right.
Right, your spirit.
Yeah, your spirit convicts you. You say, no, this ain't right. We're not supposed to be doing this shit. This ain't right. You have something else to suck around?
Romans chapter 7, verse 14. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin.
Right, so we know the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. And what happened was, there's another scripture that says that the Gentiles, which is the Israelite foreigners, they're past feeling. In other words, that fear that they have for the Lord, and the thing, and that thing that stopped them from committing iniquities, it was far gone by that time. You know, they were past feeling. In other words, there was no restraint, there was no conscience. No boundaries to them, so they just went further ahead, and that's further proof that they're Israelites. All right, that was it on that, brother, and that was it on Job, right? All right, read that.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. And the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth.
Right, so basically it says that the dragon cast out of his mouth a flood. The reason why we don't know that we're Israelites today is because the so-called white man, when he came into power, they hid those records. And then if you know anything about when them Spaniards came over here to this side of the world, a lot of those records that the Incas and the Mayas and all them other tribes had that kept records, they burnt them. Because when they read them, they was like came to the conclusion, now we can't let this stuff get out. If we let this stuff get out, people will know that these people here are the 10 lost tribes of Israel. So what they did was they burnt those records. But there were certain ones of them that still remain, and then there were certain historians, and you know, because you had among those Europeans, you had certain historians that their whole thing was just to document whatever they saw here. And although they might have, in the back of their mind, they might have been like, well, nah, I can't write this down, but the Spirit compelled them to do it. And they wrote it down. And all those records existed. So this guy, Kingsborough, which was an English scholar, he went around all of Europe, and he gathered all those records together and made one big volume, and he gave the certain descriptions of every example that was given by these Europeans of how these people over here that the Europeans call Indians, the Edomites call Indians, or Israelites. Okay? So read on, brother.
Israelites in the New World. The celebrated Las Casas entertained no doubt that the continent of America had in early ages been colonized by the Jews. And he goes so far as to say that the language of the island of Domingo or Santo Domingo was corrupt Hebrew.
See, it was corrupt Hebrew. And that's why, which we're going to get, you know, later on, that's why Columbus, when he came to the New World, he knew exactly where he was going. He was trying to get to India. Get the fuck out of here, man. That was bullshit. He knew exactly where he was going. That's why he quoted Esdras. You know, he knew exactly where he was going. That's why he brought Hebrew interpreters with him, because he knew that once he got here, the people that were here were speaking Hebrew. But they didn't understand that they were speaking a corrupt Hebrew. So, all right, bring it out.
2 Kings 17 and 22 to 24, and 2 Esdras 13 and 39 to 46.
All right, so read that.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 22. It says, for the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them, until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by all his servants, the prophets.
Right, so how did the Lord remove Israel out of his sight? He kicked them out of the land of Israel, mainly Samaria and other lands in that region. But the main place that he kicked them out of was Samaria. Go ahead.
So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day.
Right, so they were carried away unto Assyria unto this day. That was the captivity of the 10 tribes. That's after the kingdom was split. Go ahead.
And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof. And so it was at the beginning of their dwellings there that they feared not the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them, which slew some of them. Wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria know not the manner of the power of the land. Therefore he hath sent lions among them, and behold, they slay them, because they know not the manner of the power of the land.
Right, so that basically, when they were brought into the land, they didn't know the customs, they didn't know the laws, so the Lord sent lions to destroy them. And then when they complained to the king of Assyria, what the king of Assyria did was he sent back a Levite priest, and that Levite priest taught them the manner and customs and laws of Israel. But they still didn't worship the Most High perfectly, because it says, as you read on down, that they did those things, but they still continued to worship their gods, their false gods. So the point to bring back from that was that the land of Israel, or Samaria at that time, all different types of heathens were brought into there. So-called Ethiopians and all them other nations, Arab nations, were all brought into that land. That's why even to this very day, the land is divided into many different nations, because that set it up for the prophecy that YAHAWASHI said, that Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles unto the time of the Gentiles be come in. All right, so that was it on that, right, brother? So read on.
2nd Esdras, chapter 13, verse 39. And whereas thou sawest that he gathered together, another peaceable multitude unto him, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king.
Right, so Hosea was the king of Israel at that time, and through him, he was a wicked king, and the Most High set up the Assyrians through Shalmaneser, King Shalmaneser, to destroy him, and King Hosea tried to make a league with the king at that time, with the king of Egypt, and the king of Egypt couldn't help you, because the Most High had already blessed the Assyrians to be the rulers, the next rulers in line. So that's why they weren't able to help you, because the Most High was with the Assyrians at the time to take Israel down, because they disobeyed the law, statutes, and commandments of the Lord. Go ahead.
Whom Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters. And so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt.
So that other land that they were taken to was the land of Assyria. And from that land they took a counsel. You brothers know the history. The brothers have been following along. They took counsel among themselves to leave that land and to go to a further country where never mankind dwelt. And everybody knows that, well, not everybody, but the people that are in the know that land, that further land that was never inhabited by man, was the so-called Americas, because this place was only set up for the Phoenicians and the Zidonians and them to come over to this side of the world and take goodly things from here, trees and exotic animals and fruits, and bring them back forth to King Solomon. But they didn't dwell here. They might have stayed here for a few nights or a month or 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or however long they stayed here to gather the stuff that they had got, and they might have left they left relics of themselves, but they never set up a colony here, and it wasn't set up, a colony wasn't set up here until the 10 tribes came over to this side of the world.
42nd verse, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river, for the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood till they were passed over.
Right, so the Most High held back all the typhoons and storms in the oceans and the currents and everything, and that was detrimental for navigating in ships and being on the ships to come over to the side of the world so they can make it over here safely. Yeah, point.
And I was gonna say, and the Lord had the chariots helping guiding them over here, because that was prophecy, and there's documents on that too. And then even just like Christopher Columbus, and when they came over here, he had the Moorish navigators, which were Jakes, but also too the Lord sent a chariot that showed them how to get here. That's what they call it, Saint Elmo's fire. All right, so that's what happened back then. That's how the tribes. That's the history of the tribes leaving the Middle East, so to speak, coming over to what's today called North America, and that's the voyage that they went on.
Right, and the Americas, period, and up in Canada and all that. You know, so I mean that's another part of history. You know, dealing with the chariots and all that.
Yeah, because you got Israelites that was up there in Canada, even to this day. You got a Gad up there heavy. You got a lot of North American Indian tribes up there. Ephraim's up there. All right, and then Judah even went up there. Okay. Yep.
So the tribes are everywhere, man. You know. So you got more?
45th verse. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half.
And that's how long it took to get over to the side of the world. And when you go back into the history, if the Lord is working with you and you read about Solomon and his navy and Hiram of Biff and the Sidonian skillful navigators of the seas, it tells you that it took them 3 years to come over to the side of the world and to come back, bringing goodly things. You know, and if the Spirit of the Lord is working with you, you'll see it.
Right. It took a year and a half coming, a year and a half going. A total of 3 years. You know, and it says, for through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth.
Right, which is another, which they say is a corrupt word for earth. You know, and then they say some people say that, you know, because there's a controversy with the word. Some people say it means a new region, you know, but overall, if let's say if it's a corrupt Hebrew word for the word earth, Aratazah, so what? It's still the earth, you know. It's just another part of the earth that's not habitable, and that took place when the Most High separated the continents or the land mass known as earth at the time. So the Most High separated that land over here and kept the other lands over there to the in the east, because the Lord had a purpose for those lands here at the end of times, in which we're in right now. Bring it out.
2 Kings 17 and 18. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. Also Judah kept not the commandments of the Lord their power, but walked in the statutes of Israel which they made. And the Lord rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight. For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king.
Right, and we just read up above that, I mean down below that, you know, how the Lord took the people or the children of Israel, or you know the kingdom of Israel, out of the land of Samaria. Right. Go ahead. Right,
and the reason was because they all went off. That's right. You know, even Judah, like during the time of YAHAWASHI, those scribes and Pharisees, they were going off because all Israel went off. Right. So, but they were acting like they were righteous.
And you know what? And scriptures like this was the reason why the Jews didn't accept the Israelite foreigners. That's what it said. Look, it said what? It said that all the tribes of Israel were cast out except for the tribe of Judah only.
Right.
You know, but they still went off.
Right.
And I got something.
All right, bring it out.
It's the book of Amos, chapter 6.
So this is for you guys out there that say that only Judah, or only the so-called Negroes are Israelites. You the same guys back then, you know, that was in Jerusalem, that was saying that the Lord had cast the other tribes away, that those are heathens. And what do they call the Latin tribes and the North American Indian tribes? You guys are heathens. You guys are, you're Mamses, you're Moabites, and you this and you that. Which are what? Heathens. And that's what the Jews in Jerusalem were doing back then. Nothing different. There's nothing different than what was going on back then than what's going on now. Mm-hmm. Just a different time. That's all.
That's right. Amos chapter 6 verse 1. Woe to them that are at ease in Zion, and trust in the mountain of Samaria, which are named chief of the nations, to whom the house of Israel came. Pass ye into Calneh and see, and from thence go ye to Hamath the great. Then go down to Gath of the Philistines. Be they better than these kingdoms, or their borders greater than your border? Ye that put far away the evil day, and cause the seed of violence to come near, that lie upon beds of ivory, and stretch themselves upon their couches, and eat the lambs out of the flock, and the calves out of the midst of the stall. Okay, Kun. That chant to the sound of the viol, and invent unto themselves instruments of music like David, that drink wine in bowls and anoint themselves with the chief ointments, but they, hey, that's talking about Judah. So, because now, as we're reading about the other tribes, Israel and the other tribes, they went into captivity, right under Salmanasseh and the Assyrians. You had Judah, which was supposed to be their brother Judah, Benjamin, Levi. They were living it up, man, and just being wicked and just flourishing, man. You know, partying, and that's what niggas do. Niggas party. So the Lord's saying, look, y'all didn't even grieve for your brothers Joseph. You know,
and man, see how this history is just coming together. Now read that again, brother.
Con, it says that drink wine in bowls and anoint themselves with the chief ointments, but they are not grieved for the affliction of Joseph.
They are not grieved for the affliction of Joseph. Now, you know Joseph is what? Ephraim and Manasseh. But then who's the head tribe that brought the other tribes over here? Ephraim. Yep. You know, that brought now whenever you see Ephraim is synonymous with the kingdom of Israel. Right. You know, so it's speaking about all the tribes. You had another point, brother?
Yeah, Kun, like the brother said, speaking of all the tribes, because then you also had Gad and Reuben in them, right? Which when they were being conquered or whatever, Jake didn't give a damn about that, man. Right. And even still to this day.
Matter of fact, I'm sorry, the Buffalo Soldiers, which were Judah, they were helping take the Gadites down. So they wasn't grieving for their brothers.
Right, that's why you got certain Gadites that they ain't feeling Judah. I mean, but you know, they're going to come together when they get the truth. But because of this right here, it happened back then and it happened back again today. Right. And a lot of you guys out there, like you guys that sit there and say that, oh, the Native American tribes and the Puerto Ricans, they're not Israelites. You the same guys back then that didn't care about the rest of the tribes when they went into captivity, when the Most High brought the Assyrians against them. That's
right. And then you know, some of you guys that get mad because you say that I believe it was the Cherokees or some of them Gadites that had Judah in slavery. But you know what? According to the scriptures, you can have your brothers in slavery as a indentured servant. Yep. You know, and he will serve with you for a certain period of time, and after that, he would be let go free. You know, so however you slice it, man. All the customs go back to Israel, man. You guys you need to get over it. All right, we're not your motherfucking enemies. The enemy is the white man, the Edomites, the Moabites, and the other nations.
Yeah, but they want to save them. But those same jokers, they would rather save the so-called white men, you know?
Yeah, because you know what? You love Esau, but you hate yourself, bottom line. And then some of you guys out there, you know, you all just into the so-called Negroes. Look, just get over yourself, all right? The Lord gave the revelation of who the 12 tribes are, and you just got to deal with it. Just like you didn't want to accept it back then, you got to accept it now. And just because you say it ain't true doesn't make it so. Because the Israelites, the 12 tribes are going to be gathered in the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, I ain't going to say it. His brother got it. And scripture says, what if some did not believe? But the brother's going to bring it on out.
Yeah, like
well, that's the spirit.
Yeah, the brother quoted it, Romans 3:3. For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of the Most High without effect? The Most High forbid. Yea, let the Most High be true, but every man a liar, as it is written that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and mightest overcome when thou art judged.
Right, and then we didn't even get to the heart of the document. We just hit some points. There's all type of stuff that's in there. But I'm gonna read this real quick, and then I'm gonna bring it to you.
Psalms
77:15, I believe it is.
All right.
About Judah and Ephraim.
Yeah. I thought at 15. It says Psalm 77:15. Thou hast with thine arm redeemed thy people.
Thou hast with thine arm, who's the arm? YAHAWASHI, redeemed thy people. Who's thy people?
The sons of Jacob and Joseph.
The sons of Jacob and Joseph, because Joseph took who to him? Ephraim and Manasseh. So now who did Ephraim and Manasseh, or really Ephraim, represent? The rest of the tribes, Gad, Reuben, and the rest of the other tribes. That was it on that, right?
Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 5. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told you.
Right, so the Lord said he will work a work in your day that you won't believe, though it be told you. And what's that work? That the Lord's going to bring back these tribes that you don't want to hear. And you won't believe it. Oh, the Puerto Ricans are Israelites, the Dominicans are Israelites, the North American Indians are Seminole Indians. Nah, man, come on. The Lord said he's going to work a work in your days that you won't believe, though it be told you. That happened back during the time of Paul, Peter, the disciples, and it's happening right now today. So let's read on in the document.
The Peruvians, when first discovered by the Spaniards, had already attained a high degree of civilization. And it would appear from a passage of Gomorrah's History of the Indies that the Spaniards were struck by the resemblance of some of the tribes of Indians in that part of America to Jews.
Right, because they were amazed. They couldn't believe it. Why? Because the Jews didn't come over here. It was the Israelites that came over here, and they left relics of themselves, and they had customs of themselves. Why did they leave Assyria? To go into a further country where never mankind dwelt, where they can keep the law, statutes, and commandments that they never kept in their own land. So where did they get those customs from? Those were customs that were given to them. Why? Because they were Israelites. Go ahead.
The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus is of the opinion that the ceremonies of the Mexicans, as well as their sacrifices, may be urged as proof of their being descended from the Jews. Romans 8 and 16.
No, that's the spirit, man. Romans chapter 8, verse 16.
This is all spiritual.
Romans chapter 8, verse 16. The Spirit itself bears witness with our spirit.
What does that mean? That goes hand in hand with the scripture Elder Menatazak read earlier, where it spoke about the Israelite foreigners that didn't have the laws, but when they kept certain things, it was a law unto themselves, meaning that the laws bear witness within themselves that they were Israelites. So read that again.
Right. It says the Spirit itself bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of the Most High. And if children, then heirs of the Most High, and joint heirs with Yahawashi. If so be that we suffer with him, that we may be also glorified together.
And I guess it's through the Spirit. I did hurt some of you guys' feelings through the Spirit of Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI. But what I meant to say was I hit some of these points on the comment board before you faggots deleted, the other channels we had. And I was hitting you assholes with some of the information we give you now. And I will put scriptures like that, Romans 8 and 16, to show that the Spirit of the Lord bears witness with the people that were already here. The Boricua, Taino, Inca, Mayan, Reuben, Seminole Indians, Native American Indians, and so on and so forth, that we are the Israelites also. All right? And you guys then you never addressed that issue. You just kind of circumvented that issue. So go ahead, brother. Hold on.
No, go ahead.
All right.
The assertion of Adair,
which is James Adair, which was he was Scottish, and he came over here. He spent time with the so-called North American Indians, and his book, what's his book called?
Black American Indian?
No. History of the North American Indian, or History of the Native American Indian, something like that. And he went into the whole history of from the way they dressed to the Hebrew that they were using.
Yep,
and
the land Sabbath. Yeah, he went to how they used to. The guy would cultivate a portion of the land, and then after a certain time they'll move and go to it, because that was in accordance with the law. How after a certain amount of time, what was it, after
6 years?
After 6 years,
Let the land rest.
let the land rest for the 7th year, and then they'll come back to it. So that way Earth could rejuvenate itself. But these fucking devils are totally against all that, man. You know, and that's why the earth doesn't reproduce how it used to. You know,
That's where the earth is rising up against them. And Elder Gabor always uses that analogy of how the devil, Esau, the so-called white man, doesn't give the land its Sabbath. You supposed after every 6 years that even animals know that. They'll go and graze in a certain land for a certain period of time, then they'll move on to the next land to let that patch of land rejuvenate itself, and then they'll go in a circle, and then they'll come back around.
Yeah.
Right.
Even the animals are in more order than you so-called white people, you Edomites.
The assertion of Adair that all Indians, particularly the Muskegee, have a sanctum sanctorum,
Which is the Holy of Holies.
or most holy place in the manner of the ancient Jews, is fully corroborated. Sorry.
That's all right, brother.
In an edited letter of M.D. Busan, descriptive of a temple of the Natchez, who were a powerful Indian tribe dwelling on the banks of Mississippi.
So now, they had a sanctum sanctorum, which is the most holy place, or the Holy of Holies. Now, there's a scripture on there, right?
Exodus 26 and 33.
Somebody get that. Right? So basically, where the hell did these so-called Indians, as they were called, because they weren't called Indians prior to the Europeans coming here, where the hell did these so-called Indians get the most holy of holies? Where the hell did they get that from? Or maybe maybe somebody came by and drove by on a ship and dropped the Book of Moses on the shore somewhere, and they found it and they read it and they started setting it up like that, right? No, the reason why they were doing that was because the people that were already here are Israelites. And there's many artifacts all throughout Americas that were found, you know, like the Decalogue, which is the 10 Commandments, that was given to Moses to give to Israel, which was more than 10 commandments. But let's just deal with that, because there's a stone that was found in Los Lunas, Mexico, where they had the 10 commandments carved out there in the Lashawan Kodash, or the ancient Hebrew. Where did that come from? Those people that was here had already wrote that out. But what happened was the language became corrupted after a certain period of time.
Right. And if you know the customs of these heathens, like the Moabites, which are the Chinese, the Japanese, or the Mongolians, or whoever, ain't none of them follow those customs. Right. So that bullshit about them being the Asians, that's all bullshit. That's garbage. Right. Show me one gook that has the holy, that deals with all these laws, statutes, and commandments of the ancient Israelites. Not one gook. All right, unless that guy is a descendant of the Israelites. That's the only way. Other than that, no.
That's beautiful, because you know what? You had Israelites that did migrate out there. But as a whole, before any Israelites ever got to there wasn't nobody keeping none of these laws, statutes, and commandments of the scriptures. None of those nations. You got something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring out this point that I had read one time, and it was dealing with the history of the Ammonites. And they had said that how there was one group of Ammonites that always kept like the Feast of Tabernacles. Okay. You know.
So I'll tell you what. Just give me 1 second and let's read this real quick to make the point. No, and if you got something, bring it.
Oh yeah, I got something.
If you got something, bring it out. But I mean, that's a good point the elder brought out. But I want to hit this scripture to finish this point, and then let the brother finish his point, and then we can move on.
All right, Exodus 20. Was that 26? Was it 26 and 13?
33.
33, right.
26, 33.
Come. Exodus 26, verse 33. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the tax, that thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy.
Right, and between the holy place and the most holy. That was given to who? To Aaron and to his, well, really to Aaron. Because only the high priest can go into the most holy of holy. The only ones that could go into the holies was the priest, the Levite priest. But the one that can go into the most holy, or the holiest of holy, was Aaron, or any high priest that was ordained after Aaron. So that shows you that these Israelites back then, they were doing that. And what does that go back to? That goes back to the time of Jeroboam, when he was making of the least of the people priests. So they knew about the customs, and they were going off and doing the customs because only the Levite priests were supposed to do the customs. But if you want to get technical, the scripture said that we're going to be a what? A nation of priests. Get that real quick. You wanted to make that point out?
No, I made that point, but I wanted to bring out this scripture real quick.
Okay, bring it out.
St. John 10:16, that's okay. And other sheep I have, which are not of this fold, them also I must bring.
Now this is YAHAWASHI speaking. But the elder has a blue letter edition. I mean, I'm sorry, I said a blue letter edition. A red letter edition Bible. And if you look at it, those verses are written in red. Yep. So read it again.
And other sheep I have, which are not of this fold, meaning not of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Yep. That's right. Them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice. And there shall be one fold and one shepherd.
Right, because back then, if you go back into the history in Ezekiel, it tells you that there's not going to be two more nations anymore. There's going to be one nation because the nation was divided. So the Most High had to close up the breaches, as in the ancient times. Well, actually, not as in the ancient. Well, and as in the ancient times during the time of King David, the Most High had to close up the breaches and bring the tribes back together. Because after that point in time, the tribes were separated. Go ahead.
St. John 7:35. Then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go, that we shall not find him? Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles?
Right, so now those are the Hellenistas and the Hellenists. Because you had Israelites that were calling themselves Hellenists, and then you had the Jews that were following the Greek customs, which knew they were Jews. They were called Hellenistas. But then you had the Hellenists, which were Israelites that had lost their way, so to speak, like Timothy's father, and they were called Hellenists or Hellenists, which is Greek. So you people don't know, there's a vast history about who the Greeks are. You have Greeks that are Edomites, descendants of Alexander the Crete, which are Edomites, and the rest of them clowns. Then you had Israelites that were called Jews that were speaking the Greek language, but were still following the customs of Israel, which were called Hellenistas. Then you had the Hellenists, which were Israelites that forgot about the customs and so-called religion of their forefathers. Then you had Hamites and other nations that were also called Greeks because they were Hellenized. So you don't know the history of Greek. When you see the word Greek, you automatically think of a white person. Right. You don't understand the history of the Greeks. Right. The history, just the word Greek alone, is a vast history that you can go on for. Just on the word Greek alone, you don't understand. But the battery on the cameras is dying off, and you know, we're gonna end it here. I mean, we would love to keep going, but the battery's dead right now. And what we're gonna do is, Lord's will, we're gonna do a part 2 to this and continue on with this history, because there's so much information that it's hard to just go. Because even just on this that the brother has here, the elder has here, just to get through that, it takes a lot. You know, so with that, we're going to say shalom, and we'll see you in the next round. Dedicated to the Most High. It was a straight up day that was dedicated to the Most High. That's what we read, Exodus, the 20th chapter, the 8th verse to the 11th verse, to show that these particular Indians that were down in Guatemala, you know, Peru and them areas around there, they were keeping a Sabbath day. All right, so let's read on. Make sure you keep in mind that switch.
Yeah. It says Garcia, in his celebrated treatise on the origin of the Indians, adduces as a partial argument in favor of the Mexicans being descended from the Jews.
Hold it now. Hold it now. That came straight up. It said the Mexicans being descendants from the Jews. Now, when you get the scripture in Genesis, what's it, the 49th chapter, when it speaks about the tribe of Issachar, which are the so-called Mexicans. Matter of fact, get it. Somebody get that scripture, Babakwa. Genesis, I think it's 49, I believe. If any of you Mexicanos is watching this, all right, you brown brothers, as y'all call yourself out there, out west, right there, which we already been telling you that, but you're not that you're a Jew, you're an Israelite.
Right. There's a difference.
There's a difference. Jew, which the term Jew, and High Priest REI used to always bring it out back then. That was a term that was brought out during the Babylonian Empire that they put on the whole southern kingdom, which consisted of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. They said, oh, that's the Jews.
Right. They call them Judeans.
Right, Judeans.
Jews for sure.
And then that's where hence cometh all the other terms, Judaic law, right? The Jews, that all stem from that. But now in actuality, like the brother said, it's a difference because the Jews technically came from Judah, which is the head tribe of the nation of Israel, which is the tribe that, as the scriptures say, our Lord sprang forth. But now you had 11 other tribes as well, which that's the tribes we're reading about. And they said the Mexicans were a part of that. And we're going to read the scripture to prove it, further prove it.
Genesis chapter 49, verse 14. Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens.
Hold it. It said Issachar. Let's deal with the word Issachar. First of all, when you go into the Hebrew, because you know from the Elder Tahar and the rest of the elders, they always teach that meaning of words are important, man. The word Issachar comes from the Hebrew word, if I'm saying it right, Yashachkar, right, which means basically he's hired or he is hired. Now tell me who works more than the Mexicans? Even the West Indians, as many jobs as they have, they got to take a seat to the Mexicans, man. They may have many jobs, but the Mexicans just fucking work. Like the so-called West Indians, there's some shit they won't do. But you better believe there's a Mexican that'll do it. And and they work cheap. And let me make this quick point. You can have a West Indian restaurant, and guess who will be in the kitchen? Mexicans, man.
That's what they call Mexican. Because they can do whatever you need them to do.
Yeah, Mexican, because they can do. Yes, they can do whatever you need them to do. But that's, so the meaning of the word, it said Issachar, so he is hired. I mean, technically, if you spiritual, that closes the book. But then it said what?
And he saw that rest was good.
Read it from the top again. Sorry,
Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens.
Right, it's a strong ass. Now, if you know a kid like the Mexicans, even though they short, they known to be fucking strong. Yeah. The Elder Tahar always talk about that those are one of the toughest fighters, man. You gotta, if you get in a fight with them, you gotta beat the shit out of them because they keep coming. They strong, man.
Yeah, and then if you know anything about the burro, or the burro, you know, as they call it, you know, you got to roll the R. The burro, which is the donkey or the ass. You know, when they put two sacks on either side of the donkey, two big baskets, and they're very heavy. And they call it what? They call the donkey a beast of burden, and that's the same thing that thing that the Most High attributed to Issachar, that they were like beasts of burdens. You know, they carrying that sack on their back. You know, and whenever you see in Mexico, they always have the beast of burden, which is the burro or the donkey. Okay. Make sure that thing is
Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens, and he saw that rest was good. Right, and that rest that's talking about is no matter how hard Issachar works and bust their ass, you know, whether they do masonry, carpentry, plumbing, you name it, they do it. But no matter what they do, they always take a what? They always take something called a siesta, and normally that's in the afternoon where they'll take probably an hour to 2 hours, man. You know, and they're all shut down, man. And I don't care, even if they're. I had brought my truck one time to Issachar garage one time, man. So I guess I dropped it off close to their siesta, you know. And I'm not, I forgot. I'm not being spiritual. I just wanted my shit fixed. So you know, I dropped it off, man. Came back within 2 hours. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And everybody was just sitting down, chilling, drinking, eating. So, I got mad, but, brothers, I talked to brothers, and they were like, hey, well, that is Issachar, and they take siestas. And I say, hey, well, yeah, to fuck around with me. So that's what they take. They take a siesta. They see that rest because they work so hard that they need that rest. But when they take that break, boy, it's like 2 hours, 3 hours, man. You gotta wait. I don't care what. You gotta wait till they finish, man. So it says, and he saw that rest was good, and the scriptures also say that sleep is it is.
Sleep is sweet to a laboring man.
Right, sleep is sweet unto a laboring man. You know, and yeah. So you work, especially when you bust your ass hard, and especially if you bust your ass outside in the heat, which the elders, they could attest to that. And as soon as they get that rest, man, you know what I'm saying, they get it, and they get it good. You know.
And see, and as a footnote, which because we're gonna have a bunch of demons that's gonna make stupid ass videos, trying to just go basically because you just Satan, you just the devil.
Yeah.
You got a lot of you demons out there, but that's part it goes into because you ain't never been nowhere. You ain't been around the other tribes. All you've been is around your block, whatever block you grew up on. Yep. You've been there every. Like a fucking gum stuck under the piece of gum under the table. Yep. That's how you been wherever. You never been around. You ain't been nowhere. You don't know about the other tribes. You ain't been around Issachar. Like the brother said, I've worked around Mexicans for many years, and I see they're the ones that fit that scripture that the brother's reading, man.
Hey, well, Elder Tar made a comment years ago. He said, in order for you to really understand the breakdown of the tribes, you actually have to be around those tribes to understand, their customs, their manners, and things that they do, to be able to really understand who they are and how they fit into prophecy.
All right, this is Genesis 49, verse 15. And he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear. Right, like the land where they're at, currently Mexico, but they also owned what is known as California today, and the whole pretty much the majority of the southern west coast was all Issachar, going all the way down to what is known as Mexico today. Before Esau put a border there, really there ain't no border there. That land is joined. You see, that land is the same land. Esau put that border in there. You see? That's why the scriptures talk about how Esau, they put their name on everything, put their name on shit, set their borders up, That's who did that? The devil did that. The white man did that. Satan. So that land right there, all that, what they had in 1749? The 49ers, the gold rush. So I think in San Francisco.
That was in the 1800s.
1849. Right, 1849. Cause they call it the 49, where you get the name to that football team, the 49ers. The reason why they call that, because people from the east they were making pilgrimages and all, whatever you call it, all the way to the west. Some of them died just trying to get out there because they said there was so much gold out there. You had this guy named what's that Spaniard name, the conquistador, looking for El Dorado. I forget, man. But all them people when they met Montezuma, Cortez was looking for El Dorado, man. And what was El Dorado? It was a story about a city that was of pure gold. And the closest he came was Montezuma's halls, man, that was made of pure gold.
And that's the reason why these nations today, they're taught that when they come to America, they'll prosper, because America is a golden city paved with gold in the streets, and wherever they go, they can get gold off of the streets. So that folklore was something that went back, or should I say, shot up into the future, because that's why a lot of people today believe that America is that golden city. That's why the scriptures say, "How has the golden city ceased?" Matter of fact, get it real quick. We can hit that point real quick. That's why the scriptures say, "How have the golden city ceased?" Because of the fact that all nations wanted to come to America to prosper. And to a certain extent, there was a certain period of time where if you came to America, you did prosper. But now it's backfiring. That's why a lot of these nations that came over here for the last 40, 50 years, they're starting to think again and going back to their home country, because now in their home country they're starting to make more money than they would here in America, because those other third world nations are prospering. That's what the script. That's one of the reasons why the scriptures say, "Thou become weak as we." You know, I mean, beginning militarily, but also with financially, these other third world countries now are starting to be more prominent. And these other countries that at one time were counting on America to make money, now that America is counting on them to make money.
That's right. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 4. That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, hath the oppressor ceased, the golden city ceased. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers.
Right, so basically the bottom line is the Most High is bringing them down. Now, you know, he's taking this place down. Why? Because it's prophecy. It's time for them to go down. And even these so-called Native Americans or so-called indigenous people of the so-called Americas, even going all the way up into Canada, they knew there was going to be a day of reckoning, you know? So they understood that. So go back to finish that point.
Right, and it says, Genesis 49 verse 15, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear. Because Issachar was living good, and they were doing all their wickedness, man, you know, going off human sacrifices and all that bullshit. And until Esau came, which that was the Lord who sent them, according to what's that, Psalm 17. Where the wicked which is thy sword, that's Esau. Yep. The Lord sent Esau. That's right. The Lord sent Esau against the tribes, man, to whip them back in order, man, because they were going off. They were going off. You know what I'm saying? They were going off. A lot of those stories that Esau was saying about the tribes when they encountered them, it was true. A lot of those things were true, man. Eating, you know, abominations and shit, worshiping idols, definitely worshiping idols and human sacrifices, man. They were doing.
But you know what? Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were doing the same thing, you know? Because you got some guys out there, well, how can you say that this Hispanic tribes are Israelites when they were doing human sacrifices? Well, first of all, it speaks about Judah doing sacrificing their children. Is that not, well, because they're under the age of 3 or 4, that doesn't make them human.
I got something for
you know. So basically, them other tribes, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, they were sacrificing their children too. That's what to Molech. They making them pass through the fire the same way that the heathens were doing. That's why the Most High got pissed off and he got mad. So you guys out there that's teaching, well, you know, because of the fact that the Hispanics, you know, those Indian tribes are not Israelites because they were committing human sacrifices. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were doing the same exact thing.
Con. And this is one of the scriptures, Jeremiah 17 and 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. Which, and that's why the Lord said, it said that they were broken off too. When you go back into the olive tree, going into Romans 11, is that? Yep. If I'm not mistaken. Yep. And it said, but they're able to be grafted back.
But it's not going to happen because the people of the Most High that are of the elect, that are of these tribes, whether they be of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, you know, so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, or the so-called Puerto Ricans, the Brazilians, I'm about to say Australians, which is not Australians, but you do have Israelites among the Australians, but they're not Israelites.
Yeah, hey, and check this out. Now, sister, brother, hey, because I was pondering on this yesterday. All right, because now, you know, you got that Olympic bullshit or whatever. Mm-hmm. You know, what? You know, that's a heathenistic thing that was going on. But you know what that shows you? Everything we've been telling you, that Israel is scattered throughout all the nations, man. Now, you got Australian teams. In particular, you got the Australian, I'll start with the basketball team they got. Majority of them motherfuckers is straight up Jakes. They got one dude, which, I mean, a lot of Jakes, the brother was put me on to, a lot of Jakes went back to Australia, moved to Benjamin.
Hey, you got a West Indian area.
West Indian population out there. But then you got motherfuckers, so you know that they, like anybody, mixed, but you got straight up motherfuckers that look like they crackers or whatever. And when you see the way they act and they whole spirit is Israelites. So you got Israelites up there too. All right, even though but we dealing in this lesson, we more so focusing on the fact that the so-called Indian tribes, Native American Indian tribes, you know, the North American Indian, the Peruvian Indians, the Aztec Indians, so forth and so on. Those are the lost 12 tribes of Israel. So that's what we're focusing on. But keep in mind that you got them spread throughout the whole world.
Hey, there's plenty of lessons we could do to to show you that.
That's right. Now I got a scripture that the brother called because the brother said, speaking going back to the time of Zerubbabel, how they had the sword in one hand and a hammer or a building instrument in the other hand, and then the brother said, "What? We still building." Right? So now I'm going to read 1 Corinthians 3, and I'll get straight to the point, verse 9. It says, "For we are laborers together with the Most High. Ye are the Most High's husbandry, ye are the Most High's building. According to the grace of the Most High, which is given unto me as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation," it says, "and another buildeth thereon. But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon, for other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is YAHAWASHI."
That's right. Now jump to the 16th verse.
Now verse 16, it says, "Know ye not that ye are the temple of the Most High, that ye are the temple of the Most High, and that the Spirit of the Most High dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of the Most High, him shall the Most High destroy, for the temple of the Most High is holy, which temple ye are."
Right. And right now, that's what's being built is a temple of Israel, which is spiritual, which is the tribes coming back together, which we're going to get that. Somebody got Amos, right? So, okay, read that in our 1 Peter's.
1 Peter's 2 and
5.
1 Peter's 2 and 5. It says, "Ye also, as lively stones, are built up a spiritual house, and holy priesthood, to offer up spiritual sacrifices acceptable to the Most High by YAHAWASHI."
Right. So basically, that's the tribes being built back up, because that spiritual house is Israel. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. And you see that happening, like the Lord said, He's going to do it right before your eyes. You see it happening when you see brothers in the LA camp. You see brothers in the Texas camp. You see brothers in the Florida, down there in the Florida camp. You see brothers in Arkansas, right? Them brothers in Nebraska. Then you see brothers in England. See brothers in Canada.
Australia.
Australia. It's a brother, or Alaska, all right? Slovenia. You see all them brothers waking up, and they from these different tribes. So you see that being brought together right before your eyes. Chicago, Chi-Town, which that's heavy that the Lord put the Spirit on them brothers to go into this topic as well. You see? Go ahead.
Yeah, and even as we speak right now, there's people from South America that's sending messages to the Apurando el Dia site, and asking questions, sincere questions. Some of them are mocking, but some of them are really asking sincere questions. If you say that this is that, the indigenous people say that this, and they'll make a point, they'll make a counterpoint, and they'll ask questions, and we've been hitting them with answers, concerning the scriptures. So basically what's happening is the Most High is waking up, starting to slowly wake up the so-called Latin tribes too. So it's all coming together. Where you at, brother?
I got Amos.
Who was reading?
But not did he finish? That was it on that?
Yeah.
All right, I got Amos for you.
Yeah, let's read this real quick and then we'll jump.
Okay, this is the book of Amos, chapter 9, 9 verse 11. It says, "In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen."
Right, it's talking about right now. It started back 2,000 years ago, because when you go back 2,000 years ago, during the time of the apostles and the Lord, Paul, Timothy, and them, what was happening was the tribes were being built back up, because that was the beginning of the Israelite foreigners being brought into the fold. Right. But now when you go and you update it till today, this is talking about all the tribes today coming together. And it's funny how the Lord made something called the internet to get the word out. And the word is going out throughout the four corners of the earth, and the Most High is gathering all the tribes from the four corners of the earth. But right now, the main hub, so to speak, is the so-called Americas and the Caribbean islands, because this is where all the tribes are at right now. So read on, brother.
Right, Kun. And as a footnote, when it speaks about the house of David didn't just consist of Judah. Right. It consists, you go into It's I mean, I got scriptures, but we ain't gonna keep veering off. But it's scriptures that back up what we're saying. The house of David consisted of all the 12 tribes. All right, and it wasn't just Judah. You had the Gadites, which were the army, Manasseh, Reuben, Ephraim. That was all the house of David. Remember, the nation wasn't split into two kingdoms at that time.
It wasn't until after King Solomon, during the time of Rehoboam and Jeroboam, when the kingdom was split, the two factions of the kingdom. That's why it said that the Lord will raise up the tabernacles of David, which is fallen. Read that again.
That's right. It says, "In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof." And how are those breaches being closed up? Through the Lord using us to bring out this information. How the Lord's revealing all this information that's been hid about how, you know, the other tribes, they were doing the same thing that Judah and them was doing. Because why? They all go back to the same people, Israel. Right?
That's right. And then you notice these same guys that say that the Latin tribes ain't Israelites, if you ask them, then who is all the different tribes? Who's Ephraim? Who's Manasseh? Who's Reuben? Who's Gad? Break them down. Who are they today? How are these people going to be built up if you don't know who the hell they are? Or they're just black people? Okay, who? Where? Who in particular? You know? Because of the fact is that the Spirit of the Lord worked on Ariah, a high priest Ariah, which a lot of you guys out there hate. You know, the man is going off right now, but he's going to come back, you know, because of who he is in the spirit. But the Lord gave him the breakdown of all the tribes and where they were at, and where they were located, and the customs and the things that they would be doing. So the 12 tribes are identified. These guys, they can't identify the other 10 tribes or 9 tribes outside of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
And I just want to say one more quick thing, too, since the brother mentioned about Elder Ariah getting that breakdown of the tribes and everything. Fuck you niggas, man. You stupid, dumbass, comforted niggas, man. You know, you try to roll up on which the Spirit of the Lord was on them brothers down here in Philly, and they slayed you, dumb, stupid. And you gonna talk about somebody being young. You niggas is young, man. Yeah. You little young. You don't know what the fuck. You just a parrot. You just mocking what you heard them dumb, stupid ass niggas say, man. Where the hell are you guys, man? Where the hell is a G.I. Jose or Fat Jose or whatever the fuck that fat piece of Puerto Rican shit is at, man? Where the fuck you at, man? You made a proclamation that we wasn't gonna be out here teaching. Yeah, we still out here teaching. But dude, that was almost 4 or 5 years ago. You know, where the hell is the discomfort at? Where's this new videos and breakdowns and revelations? You being found out. There's a lot of guys that broke off from you, all right? And you dumb, stupid ass nigga. You don't know nothing about how that thing got started. Talk about we ain't still nothing. First of all, we always acknowledge in as many videos, and we still acknowledge Ariah as being a man of the Lord, and we always acknowledge we was in his classes. All right, so we didn't steal nothing, man. We gave credit to where credit due, and furthermore, that's not Ariah's breakdown. That's the Lord's breakdown. He gave it to him. All right, which goes back into the scriptures in the book of Ezekiel 37, Genesis 49, so forth and so on. So the Lord said, freely as you have received, freely you give. All right, there's no patent on the 12 tribes. You dumb, stupid ass niggas, man. That was just a quick footnote. Salakia, man.
No, I just wanted to say that. No, that was good. I just wanted to say this.
Stupid ass niggas.
I just wanted to say this, that we have seen sightings of comfies, discomfites walking around, all right, in droves of 2. All right, and they're going house to house, and they ain't no different than the Jehovah wickedness, going around trying to gain disciples unto themselves. Okay, and they're targeting young Jakes because they don't know no better. All right, and the reason why they're doing that is because people are leaving discomforters. What would you call that compound? That nest of vipers.
That harborage.
That harborage, as the elder Tazan once said. That nest of vipers alone. People are leaving, man. People are leaving in droves. Yeah. You see? Now, we have seen these sightings, and you know what? And we leave them alone because the Lord ain't with them. Right. And we leave them alone. It ain't like we're gonna just go, hey, yo, where y'all niggas are? You know what I'm saying? We leave them alone because first of all, the Lord. That's right, like the elder Manasseh said, if any man be unjust, let them be unjust still.
That's right. I mean, and there's a whole lot we could say about that, but you know what? In the interest of time, you know, we want to get through this because we want to give you brothers some more information. So I want you to finish that, and then we're going to get some more of that information.
Right. It says, and in that day I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
Right. So the Lord said He will build it as in the days of old, and that's what's happening right now. It's like the Lord is taking all the tribes and bringing them back together and separating the differences between all the tribes. Was that it on that, brother?
Well, no, that's the main point.
Okay.
All right, I just had Ephesians, the second chapter, to wrap all that up. Okay, this is Ephesians, the second chapter, and starting at the 11th verse, I'll read fast. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hands, talking about Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, trying to say they were righteous and following the law to the T and all that, and they wasn't. They were hypocrites. That at that time you were without Yahawashi, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel. Right, the word aliens means stranger, meaning that the tribes that were scattered throughout all the other nations, they forgot the customs of Israel. Some of them knew they were Israel, some of them didn't. They became strangers to the laws and all that. So they started walking according to the ways of the actual heathen. And strangers from the covenants of promise. They forgot the law, you see. Having no hope because they didn't know about the Most High. They didn't know about Yahawashi. They didn't know about the commandments. They didn't know about a kingdom of heaven coming to them, where they're gonna put down all nations beneath their feet, and that their Lord was gonna come and put all nations beneath His feet. They didn't know about that. No hope, right?
That hope was gone.
Right, the hope was gone, man. And without the Most High in the world. But now in Yahawashi, ye who sometimes were far off are made nigh by the blood of Yahawashi. And you know what? At the end, we all became that. We all became far off. And then only the elect was made nigh unto Yahawashi.
You know what? Because when in this time around, nobody knew that they were Israelite. Nobody woke up. Nobody was born into this thing. The only one that can say they was born into knowing that they was an Israelite was Ariah at that time. Because everybody else, when they woke up to what? Thinking they were black, West Indian, African American, Haitian, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Mexican, Seminole Indian, North American Indian. So that's the mentality that all of our people had. We all had the mentality of a Gentile. We didn't know who we were, but the Lord sent His men, beginning with Abba Bivens, who is Elijah the prophet, for those who have ears to hear, and He turned the hearts of the fathers back unto the children, and vice versa. And before He passed away, He was teaching that the so-called Negroes and the West Indians and the Puerto Ricans and so on and so forth were Israelites, you know. But He just didn't know what tribe each one of them belonged to. Then the Spirit, you know, He chose two men, which was King Masha and Elder Ariah, out of all the other men that was coming. Of course, Elder Yaquab was there, and he basically said that the Spirit of the Lord of Yahawah BAHASHAM Yahawashi guided him to choose those men, you know, to continue on the legacy. And after his death,
because why? Even Judah had fell off too. Judah went astray from worshiping the Most High. And that's why when we brought it out in the other shows, that's why the Lord brought them into captivity as well as the other tribes we're reading about now.
No, I guess back in Afi, Judah, Benjamin, Levi were all righteous. They were all righteous. They were following the law, statutes, and commandments to the T over there in Afi. You could imagine all the wickedness that was going on over there, man. You know?
Hey, the first intention would have been, it might have been the right thing, but eventually they became corrupted. That's why the scriptures say that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of the Most High.
Right, and back in Genesis 49:15, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear. Yeah, because of his sins, just like the rest of the tribes, they had to serve their enemies, because that's the curses, right? And became a servant unto tribute unto this day.
That's right. So basically they became a servant unto tribute. That's why you know wherever you go, everybody has Issachar as what? As working for them, whether it be cooks, whether it be trimming the grass or agriculture, masonry, carpentry, and all that. You know, because it goes back to the pyramids that they built. All right. So let's go back to the information.
All right. It says Garcia, in his celebrated treatise on the origin of the Indians, adduces as a partial argument in favor of the Mexicans being descended from the Jews the similarities which many of their laws bore to those of the Pentateuch,
which is the 5 books of Moses.
Yeah, the 5 books of which are the 5 books of Moses. This argument is so conclusive that it is unnecessary to insist upon its force. It may be inferred that altars of single stones were very common among the Jews, as they were also amongst the Mexicans. Exodus 20 and 24 to 25.
Right. So these altars of single stone, you know, was something that went back to Israel, to the priesthood. Now we're gonna get the scripture to prove that. Now they didn't raise any axe or anything or hammer to these altars. Why? Because the Most High said if you're gonna build an altar to him, make sure that you don't go up in steps. And he also said if you're gonna build an altar to him, make sure that it's of one full stone. Don't raise up no axe, don't raise up no hammer, nothing to it, because of the fact that if you do that, you're gonna defile that stone in that altar. Who got it?
I got it. Exodus chapter 20 verse 24. An altar of the earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it.
Right. So that's why it said that what was it? The Mexicans, right? They had a altar made of just one stone. So these are things. This is information. Like keep going back and forth and telling you, this is information that the Spaniards and the other Europeans, so-called Europeans, Edomites, which are the devil, made observations of the people that were here and wrote it down, not knowing that these things that were written down back then, hundreds of years ago, were going to be set up today as proof that these people were Israelites, because the records that these people held, the indigenous people of the so-called Americas held, were burnt up by who? By the Spaniards and them other Europeans. So even the Lord put the Spirit on them to write down records of the things that they were doing to show that they were Israelites. So go ahead, brother, let's go back to that.
Many customs of the Mexicans strongly savoring that Judaism, besides that of circumcision.
Guys, so now go to get this
Genesis 17 and 10 to 12.
Somebody get that? I got that. You got that. So basically it was showing you that the so-called Indians that were here, certain ones of them were doing what? Keeping the circumcision. Where did they get that from? Because when they came over to this side of the world, they came over to this side of the world to keep the customs that they never kept in their own land, which is what? Samaria.
Genesis chapter 17 verse 10. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you.
Right. So basically, what that was the covenant of circumcision, which was given to who? To Abraham. And who did he eventually give it to? To the Israelites. So basically, that's showing you that those Mexicans and those so-called Indians are what? Israelites, based off of what? The law of circumcision. Go ahead, brother. You got something?
No. Slack.
Many customs of the Mexicans strongly savoring at Judaism, besides that of circumcision, having already been noticed, such as their wearing fringes fastened to their garments, was Numbers 15:37 to 41.
Right. And that's why, where did it get the fringes from and the borders of blue and all that? They were all the way on this side of the world. Where did they get that from? You know, for you guys out there that question it's impossible for these people to be Israelites because all Israelites have to be Negroes. You know, you're out of your fucking mind, man.
Right, the Canaanites, they came over here. Right. The Zidonians, they didn't. There's no relics of them wearing fringes. They came over here. How come they just didn't all of a sudden just let's start wearing fringes?
Yeah, the Moabites came over here. The Moabites came over here. The Chinese came over here. There's no records of them wearing fringes.
You see? So now we have Numbers 15 verse 37. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring. Now, what happened after a while? After the 10 tribes came over here, because when they first came over here, that was the reason why they came over here, right? Keep the commandments of the Lord, right? So that goes to prove to you that after a while they started forgetting the commandments of the Lord. They stopped wearing the fringes. They stopped, keeping the law and all that. They probably started burning the books of the law, because they had that when they came over, worshiping idols. You see, going off, man, being faggots.
The scriptures say they worship beasts and all sorts. Like it says in Romans, the 1st chapter. Four-footed beasts. Right. Like you got Gad worshiping. They were worshiping the hawk, the eagle. Yeah. All right, they worship the sun.
Yeah, the beetle. Some of them worship the white buffalo.
White buffalo. Hell, a lot of them worship the white men. When Esau came here, they thought he was God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it on that.
That was it. You got something?
No, that's it.
All right, so continue, brother.
All right. It says, having already been noticed, such as they're wearing fringes fastened to their garments.
Oh, let me say this real quick. And for you asshole, you ever follower of GMS, you scoffer to the 10th power, you asshole, you can't stay away from GMS videos. Unique Uncle Thomas, KFC the Ape, as we call you, or KOC the Ape from the Ram. Basically, we're not wearing fringes right now because when we go out to this on the streets to speak at the street speaking, we wear fringes and borders of blue on our garments. Today we're just doing a lesson on the side and we're not wearing it. But right, be not over righteous. So because right now we're in the park. There's all kind of people walking around. So we're in the park. We don't wear our garments. We're like Clark Kent. When we get around these people, but we're just bringing out information. But when we go out to the streets, on Saturdays or whenever day brothers go out, we wear the fringes with the borders of blue, the garments, But if you want to get technical, you're supposed to wear the borders of blue and the fringes on your clothes every day. But we don't do that because we're blending into this society and we're in the script, like the brother quoted the scripture. Be not over righteous.
Yeah, what the other said is well said, but you know what? We don't owe you fucking scoffers and you niggas any explanation. Fuck you. Because the spirit of YAHAWASHI is with us and he ain't with you. Like YAHAWASHI said to the wicked scribes and Pharisees, he said, look, I am from above, ye are from beneath. When they asked him, where does he get, the breakdown and the understanding? He said, well, let me ask you this. The teachers of John, were they of the Most High or were they of men? And what did they do? They couldn't answer him. And because if they would have answered him, they would have cut themselves because everybody knew that he was a prophet of the Most High. But for edification's sake, because that's what we do, we bring our edification to the spirit of YAHAWASHI for the elect sake. Judges 5 and 11. They are delivered from the noise of archers in the places of drawing water. Now, the noise of archers in the places of drawing water, that's here in America. Drawing water represents slavery. When Israel went up into the land of Canaan, a certain group of the Canaanites weren't able to be conquered, man. So what did we make them?
Or actually, what happened was the Gibeonites, they feigned themselves to come from a different journey. So they acted like if they was a different people. So basically, they was faking the funk, so to speak. And they basically said, that they just came to serve Joshua and Israel. So when Joshua found out later that they lied to him, instead of killing them, which he rightly so, since they made an oath with them not to put them to death, they made them hewers of wood and drawers of water, they made them slaves.
Beautiful, man. So that's what it is. They were made slaves. And it says, they that are delivered from the noise of archers in the places of drawing water, there shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord, even the righteous acts toward the inhabitants of his villages in Israel. Then shall the people of the Lord go down to the gates. Now, the word that you want to focus on is the word rehearse. What does the word rehearse mean? The word rehearse means before an actual event takes place, you rehearse. A synonym or a word that's close is to practice. Because when you practice, you're going to mess up. And rehearsal, as a matter of fact, in a rehearsal, in any event, you have room to screw up, so to speak. Room for error.
In the actual event, you have to do the actual thing without messing up. But now, dealing with the word rehearse, it also means to recount. So in other words, here in our captivity, we're recounting or saying and explaining the same things that were going on back then, breaking the scriptures down to you. And also, in the meanwhile, while we recounting these things, we're rehearsing, meaning that we're doing the things that are in the law, getting ourselves prepared and ready for when the bridegroom comes, which is YAHAWASHI.
Right, because that's exactly what happened during the time of Ezra, right? After the captivity of after the Babylonians, after the Babylonians, all right, the Lord had it where they were able to go back under the leadership of Ezra, all right, and there was many prophets there with him.
That was during the Medo-Persian Empire.
During the Medo-Persian Empire, okay, they allowed them to rebuild Jerusalem. And there was many prophets there, man, building. And they tell you that they had the sword on one hand and, like a building instrument in the other. Building, So that's exactly what we're doing now. We got a sword in one hand and building instruments in the other. What are we building? Well, first, the sword is the scriptures of Yahweh BAHASHAM, Yahweh Shai, and on the other, and the building material, right, which is go hand in hand. That's right, literally go hand in hand, because that's what we're building now. Right now we're spiritually building the walls of Jerusalem, sealing up the breaches, right, of the house of David, and then after that, physically, we're gonna have the heathen build our walls. You see, that's the time we're living in. You see.
Right, and that's beautiful, because like the brother said, right now spiritually we're building, So the sword, which is the Bible, and the building instruments, which is still the Bible, and the building that's being built now is a spiritual building. Somebody get 1 Corinthians 3 first, and then we're gonna get the other scripture that we call for, And basically, what's happening right now is the Most High is building up the tribes of Israel back again, and drawing them to himself. But then you got guys out there, whether they be scoffers or whether they just be ignorant or whether they just be wicked men, they're trying to stop the tribes from coming back to the Most High. Or around that time period, that's when the Lord gave El Dariah the revelation of who all the tribes were and had them break it down. Why? Because the Most High was closing up the breaches among all the tribes. So is that more? A little more.
Right, and it says, the 14th verse, for he is our peace, who hath made both one and hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us, meaning between Israel and the Most High, right, to bring us together back to him through YAHAWASHI being the mediator, having abolished in his flesh the enmity or the hatred, all right, and us being enemies to the Lord, even the law of the commandments, which because of the law, that's what us breaking it made us enemies to the Lord, contained in ordinances, for to make in himself of twain one new man, so making peace, bringing all Israel together in that one banner, underneath Yahawashi, and that he might reconcile both unto the Most High in one body by the cross, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom both together in Yahawashi, having slain the enmity thereby, meaning the curse of that law, man, that was keeping us away from the love of Yahweh, you know. And it says, and came and preached peace to you which were afar off, and to them that were nigh. For through him we both have access by one Spirit unto the Father. Now therefore ye are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of the Most High, which that household is the household of King David. All right, coming back again, the house of David. All right. And it says, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Yahawashi himself being the chief cornerstone, in whom all the building fitly framed together groweth unto an holy temple in the Lord, in whom ye also are builded together for an habitation of the Most High, Yahweh BAHASHAM, Yahawashi, through the Spirit.
All right, so let's read on, brother.
Many customs of the Mexicans strongly savoring at Judaism, besides that of circumcision, having already been noticed, such as their wearing fringes fastened to their garments, practicing frequent ablutions, attending constantly public places of worship, to which they were summoned by the blowing of horns, Numbers 10, 1-3, and Psalms, all right, 81 and 3-5. 81, 3-5. And Numbers 10, 1-3.
Yep, I got it. Read that real quick. Yep. All right, Numbers chapter 10, verse 1. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, make thee 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly and for the journeying of the camps. Yep. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacles of the congregation.
Yep. Psalms 83.
81 and 3.
Psalms chapter 81, verse 3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in a time appointed on our solemn feast days, for this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the Most High of the power of Jacob.
Hey, why were them so-called Indians keeping that law if it was given to Israel?
You're right. And how come the Zidonians, when they came over here, all right, when they were looking for merchandise for King Solomon, how come they didn't do it while they were over here? Yep. You see? They didn't. It says, or Moab, or anybody else for that matter that came over here. How come they didn't do those customs? They just came here, did what they had to do and went, you know? It says, this he ordained in Joseph for a testimony, when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not.
Right, so go back, brother.
Right. It says, attending constantly public places of worship, to which they were summoned by the blowing of horns, as the Jews are to the synagogues, anointing themselves with oils, Exodus 29 and 7.
You got that, Exodus 29 and 7? Read that real quick.
All right.
And this basically, these are just a lot of similarities of the things that the so-called Indians were keeping with what's written in the scriptures to prove that they are Israelites. They wasn't just keeping it because it was a similar. Matter of fact, give Romans, was that 2 and 14?
14, Exodus chapter 29, verse 7. It says, then shalt thou take the anointing oil and pour it upon his head and anoint him.
Right, and anoint him. Why? Because that was the anointing. That's why when you said the anointing prayer, which was in Numbers, you know, in Numbers the 6th chapter, you would pour oil and ask the Most High to bless you. You know, no, we don't have to get there yet. I mean, I could put it in post production probably. Go ahead, brother.
It says, anointing themselves with oils, addressing each other with the appellation of brother and sister. Sagan says in mentioning in the 14th chapter of his first book, the festival of Zakihut. I can't say that.
That's all right.
All right, it starts with an X. Zakilhuitl.
It's a correct word.
Yeah, it's a correct word. That the Mexicans ate on one of their feasts unleavened bread.
That's right.
Exodus 12 and 8.
Exodus 12 and 8. So this is basically more proof of that. Matter of fact, read that real quick, brother, in Romans.
Romans chapter 2 verse 14. For when the Gentiles, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves.
Right, because they didn't have the actual law here when they came over here. So it was a law unto themselves. Why? Because it was already in their spirit to do it. So they were called what? The Gentiles. Why? Because they were Israelites. See, when Paul was speaking to the Gentiles, when Yahawashi told him to go to the Gentiles, he already knew who he was going to. They was going to Israelites that was in a Gentile state of mind. It wasn't a thing of, or they got a question, okay, they're going to go in the midst of these people, and they're, all right, well, there goes Greeks over there, the real Greeks, and there goes this nation over there. Who should I go to? I don't know. They already knew who to go to.
Exodus chapter 12 verse 8. Verse 8.
I'm sorry, because these people already was keeping the customs and laws that was in the Bible. Go ahead.
Right, Exodus 12 and 8. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it.
Right, that's how you're supposed to eat the Passover, not with feasting and jumping around and rapping, you know, like Nate and his boys be doing, you know, with women with backless dresses, you know, yeah, like it's a fashion show, you know. When they sang back then, they were singing songs of joy, you know, because there were certain, you know, the Lord had delivered them for certain situations. Right. But that's another lesson. But let's get one more, brother.
A curious parallel of the Jewish and Indian moral laws may be found in that chapter of the third book of Garcia's Origin of the Indians, which he has entitled Como los Indios Guardaron,
Which is they kept.
Los Preceptos del Decálogo.
Right. Which means how they kept the precepts of the Decalogue, which is the 10 Commandments.
Right, because the word deca means 10. Yep. For you people don't know that. All right. How the Indians obeyed the 10 Commandments.
That's it.
Los Luna Nuevo Mexico.
Right. And there's a actual stone in Los Lunas, New Mexico. Not Mexico, it's New Mexico, where they have the actual 10 Commandments written in the QADASH carved out on a stone. You know, which they put there, the Israelites, the so-called Indians that were there. Go ahead.
The words of Los Casas, La Cuela Tua Manifeston Te Facit. Your speech betrays you in reference to the Mexicans or some other tribe of Indians whom he took to be real Jews.
Right, let me see this. And the reason why he said that is that your speech betrays you. Why? Because that's the same thing that was said to Peter. When they came to him to ask him if he was with Yahawashi, he said no. He said, no, your speech betrays you. Basically, what did they mean? That the things that he was saying proves that he was down with Yahawashi. So the things that the Israelites here were doing and the language that they were speaking and the customs that they were keeping betrayed them into the people that were looking at them and say, "Yo, these people are Israelites, man." And that's what it meant. And that's what that Latin saying meant. Go ahead.
Original Indian traditions record that the provinces of Guatemala was in early ages colonized by the Jews, who assumed the name Toltecas and established a powerful monarchy in the District of America.
Right, so, hey, you know But with that, you know, we're gonna end. I mean, we still got a little bit more left. But the thing about it is, you know, it's getting dark out here, so we want to, you know, kind of end this, you know, just to, and maybe Lord's will we could do a part 3 and just make it an ongoing series.
Yeah, like the brother said, this is a vast topic, but now just vibing off of it, because now it's going into the Guatemalans, which they're the tribe, they're the tribes as well. Is that Asher or Zebulon? No, Zebulon. Pardon me. Guatemala down. Yep, next to Panama. I work around them Guatemalans. I speak my fucked up Spanish to their ass too, you know. And they be teaching me, they be telling me different stuff about their customs. And now the thing is to prove that they're the tribes as well. Esau knows. So you dumb stupid nigga, you don't know. You know all them other niggas that make videos against us, the men, not even men, them bug outs that the brother mentioned early. But now, that's why Esau targets them just like Jake. You had a thing which a lot of you Jakes are familiar with, right? The Tuskegee experiment.
I mean, Esau run experiments on many people. You know what I'm saying? They're running an experiment, or a nationwide experiment now. You know, with the chemtrails. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people whose immune system is breaking down because of the barium. You know.
Right. So as we were saying, you had the Tuskegee experiment, which everybody's familiar with, which they did that on Jake, right? Now that was also done on which that was when they hit him with the syphilis. They did that same exact thing to the Guatemalans. So why do you think they targeted the Guatemalans if they were just regular people? They knew that they were the same people as Jake was. So that's why they just now coming and so-called, you know, apologizing for it. But that, you know, that was just one little, you know, little tidbit of a point, you know. But with that, I'm gonna give it back to Elder Arimla.
Yeah, because, you know, that's basically showing you that Esau is targeting all the tribes because he understands who the tribes are. You know, so you know we're gonna close it. Like I said, you know the you know it's getting dark out here. You had a point. It's getting dark out here, you know. So we're gonna end it with that. And what we're gonna do is, Lord's will, we do a part 3 and bring out other information and other, you know, like I said, Lord's will, this will be an ongoing series. You know, so with that, you know, we're gonna say shalom, and Lord's will, we see you brothers in the next round. Shalom. Shalom. All right, Rakate Yahawah.
Rakate Yahawah.
Rakate Yahawashai.
Rakate Yahawashai.
All right, now we're just going to roll right into it. You know, this is a continuation from, you know, the lost tribe, you know, the historical proofs of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. You know, because it's, you know, it's hurting a lot of guys' feelings, you know. Yeah. But, you know, we have to tell the truth. And the truth is that the people that are on this side of the world or that were here before the Europeans came here are Israelites. And you got a lot of guys out there that's upset and all pissed off and mad, but so what? You know, we got to teach the truth. That's right. And that's the bottom line. So, you know, we're going to keep continuing on with the history. And if brothers have any scriptures or any other documents, you know, that they want to bring out to further, you know, this information, they could do it. And I know as of right now, there's brothers out there that's putting lessons together that are proven even further that the so-called indigenous tribes that were here in the so-called Americas, the so-called Indians, that they were Israelites, you know. And I mean, there's so much information that's coming out. It's like it's impossible to give you all in one sit down. Yeah. So the Spirit has us going into it and bringing out more and more information, and it's just coming out, and it's coming out like a flood, just like this the serpent flooded us with lies, as Elder Gabor always like to say. We're flooding the serpent with truth. All right, so you can start with that, brother.
Okay.
The information.
This is the
and this information here goes back to what we were saying, Lord Kingsborough, and he's the one that compiled into a big volume of books. I believe it was 8 or 9 volumes of all the so-called Europeans that came here and gave accounts of the Israelites, or it gave accounts of the so-called Indians here on this side of the world that did a lot of customs similar or the same as the Jews in Jerusalem. So go ahead, brother.
It says here, a curious parallel of the Jewish and Indian moral laws may be found in that chapter. It says in that chapter of the third book of Garcia's Origin of the Indians, which he has entitled Como los Indios guardaron los preceptos del Decalogo.
Right.
How the Indians obeyed the 10 Commandments.
And that, man, that's plain to the point. And these are observations that these heathens did. Go ahead.
Right? And it says volume 6, 331, page 331, Los Luna Nueva Mexico.
Right, so Los Lunas, Mexico, New Mexico, basically what that is, that's a place out there in New Mexico, not Mexico, but New Mexico, where they found a stone that's called, they call it a decalogue, because a decalogue, deca is 10 and log is word. 10 words basically meaning the 10 commandments, you know, because that was like a guideline to the rest of the commandments that the Most High gave to Moses. Now, they found a stone in New Mexico where basically you had Israelites, so-called Native Americans, you know, and of the other tribes, and they carved on those stones, they carved the ancient Hebrew or the Lashon Kodash script, and what they carved out was the 10 Commandments. And that's proof, further proof, that the people that's here are Israelites. Because how did they know how to do those things? How did they know how to write the Hebrew? How did they know how to speak the Hebrew? How did they know how to leave those certain relics? Why did they find ancient Hebrew writings on Native American Indians, epitaphs or tombstones?
Right.
How did they know to find that? Why? Because those people that were here are Israelites.
If I may say this,
yes,
too,
brother.
And there's something called the Back Creek Stone.
Yep.
That was among the Gadites, I believe, among the Cherokee. I believe it's probably supposed to be, I believe, Tennessee, if I'm correct. But the Back Creek Stone is the scholars photographed it upside down. When you turn it right side up, it says Abala YAHAWADAH, for the land of Judah.
Which means mourns Judah.
Right, which means it says, excuse me, it actually says Arataza YAHAWADAH.
Oh, Salakia, yeah.
Which means of the land of Judah.
Right.
Now, the scholars that photographed the Back Creek Stone, the brother could put it in post-production. I don't actually have a picture of it here with me. They photographed it upside down. They said, oh, it's just some crazy Indian dialect. Them motherfuckers knew well enough that that was Hebrew. Paleo-Hebrew, as a matter of fact. Not the Assyrian form, or what you call the Aramaic, but it was Paleo-Hebrew. And it was basically Arataza YAHAWADAH. Even Glenn Beck brought that out on his show on Fox 5 back maybe in 2009.
He got fired right after that.
Not too long after that, yeah. Yeah, we finish up, brother.
And he went into the archives of the Smithsonian down in D.C. and he pulled a lot of books out of their basement that they had locked away. And he did a live newscast on Fox 5, Glenn Beck, about that, about the Back Creek Stone.
Right, and you know what? The reason why there's not a whole lot of relics and books of the so-called Indians that were here is because when the Spaniards came over, mainly the Spaniards and other Europeans, but it was mainly those Spaniards, they came and basically they burnt all the books and everything that they had that gave credit that these people here were Israelites. And the reason why they did that and they falsified information was because they didn't want the world to know that these people were Israelites. You know, because when Christopher Columbus came over here, which you're going to get later on in the lesson, when Christopher Columbus came over here, he bought a Hebrew interpreter, and there was other Hebrew-speaking people that came with him on the voyage. But he brought one particular Hebrew scholar or Hebrew interpreter with him. His name was Luis de Torres, and the reason why he brought him with him was really to speak to the people that were here, because they knew that they spoke the Hebrew. And then we're going to get, Lord's will, we're going to get into the book of James Adair, because James Adair brought out a lot of different Hebrew words that the Native American Indians of North America were speaking, Gad, and the other tribes, and we're going to, Lord's will, we're going to go through all of that just to keep pushing the fact that these people here are Israelites.
If I may, brother,
yeah,
I got something for you. Here in James Adair, since he mentioned James Adair, and the brother Elder Ramlab so vividly mentioned about how the Spaniards destroyed a lot of records and they hid a lot of the information and falsified it. Now James Adair here in this book here called History of the American Indian by James Adair, page 71 and page 72. Down at the bottom it says, observations on the origin and descent of the Indians. The very remote history of all nations is disfigured with fable, and gives but little encouragement to distant inquiry and laborious researches. Much of the early history and antiquities of nations is lost. James Adair said, much of the early history and antiquities of nations is lost, and some people have no records at all, and to this day are rude and uncivilized. Yet a knowledge of them is highly interesting and would afford amusement and even instruction in the most polished times. To the most polite, every science has certain principles as its basis from which it reasons and concludes mathematical theorems and logical propositions, give clear demonstrations and necessary conclusions, and thus other sciences. But history and the origin of tribes and nations have hitherto been covered with a great deal of obscurity. Some intent historians were ignorant, others prejudiced. Some researchers into antiquities adopted the traditional tales of their predecessors, meaning the people before them, even though the information they was looking at was saying otherwise what their predecessors said. You know? That's right. It says, some intent historians were ignorant, others prejudiced. Some researchers into antiquities adopted the traditional tales of their predecessors, and others looking with contempt on the origin of tribes and societies altogether exploded them without investigation.
Hey, because you know why? Because the white man is a motherfucking devil that the Bible speaks of. Hey, read this real quick, you know, brother, if you want to make a point on that. But read this real quick.
Hey,
all right, this Isaiah chapter 25, verse 7. It says, and he will destroy in this mountain.
So the Lord said that he, which is the Most High, will destroy in this mountain. What mountain? America. Because what happened prior to all of this? Prior to all of this, the so-called white man through the Renaissance, what did he do? He lied about every motherfucking thing. You know? So coming all the way down to the Americas and the origins and the records of the people that was already here, he lied even about that.
Yeah.
So the Most High said that he will destroy in this mountain, America, go ahead.
The face of the covering cast over all people.
The face of the covering cast over all people, because when they came over to this side of the world, they saw that they were Israelites, but what did they say? No, these people over here, they're Indians. No, these people over here, they're descendants of the Chinese. No, these people over here, they're descendants of the Japanese. Because what they did was they took a covering and they cast it over those people because they actually saw the fact that these people are Israelites.
That's right.
They saw it. And they couldn't believe it because there was certain prayers that these Spaniards, these white people would make and said, God, thanks for, in Spanish, of course, God, thank you for not making me this, or making me a savage, or making me an Indian, or making me black, or making... And they was like, wait a minute. These people over here, the same ones we asked the Lord, we thank him for not making us that way, they're Israelites. So they had to fucking change that. You got to read that again, my brother.
Yes, sir. It says...
Isaiah 25 and 7.
It's like I turned the page.
That's all right.
Yep, 25 and 7. It says, and he will destroy in the mountain...
In this mountain,
the face of the covering cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations.
Because all nations today, unless they're on the top, all nations today don't know who they are.
That's right.
But these nations today, some of them, a major part of them, know that the people that are here in this side of the world that were here before the Spaniards or anybody else came over here and the Europeans came over here, they know that they're Israelites. Right. And they're not telling the world that. They're hiding that. You had a scripture, brother? No, matter of fact, let this brother, you could bring it out since you got it. Job 13 and 4. Real quick, and then you can bring out the other scripture you're bringing out.
Okay, cut.
Job 13 and 4. You can bring it out.
Oh, Job 13 and 4?
Yeah, he got
okay, yeah. All right, Job.
You're almost right there.
Job 13 and 4. Right? It says this.
That's why you can't let the white man tell the tale. Because you know why? There's a saying, you know, a quote by Voltaire, who was a historian and whatever else he was involved in. He said this, he said, history is the lie commonly agreed upon.
Right.
So in other words, when a nation takes down another nation, if they're not a righteous nation, they're going to distort history.
Right. Yeah. Lie.
And they're going to bring out lies. And it also says that in the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, that they would take all history that was detrimental to themselves and push it to the side, and anything that made the so-called heathens, as they call them, the goyim, look bad, they would push it out.
Now, if I may
You gotta
say
read
this,
that, you know, make your point.
if I may say this, now with that being said, that's why back in Isaiah 28, the Lord wrote this thing in a mystery, line upon line, here a little and there a little.
That's right. That's right.
Because that's what they do. In other words, they try to hide stuff and make up their own history. So this being as a mystery, they put it out there because it was as a mystery, and a lot of people, believe it or not, they didn't understand it. But the Lord knew that he was going to wake us up and bring out this mystery in the last days. So that's why we able to break this thing down and reveal the true history and not lies that were agreed upon.
Yeah, because those lines, line upon line, here a little, they got to come out and they got to link up the right way.
Yeah, like a puzzle.
Like a puzzle.
Yeah.
Because if you could have 1,000 pieces to a puzzle, and you could just put stuff together with the puzzle, and it might fit certain places, but if the puzzle ain't put right, it ain't gonna fit together. And that's what the spirit of YAHAWASHI has us doing, taking the pieces of the puzzle and putting them together the right way, the way the white man don't want you to see them.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So read that, brother.
That's right. Now this is Job 13:4. It said, "But ye are forgers of lies. Ye are all physicians of no value."
Boom. That's it. You are forgers of lies. You are all physicians of no value. Basically, whatever you say is a forgery. It's a lie. It's something that you made up. Why? Because the main purpose and intent of you so-called white people was to lie. Matter of fact, somebody get real quick Revelation 12, I believe it starts either at 14 or 15, about the flood. Your main motivation and your main thing that you did was you pushed lies.
That's right.
And the reason why you pushed those lies, because you figured, see, you so-called white people, especially beginning with you so-called Jews, you so-called elites of this society, you think that just because you push out enough lies, that is enough to push away the truth.
Right.
And it's not like that, because the truth is like a buoy. Now a buoy floats on top of the water, right? Now you can put a weight on the buoy and sink it down, or you can push the buoy down and hold it down, but eventually what happens? Once that anchor or them lies get off of it, or that weight gets off of it, it's going to pop right back up to the top or to the surface. And that's what's happening right now. Matter of fact, somebody get the Apocrypha. While you read that, I'm see if I can find that.
Right, this Revelation goes straight to the point. 12 and 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman.
Right, so the serpent, which was who? The Romans, the so-called white man Esau,
The Greek Empire.
the Greek Empire, coming up to date to the Spanish Empire, you know, the so-called British, you know, the French, you know, and all those different empires that came up that were Edomite empires, they push out waters which were lies after the woman. And that's why today you have the belief, even to this day, 2012, almost 2013, you have the belief among certain people that that Yahawashi or Jesus Christ, that as the world calls him, is still a white man. That's why, because they pushed that water out like a flood. That flood came out like it was gushing out. Right. And you know, if you got something that's gushing out, it's going to take you. You're going to be pushed downstream with it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, but the Lord gave us the ability to see through those lies and through that flood, and to be able to swim uphill. You know, with the truth. You know. And that's how the truth is. It's going to keep coming at you. No matter how much you try to swat it away, it's going to keep coming at you. And you can't stop it. So go ahead, brother.
Right. It says, and the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
Right. That he may cause her, what? The woman, which is who? Israel, to be carried away of that flood. And to a certain degree or a certain extent, the majority of our people have been carried away with that flood. Look at them today. Even to this very day, you have jakes out there that's all into Islam. You have Jakes out there that's all into Roman Catholicism. You have Jakes out there that's all into the Baptists, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Jehovah's Witness, and all different other 5%er, and any other type of religion that's out there. You would best believe you will have an Israelite that's in there worshiping that, because the scriptures say what? That they will worship gods, even new gods that have newly come up.
Right.
So whatever is out there to be worshipped, Jake will be there to worship it. So you best believe that.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Is that it on that, brother?
Yep.
All right. So get 2nd Ezra. I got it right here if you want to read it here. 2nd Ezra 6 and 27 and 28.
Right. Second Ezra.
Everything else good, you know.
Second Ezra chapter 6 verse 28. As for faith, it shall flourish. Corruption shall be overcome.
That's what's happening right now. Corruption is being overcome. Go ahead.
And the truth, which have been so long without fruit.
Right. Who the Israelites are.
Right.
Who the Lord died for.
That's right.
You know, and all of the truth that pertains to Israel. Go ahead.
It says,
and read it again. The truth.
as for faith, it shall flourish. Corruption shall be overcome.
Yep.
And the truth, which have been so long without fruit.
Yep.
Shall be declared.
Shall be declared. What does the word declare mean? De or de is of, and clear, claret or clear. Of, clear, to be made clear. So the truth is being made clear, and all the lies are being squashed down. And that's what's happening, man. You know? And you know what? You know, the beautiful thing is the truth is already out. But more and more as each day goes by, the Lord is sealing up more and more the elect and who the tribes are. Because it happened back then. Because when Abba Bivens was on the scene, I was amazed when I heard it. Because I wasn't around when Abba was around, you know. But I've heard like tapes about him. I've heard the man. I heard that the man was a great speaker. The man was a great man of the Lord. He was all about YAHAWASHI, YAHAWASHI. You know, and when he was speaking, there were times when he would speak to Jake out there and break it down and, you know, tell them they got to come back to the Lord. And then there was one particular speaking that he was saying, you know, you so-called Negroes, you Puerto Ricans and blah. So he was breaking it down. You know, he said that you white people, you the Edomites, and you so-called Negroes, you Puerto Ricans, you West Indians, you know. He said you the Israelites. But he just didn't know what tribe each one of those peoples belonged to.
Right.
You know? But then the Spirit got on Elder Ariah, which came up, which is a contemporary with the man, that read for the man, that was pushed out there to speak by the man through the Spirit of YAHAWASHI, YAHAWASHI, and the Lord gave him the revelation of the tribes and which one pertained to Ephraim and Judah and Benjamin and Levi and Simeon and Zebulon and Issachar. And then he tied it in with the scriptures as to each characteristic of these different tribes.
And that's something that you monkeys out there will never be able to understand, because the scriptures speak about being spiritual. How the carnal man can't receive the things of the Spirit.
That's right.
Because they are spiritually discerned.
That's right.
So you carnal niggas, you ain't gonna get it. That's why you always bumping your head. How you gonna say that Zebulon is this and that Benjamin means this and then this is that? Because you're carnal men.
Yep.
And you can't understand the things of the Spirit. And all you niggas can say out your mouth is all the Israelites have to be from sub-Saharan Africa, because you read a passage in the book
what was it, Zephaniah?
Zephaniah, but they read a passage basically out of this book, which is called Hebrewisms of West Africa by Joseph J. Williams.
Boom.
Yeah. But there's even parts in here which I have to find it where he makes mention of the Mexicans being Israelites.
Yeah.
But I have to find it.
But you know what? You know, you find it, brother. Let me know. We'll make a copy of it. We'll put it up. But you know what? That's even more information to come out.
Yep, that's right.
You know, and that's the point. See, the point is you guys are ignorant. You know, you're just stuck on stupid.
Yep.
You know, you have this belief that, all right, you know, like in the movie, what was that, Jungle Fever? You know, Flipper and Gator, you know, their father, you know, the preacher, he made comments, and he said, you know, you have the octoroons and the quadroons and the septunes and the septitunes and the calicoons or whatever.
Right.
You know, so those are different shades of black people, you know? And you guys out there, if you just a shade too light from that, then you're not an Israelite.
Yeah, that's how you monkeys think.
You are stupid, man. You're stupid. You know, because if Israel is scattered among these nations and they mix themselves with those nations, all of Israel is not going to look the same in these last days.
Common sense.
Common sense.
Yep.
You know? So you got something, brother? Bring that out.
It's 1 Corinthians chapter 2, and I'm going to start at verse 12. Now we have received not the spirit of the world,
right,
but the spirit which is of the Most High,
that's right,
that we might know the things that are freely given to us of the Most High.
That's right. And basically, you know what that, what that goes back to? Like them Jews in Jerusalem, they weren't accepting the Israelites outside of Jerusalem because they were saying, you're heathens.
Right.
The Most High ain't dealing with you no more. And that's the same spirit you guys got on today, to this day. You know?
That's right.
They said Paul was bringing in heathens to the temple. That's the same spirit y'all got. You know, because y'all say that, that brothers in GMS, that they're mamzers and they're this and they're that and they're mixed seeds and all this bullshit. You ain't doing nothing different than what was going on back then in Jerusalem.
That's right.
That's right.
Go ahead, brother.
Which things also we speak, not in the words which man's wisdom teacheth.
That's right.
But which the Holy Spirit teacheth.
Right, which the Holy Spirit teacheth.
Comparing spiritual things with spiritual.
So now what does it mean to compare? I would love to hear one of them clowns break that down. One of you clowns that claim that only black men or black people are Israelites. I would love to hear you break that down, comparing spiritual things with spiritual. What does that mean? I'm going to break it down for you because I know you faggots can't break it down. Basically, what spiritual things mean, the Bible is spiritual.
That's right.
So how do you break down spiritual things with spiritual things? You take what's in the Bible and you find out what's going on, among these people today, and you compare the two.
Right, like, if I may say, like what we've been bringing out in these series, which you dumbass niggas are making weak-ass videos trying to come against us, all right? But basically, how we read the information, the article, that the account that, his name, whatever his name was,
Kingsborough,
that he had about the different tribes, how they were doing certain customs that were the same customs that were found in the records of Israel that the Israelites and the Jews were doing. So we compare spiritual and the spirit. Like, look, that's the Israelites because what? The things that they were doing that was recorded about them, they were doing it back in Israel. It goes back to Israel. Fringes, guess what? That's in the law and the scriptures. So that's comparing spiritual things with the spiritual
things.
Which
basically that's what we're saying. And you know what? That's what the scriptures say, that the spirit beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of the Most High. Right. Based off of what? Not based off of because you got the so-called Jews. They call themselves Jews. Right. They wear yarmulkes on their head. Well, I don't know where the fuck they got that custom from. They wear the zitzes on the side of their thing, on the side of their clothes. They wear all black. We don't know where the fuck they got that from. So people look at that and say, oh, they got to be the people of God because look at the way they dress, look at the way they carry themselves. And they say that they've been persecuted. They ain't been persecuted. And you people out there, you guys out there, you don't know how to discern shit from Shinola. Is there more to that, brother? Okay.
Verse 14. But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of the Most High, for they are foolishness unto him.
And basically, when you guys say that, the Latin tribes or the Native American Indian tribes, the Hispanics, they're not Israelites, when you say that because this is foolishness to you, because you can't receive things of the Spirit.
I got something of the Spirit right now.
Let me just read.
Just let him hit that one point and bring that out.
It says, neither can he know them because they are spiritually discerned.
Because they are spiritually discerned. So smarten up. Smarten up.
That's right.
Go ahead, brother.
Now, this is from a book called The Medieval Empire of the Israelites, right? Now, it says this here. Now, this is an example of what Elder Aram Labin Menatazai was talking about. Page 28. It says Ecuador. As regards the South American Indians and their possible relationship.
And there wasn't charcoal black. Okay, just I have to throw that out there because you got to make that point.
Well, this is what they look like right there.
You go, hold on. Let me see. Okay.
That's what some of them Indians look like.
All right. Okay. Got that?
Black.
Let me get it right. There you go. There you go, brother.
Right. They're wearing charcoal black.
That's right. I got that. Let me get that.
I'll just
Okay. All right.
sit that right there. And it says here, as regards the South American Indians and their possible relationship to the lost tribes of Israel, an article was published in the Israeli newspaper Ma'ariv, December 1974, with the following content. In 1587, the Jesuit Nicholas Deltza was sent to South America by the King of Spain for missionary purposes to convert the Indians to Christianity in Argentina. Nicholas discovered a people who bore Jewish names, namely Abraham, David, Moses, and so forth.
Wow.
To the question about whether they were circumcised, these people answered thus: yes, just like our ancestors.
What ancestors? Come on, man.
Abraham, David, and Moses.
Come on, man. Is there more?
It says, yes, just like our ancestors. In this same region were found stone knives used for circumcision. Sharpened stone knives are mentioned also in the Bible as special instruments for completion of the rite of circumcision. An Argentine tribe.
That's Argentina for you assholes out there.
Yeah.
Argentina, which it was called Argentina because it comes from the word silver. Because they found a lot of silver down there. That's why they called it Argentina.
Right.
Who's down there? Israelites, so-called Indians. Go ahead, brother.
It says,
Tribe of Naphtali, that's right.
an Argentine tribe where a stone slab with 3 commandments was found causes no less interest. Do not steal, do not lie, do not kill. One may assume that these commandments are from the Old Testament and that they appear...
Yeah. What you mean assume? You goddamn right. Where else they come from? Where else they come from, man?
Who else said that?
And I thought they were savages.
Yeah.
A savage doesn't think like that.
Well, first of all, a savage is not going to greet you warmly.
Nope.
A savage is not going to go out there and see that your boat is sinking and take all your stuff off of it and bring it to the shore and make sure that the men that are around it, you know, make sure that everything is in the proper order and give it to you. They're not going to be pleasant, you know. And when them bastards came over here, all the people that they ran across were pleasant. The ones that wasn't pleasant to them were the ones that by the time they had came over here and did this dirt that they were doing, then they started saying, you know what, man, fuck these motherfuckers, man. We're gonna take them out. That's why there were certain ones of you bastards that our people drowned, that our people were fucking up and killing them and making raids on you. Why? Then they say, well, those are savages. No, but you wasn't savages when you came over here.
Right.
You was the epitome of what peace is all about. You were the ones that like I said before in the studio show with Elder Tahar, you fucking Edomites, man, you bring out the worst out of people, man. You bring out the fucking worst out of people, man. You motherfuckers. Go ahead, man.
And it says, to further go on, it says an Argentine
Hey, because
tribe.
you know what, man, you do get mad because you think about the fucking audacity of these fucking Edomites, man. These fucking honkies. It's like it's imaginable the shit that these motherfuckers say. It's like they have a nerve now to get mad because shit is turning against them now. All these years that they've been in America, they've been living it up lovely, you know. But then now because the tables are turning and they're not getting what they used to get, now all of a sudden, oh, this is racism, you know, because affirmative action, you know, that's not right. Motherfucker, are you crazy? Go ahead, brother.
Yes, they are. Right. It says an Argentine tribe where a stone slab with 3 commandments was found causes no less interest. Do not steal, do not lie, do not kill. One may assume that these commandments are from the Old Testament and that they appeared in these lands before the arrival of the Spaniards.
See? Before the arrival of the Spaniards. Go ahead.
In 1974, in this very same region, were found round stone slabs with menorahs, 7-pointed candlesticks on them.
7-pointed, not like you fucking so-called Jews with the 9-pointed candlesticks. 7.
The right way.
The right way, the way the white men don't want you to say. Because when you go, I believe it was Exodus the 25th chapter, it says you're going to have a candelabra or a candle that's coming straight up, and it has 6 prongs coming out of it, which makes 7. All right? That's the menorah, not the 9. And you know why they do that? Because just in case, you know, Jake start waking up. Oh, I found out I'm an Israelite. So, and then when you go to the store, the majority of menorahs you're gonna find are the ones with the 9 prongs, because they know that that's off.
Yep.
I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead, man.
Is it true?
It says in 1974,
I'm ready to start.
in this very same region were found round stone slabs with menorahs, 7-pointed candlesticks on them. Along the sides of these menorahs, in the Aramaic language, was the inscription Passover. The Aramaic language.
Oh, hold up. The inscription of Passover.
Pesach.
Now, what role would the Israelites that were here play as far as the Passover is concerned? They would play the part of a stranger. Why? Because they were strangers to the land of Jerusalem, and they couldn't go back to Jerusalem. But that's another lesson. Go ahead, bro.
And the thing is that you, like the brother said, you ain't gonna have no other nations, Moabites or whatever, doing these things unless they trying to call themselves following Esau, right? Which is Judaism, right? Which is not the scripture. That's not the truth.
Right.
That's bullshit. That's some religious shit that they created. You ain't gonna find the other nations doing it. They were doing this thing naturally.
Right.
Naturally.
That's right.
It was in their spirit to do these things. Not that they had to go to a synagogue and try to learn somebody. They were doing it naturally because they were the people of the Lord that was doing it back then. And basically, you fucking motherfuckers, you lousy ass excuses of a nigga, of human beings. The Most High. That's why you ain't doing nothing, man. All you doing is making stupid little counterattacks that hold no weight. All right, you're being demonic, okay? Because you're not going out there teaching that. Show me you guys going into that on the streets in the public. Right. The same gospel we teaching you brothers right now. Yep. We'll go out right out there on the street corners and teach it.
And on the way to the camp.
And on the way to the camps. And you brothers know we stand by the gospel that the Lord gave us, man. This word is truth. That's right. So show me you niggas doing that, man. Other than making some bullshit little videos trying to counteract us, because why? Most of you guys been paid off to try to put out this information.
Right, that's right.
But let me tell you this, man. Let me say what the scriptures say. YAHAWASHI said there's none lost.
That's right.
Save the son of perdition.
And what you guys represent, the son of perdition.
Con. So you ain't gonna, the elect is not gonna be deceived. You got brothers, and you're gonna see more brothers coming up with more videos. Like you had the brothers in Chicago, they touched this subject a little while ago. Yep. You got brothers up there in Toronto, the brothers the brothers in Holland. You got the brothers out there in Texas, them brothers, right?
Yeah, all the brothers from
brothers is touching this thing, man. Because you ain't running that bullshit on them, man. Them brothers is sound in the faith, bro.
And you know what? That's the spirit. Because a matter of fact, I just read a comment from the brother. I believe it was a brother in South Carolina, GMS Rooted and Built. His page is GMS Rooted and Built 3. And he was cursing them niggas out, and it was all capital letters. Now when you write something, well, these niggas, they write in capital letters because they're retarded. But when a brother writes in all capital letters, brother in GMS writes in all capital letters, that's because they're upset and pissed off with you motherfuckers, and they're fed up with your bullshit. And he basically said, you know what, there's going to be all kind of videos coming out now of the Native American Indians and all these tribes being Israelites. That's beautiful, man. You know, y'all brothers, you can flood these devils with that information because you know what, it's that time. All right? For what? It's 2012, since 1960 going on what? 1969, which is about 1970, 30, over 40 years, the word has been going out. And the main people that was being gathered was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and some of the other Latin tribes that were in the area. Now it's time to gather the rest of Israel from around the world. That's why, beginning with Elder Tahar, Elder Gabar, Elder Rakai, and other elders, the spirit has been now that you're going to have Israelites out there that look like the other nations, but they're Israelites. And then further on down the road, there's going to be the brother that's going to make videos that's showing that the so-called natives of this land are Israelites also. You know, so you brother, whatever information you got, man, you have that right away to go forward with it and push it out and bring out all this information and flood these devils with the right information.
Right, don't hold back, man. Right, don't hold back.
The way that the white men don't want you to do.
That's right. Was that it on that, brother?
That's it.
All right.
Back in here
and then we, if you got more, bring it out, and then finish this up. We want to finish this up, and then any other information you brothers got, bring it out, man.
It says in 1974, In this very same region were found round stone slabs with menorahs, 7-pointed candlesticks on them. Along the sides of these menorahs in the Aramaic language was the inscription Passover. The Aramaic language, we recall, is a language of ancient Israel. Alongside the slab was found a long stone in a shape which resembles a brick with an engraving of a ship, the emblem of the Zebulon tribe, and with engraved words Zipporah, the name of Moses' wife, and perhaps the name of the ship. Does this mean that the Jews sailed here on a ship? Scientists think that the stone is nearly 3,000 years old, which would make sense, because going back 3,000 years
Right.
would be going back roughly to about the time of
During the time when the Syrian
came,
captivity
right,
was going on. And now notice they said, because they keep
said
using the
nearly
word Jew.
3,000.
It said it keeps saying nearly it keeps saying the word Jew, because these devils don't understand the difference between Jew or the Judites or the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, which represents the other 10 tribes. So it says Zebulon. Now, was Zebulon a part of the southern kingdom? No. Was Zebulon a part of the kingdom of Judah? No.
No.
They were part of the southern kingdom, I mean the northern kingdom, which was the kingdom of Israel. And it spoke about a ship. Why? Because when they left the land of Assyria, they came over here to the Americas on ships.
Yep.
And Zebulon today is the main port of ships, which is Central America, beginning with Guatemala all the way down to Panama.
Panama.
And in that land, what you faggots don't like to accept, which I did a lesson on that, on the borders of Zidon, you have Zidonians that left relics over here, which were the Olmecs, and they have their big Negro heads that they left over here when they came over here to bring back goods to King Solomon.
Right.
And they left their stones mainly through Central America. Why? I mean, that's spiritual in itself.
Right.
Why didn't they go into the mainland of America and leave it there, or down into South America and leave it there? Which they probably left a couple of relics here and there.
Right.
But the main relics they left was what they called the Olmec lands. What are the Olmec lands? The lands of Central America, which were the Zidonians, which is the borders of Zidon, because they claimed that as a border. Assholes.
Which is right, because back then they didn't believe the world was flat.
Right.
You fucking
Contrary
assholes.
to popular
Contrary
belief.
to popular belief. They knew that about this uninhabited earth. But now they would come over here and they would find certain things or whatever, mainly the Canaanites.
They would get raw materials to beautify Jerusalem.
Right. Which that was going back during the time of Solomon. Right? But now the first people to actually inhabit that land were the tribes, Israel. They came here for that purpose. And guess what? With that lets you know they knew who they were.
That's right.
They knew about the different tribes. You know, Esau came like he did in anything and everything else. He came
and distorted
and distorted all of that information. The tribes knew who they were. If you're able to talk to a lot of the tribes that are up in the mountains, because what happened was a lot of the Indian tribes such as Zebulon, which Esau came in against them just like it came in against Gad. And what happened was a lot of them fled into the mountains in certain obscurity. All right, they got the hell out of Dodge. But now if you're able to talk to some of them or whatever, they'll explain to you their history, and then you'll see the resemblance. Basically what the brother's bringing out in this book about how they tied into the tribes of the nation of Israel.
That's it.
All right.
So bring that out, brother, real quick.
It says, Luke 8:17. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest.
Right. Nothing is secret. Go ahead, bro.
Yep, slack it, because everything is for its time. See, we had to go, like the scriptures say that Paul wrote in Thessalonians, that time should not come except there be a falling away first. Meaning, in other words, Judah had to fall, go into captivity. The other nations, the other tribes, Slakia, which was the northern kingdom, they had to come over to this land. They had to be conquered by Esau. All right, they had to, like the scriptures say, they had to discontinue from their heritage, which a lot of you assholes don't know about that. That all had to happen. But now it's the time where what? Where now everything is being brought back in, because, like the brother mentioned, the thing of the buoy effect.
Yep.
You can only push a buoy down for so long. A buoy is always going to rise to the top.
That's right.
So that's the same thing. There's truth and there's knowledge and there's information, man. The Lord the truth is always going to come right back and surface, man. And that's why, like he said, the brother said that there's going to be more videos proving that God and the other tribes or the Israelites or the Indian tribes.
It's time for the so-called Latin tribe, Native American Indian tribes to wake up.
And that's why now all of a sudden you never had these devils, these Edomites, which control the media. Now all of a sudden they want to try to put this information out about the different tribes of Israel and try to put it onto these other nations.
Yeah, that happened. That happened after they heard about the
Exactly.
because this truth about the tribes was going back to 1969 with Abba Bivens, and then after Abba Bivens passed, then it was the torch was passed on to King Masha, Elder Ariah, Elder 𤁄𤐄𤅄𝐻, and the men that was there, on down the line to Elder Tahar, you know, and the men that you see today, you know. So prior to that, they wasn't trying to bring out, oh well, this people over here, they're of the tribes of Israel. These people over there, that didn't happen, I believe, till like the 90s.
Really?
National Geographic, and these assholes, the same assholes that say that we use Esau's research to bring out information, they use information that these gutter rats, so-called Jews, bring out to try to prove their point. Because the so-called Jews, they had a rabbi, you know, because these devils, they took one of the last videos that we did on this issue, and what they did was they put them up, and they had a so-called rabbi, a gutter rat with a big ass beard, and the so-called naked archaeologist, which is nothing but another gutter rat without a beard or a short beard. And what they did was they said, okay, well, you know, these people over here in China, they're keeping these customs of the Israelites. You know why? Because them so-called Jews, they're gonna put out disinformation out there. Now those people are not Israelites, you know, and they putting that information out there because of the fact that they're trying to get people that are waking up to who the Israelites are to go and follow that bullshit. Right. And these niggas put that out to try to prove that, well, you know, the Gooks are the Gooks are the Native Americans because the Gooks were keeping the custom and the tradition. That was something that was set up by the so-called white man. And let's say it wasn't set up by them gutter rats. A lot of them are Israelites that were keeping the customs, and that's the point we made in the lesson that we did, that some of them people that's keeping the customs of Israel are Israelites. Some of them were doing it because the gutter rats were going around and pushing it. Now if they were, and if the line goes back before that, that's because some of them are Israelites, because you had Israelites that were scattered among all these nations.
That's right. That's right.
So get your fucking facts right, you faggot. You got any more, brother? Give me a Daniel. Matter of fact, read Luke 8:17 again, and get Daniel 2 and 28.
I got Luke 8:17 right here. It says, for nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
And that's why this information is coming up. This is not something that we made up. This is something that's in the records. You know, it's in the history. And for the longest time, it was being suppressed by the white man. The same people that wrote about it, they were suppressing it. The same people that came over here and witnessed these things were suppressing it. Why? Because they didn't want the world to know that these people are Israelites. But you know what? Doesn't matter, because it's still, the truth is pure. The truth has nothing holding it down. There's no weights on the truth. And the truth is always being pushed to the top. Man, and it's going to float to the top of the water.
I got something else for you in this book.
You know what? Let him read this real quick, and then you can bring that out.
Daniel chapter 2 verse 22.
28.
28. Okay, cunt. 28. Can I read 22 and then jump?
Okay, yeah.
It says, he revealeth the deep and secret things. He knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth with him.
Because anything that's being secret, the Most High knows. I don't give a fuck how dark it is in that room. You can't see your hand in front of your face. Whatever you're doing in that room is going to be brought to the surface. That's why all this information is coming out now. Because for the longest it was being hid. But now it's coming out to the light. Go ahead.
28. But there is a power in heaven that revealeth secrets.
There is a power in heaven that revealeth secrets. That's why these things are coming out. Because prior to the 60 to 69, 70 around there, the majority of Israelites didn't know that they were Israelites. We just all thought that we were just whatever. You know, we were just Indians, you know, Boricua, Taino Indians or whatever, Seminole Indians, Native American Indian, whatever, Muskogees, Black, Haitian, West Indian. Our people all thought that that's what they were. But after a certain period of time, the Most High revealed those secrets. Go ahead.
Right. But there is a power in heaven that revealeth secrets and maketh known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what should be in the latter days.
In the latter days. No, and that was speaking about in the latter days of Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom. But in today's lesson, because the scriptures say what? The things that were written aforetime was written for our learning. So there is a power in heaven that revealeth secrets. And that's why these secrets are coming out now. You got some other...
Well, on what you were saying earlier when you said about them, how they were saying that the Gadites and different tribes in the Americas are Chinese and this and that bullshit. Now, James Adair says this in History of the American Indian by James Adair, page 73 and 74. Some have supposed the Americans, talking about the American Indians, to be descent from the Chinese, but neither their religion, laws, customs, and etc. agree in the least with those of the Chinese.
Did you hear that, bitch?
The customs of the Native American Indians.
Read that again, my brother.
Okay, I'm gonna read it again. Page 73 here at the bottom. Some have supposed the Americans. Some have supposed the Americans to be descended from the Chinese, but neither their religion, laws, customs, etc. agree in the least with those of the Chinese.
Did you hear that, bitch?
Which sufficiently proves they are not of that line. Besides, as our best ships now are almost half a year in sailing to China, or from thence to Europe, it is very unlikely they should attempt such dangerous discoveries in early time, with their supposed small vessels against rapid currents.
Right. That was before, prior to the 1400s. That was it's talking about going way back during the time when the Israelites came over here to the side of the world around 724 BC or 720 BC in that era. Because when you bring it up to the 1400s, the Chinese had a major shipping industry, and they had certain ships that were able to sail the seas, right, and to be able to withstand all the storms and the hurricanes and tornadoes and the monsoons that were brought, and they were able to come over to the side of the world. That's why in 1421 there's an actual map, a Chinese map of the so-called Americas, because they came over to the side of the world and they made a map. But prior to that, they didn't have the means to come over here. Now you might say, well, what about the Israelites? How did they come over here? Well, first of all, the Israelites that were in the land of Syria, they already knew about King Solomon's navy. They already knew about the Sidonians. They already knew how they built their ships. So the ships that they built, even if they were small or a little larger or just not fit to make it to the side of the world, the Lord said what? That he held back the storms and the floods so that they can pass to the side of the world. Why? To fulfill the prophecies of the Most High.
Right.
That's why.
Got some more for you.
Go ahead, brother.
It says, this is dealing with, it says, in early time, it's talking about the question if the Chinese in early times, basically back in 700 something BC, were able to sail this way. In early times, with their supposed small vessels against rapid currents and in dark and sickly monsoons, especially as it were very probable they were unacquainted with the use of the lodestone to direct their course. Talking about the early Chinese. They weren't acquainted with something called the lodestone, which was used as a weight on the boat so you can navigate the boat through, rigorous and treacherous waters. It says China is about 8,000 miles distant from the American continent, which is twice as far across the Atlantic Ocean. We are not informed by any ancient writer of their maritime skill, or so much as any inclination that way besides. Small coasting voyages, the winds blow likewise with a little variation from east to west.
Them waters are treacherous. That's
right.
why. What do you think Paul told them people that were trying to leave that island? He said, look, just stay, let's winter here, because it's going to be rough waters. And what they do, they ain't listen. And what happened to that ship? That ship got jacked up and beat down. Why? And that was just in the Mediterranean Sea. Yep. So imagine in the open sea of an ocean like the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean or something like that.
Be with you.
The Most High, YAHAWASHI, got to be with you for you to cross that.
That's right.
So the scriptures specifically say that the Lord held back those floods and those winds and that storm so that they can get to their passage can be over here safely. Why? Because the Lord had a purpose for these people in the last days.
Right. That purpose in the last days. As a matter of fact, a movie Hollywood made called The Perfect Storm, starring
That's right.
George Clooney and this other guy, I forget the other guy's name.
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg. And in the movie, they were sailing, they were Gloucestermen, they were sailing trying to find the big fish to come back and set the market. So he said, look, we're gonna sail around the Horn. And the guy said, whoa, a lot of bad weather. The Horn? Because you got the Horn of South America and you got the Horn of Africa, where the worst weather conditions on the planet exist. Like in the movie The Perfect Storm. So there's no way. And Jake came under the Horn of Africa. Coming through the Euphrates, they sailed under the Horn of Africa and then came into the Americas through there. And they came to the Americas through there. Now James Adair is telling you in here, James Adair is telling you that about the pattern that how the winds blow. He's telling you about the patterns of how the winds blow, James Adair, that there was no way in hell that the Chinese could have came from China down here to the Americas back at that time. Right. And I'm gonna read it again. It says China is about 8,000 miles distant from the American continent, which is twice as far across the Atlantic Ocean. And we are not informed by any ancient writer of their maritime skill or so much as any inclination that way besides. Small coasting voyages. The winds blow likewise within little variation from east to west, within the latitudes of 30-odd north and south. And therefore they could not have driven them on the American coast, it lying directly contrary to such a course. And that's what James Adair says. That's right. History of the American Indians. So now we're going to go back into this, what's this guy, Kingsborough?
Yeah, Lord Kingsborough. Yeah.
Lord Kingsborough. Now it says the words of Las Casas lo que la tua manifestum te face. Your speech betrays you in reference to the Mexicans or some other tribe of Indians whom he took to be real Jews.
Right, because they were speaking
page 332.
Because they were speaking Hebrew, guy.
Original Indian traditions record that the province of Guatemala was in early ages colonized by the Jews who assumed the names Toltecas and established a powerful monarchy in that district of America. Volume 8, page 9.
Which were Israelites, which are those Aztec and Mayan Indians, Incas, or whatever type of Indians was in that region. Okay?
It says Sahagún's history of New Spain does certainly contain many metaphors and figures of speech evidently derived from the scriptures and which unequivocally prove the existence in former ages at least of the Hebrew language in America.
Right, because
Volume 8, page 163.
Because when they came over to the side of the world, the so-called indigenous people, they were speaking the language and they were leaving certain relics of themselves. But then after a certain period of time, they lost it. Go ahead.
Columbus brought Hebrew interpreters with him. Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, Ronald Sanders, pages 92 and 93.
So read that real quick.
As a matter of fact, I got it right here.
I got the thing right here.
Oh, you got the page right there?
Yep, we got the page. All right, I'm going to read right to the point. It says, we do not know much concerning Columbus's crew of about 90 men aboard 3 ships, but at least one of them was an Israelite whose presence as such was not merely accidental. This was Luis de Torres, a convert of possibly only that year, who had once held a position with the governor of Murcia. He was said to have known Hebrew, Aramaic, and some Arabic, and had been brought along by Columbus specifically as an interpreter.
He was brought he what? What? Read that part again.
He said, and he had been brought along by Columbus specifically as an interpreter.
So the purpose of Luis de Torres to being brought over here was specifically to be an interpreter, because this devil knew where he was going. Don't listen to that bullshit in history that tells you that Columbus was looking for another route to India. That's the same bullshit that they teach you that Columbus discovered America. That's another fucking lie. So he wasn't coming this route to seek another route to India. He was coming over here because he knew that this land existed and the Hebrew Israelites were over here. That's why he quoted scriptures out of the Apocrypha in that movie 1492 or Conquest 1492 or whatever the hell the name of that movie is.
14 something, yeah. It says, one of the purposes of the voyage, as we have seen, was to find the great Khan,
which is a goddamn lie, because he's trying to say the great Khan of like in the land of India. Go ahead.
And Torres was to be the mouth peace for this encounter, presumably on the basis of his Hebrew. Perhaps Columbus and his supporters had decided that the Great Khan, reported on by Marco Polo and others, might be the Israelite king who dwelt across the river from Prester John.
Right, so they basically throw their bullshit in there, but the truth is that the reason why Columbus brought a Hebrew interpreter with him was for the purpose of communicating with the people that were here. And that's why certain other European sources say that, like for instance, in the land of Hispaniola, among the so-called Dominicans, it's when they encountered them, they were speaking Hebrew. When Montesinos in Lost Tribes of Promised Land, you know the story a little better than I do.
Got it there.
All right, bring it out.
Okay, matter of fact, I'll get it.
So Montesinos, when he came over here, he met a guide, an Indian guide, in the mountains of Quito, which is down in Ecuador.
Mount Quito.
Right, Mount Quito, which the guide's name was Francisco. He was one of them so-called he was one of them Indian tribes, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and when he was down there, he told Montesinos about the certain tribes that were calling themselves Israelites, that spoke the Hebrew language, and that there were certain people within that region that were Israelites. You got it yet, brother?
Yeah, it says Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, chapter 30, page 363. In September 1644, a Portuguese Marano named Antonio de Montesinos arrived in Amsterdam after having lived for some years in South America, and proceeded to tell the leaders of the recently established Jewish community there a story that caused them to think of him as a latter-day Eldad, the Danite. 2.5 years before, he told them, while traveling in the wild mountains of Quito, he had heard some of his Indian guides remark that the natives of that country deserved all the suffering they had undergone at the hands of the Spaniards, when he asked them to explain why they thought such a thing. They had replied mysteriously that it was because we so badly treated a holy people, the greatest in the world. Nothing more had been offered by them on this point, but later in some conversation, Francisco, one of the Indian guides, had declared that his countrymen would be avenged upon the Spaniards in time anyway, by means of a people now hidden. The two references apparently were to the same people, but Montesinos, not seeing their full meaning in that moment, had put the whole matter out of his mind for the time being. Now I'm gonna just go to the point.
Yeah, go to the point, yep.
It says, let me see.
The part where he was speaking to them.
Right, where he was speaking to the
Indians. I got it right here. When they came in a canoe, the three Reubenites came in a canoe.
Yep. It's here. Let me see. I'm trying to get it to start exactly.
Yeah, because basically what happened was there was three so-called Indians, Reubenites, so-called Seminole Indians that rolled up and spoke to.
I got it right here.
You got it? Bring it out.
It says, it's talking about while they were traveling. It says, waving a banner high in the air, the Indian guide soon was greeted by a puff of smoke far beyond the other bank of the river. In response to his signal, the two men waited. Eventually a canoe appeared bearing 3 men and a woman, all of them Indians, to the place where Francisco and Montesinos were standing at the water's edge. It says, the woman got off and spoke to Francisco in an Indian tongue that Montesinos could not understand, although he could perceive that he was being identified in the conversation. She then turned to her male companions to explain the situation. Upon hearing her words, they rose, went over to Montesinos, and to his utter astonishment said, Shema YASHARAHLA, Shema YASHARAHLA Adonai, Alahayanawa Adonai, Akkad.
Right, in other words, Shema YASHARAHLA Yahawah, Alahayanawa Yahawah Akkad. Shema is, O Israel, the Lord our power is one. And that was something that was being said among Israel. Okay? That's why he said to his utter astonishment, he was taken aback. He said, how these people talking this lingo that, how the hell did they know to speak about that?
Yep.
Why? Because they were Israelites. Okay.
It says they had recited in Hebrew the fundamental credo of Judaism. A brief conversation then ensued in their common ancestral tongue, according to Montesinos, whose fluency in it is almost as perplexing to the reader as his narrative, as is that of his 3 mysterious new companions. They told him that they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby.
They told him they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph lived not too long. That was what? The island of Puerto Rico. You know? And the reason why the Hebrew language that he spoke, and when he wrote it down in dialect, was so perplexing to the reader, was because they didn't understand the Lashawan Kodash. So they were speaking the actual Lashawan Kodash. So some Israelites that were here kept the actual language and they continued it. But some, you know how Jake is, sometimes Jake will learn the language and then they'll put slang into it, you know, and then by the time you come back to it and listen to it, and they trying to talk to you about certain things, and you might know the language, you know, and then you'd be like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? You know, but that's just the lingo that they built up. But these particular Israelites, they kept their language pure. And Luis de Torres, which was the interpreter, he knew exactly what language they were speaking of. That's why when the interpreters or the people that got the information later went back to it and was reading it, it was perplexing to them because they didn't understand the Lashawan Kodash, which was the holy tongue. Because it wasn't written in the pseudo Hebrew language that was being taught back then. No, you can read that, brother. You got any more?
That was it.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, this is the book of
Let's finish this up real quick.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 9.
Right.
It says, the birds will resort unto their light, so will truth return unto them that practice in the earth.
So like as birds return to the resort to their light, so will truth return to them that practice in it. And that's where the Lord got us practicing in the truth and bringing out this information so that those people out there that are part of the elect, that are part of the tribes, can hear and learn and listen. Because only and come back to the fold. Because only the sheep of Yahawashi are going to come back, which is what? The elect of Israel. Go ahead, brother. Finish
Now
that
back
up.
to this Lord Kingsborough document.
We're going to just read a few more sentences on here, and then we're going to close it. And then, you know, it's a lot more information. Other brothers can bring out other stuff too, you know. Go ahead, brother.
It says, and Malvenda says that the natives of St. Michael had tombstones which the Spaniards digged up with several ancient Hebrew characters upon them, as why is God gone away and he is dead, God knows, volume 8, page 373 supplement.
Now these volumes and pages are all the volumes of Kingsborough's books and the page that this particular quote is found in. So if you are lucky enough to get those volumes or be able to go to a certain library that has them, you can go into these different volumes and read that particular chapter or page, and you will see the same exact thing that we're reading to you. Go ahead.
It says, Chronicle of the Order of St. Augustine in Peru.
Okay.
2 other stones containing inscriptions in Hebrew and Greek letters.
Hebrew and Greek letters. Okay.
Are stated by Colancha on the authority of Brother Raymond Hurtado to have existed in the neighborhood of volume 8, page 25. The strongest argument, however, is the confession of Montezuma and his nobles, one and all, to Cortez that their ancestors had come from the same part of the globe as the Spaniards, situated towards the rising of the sun. Volume 6, page 53.
How did they come over here? There's a scripture on there, right?
It says 2nd Ezra 13 and 45.
Read that. Just read 2nd Ezra. Just read that one verse. 2nd Ezra 13 and 45.
2nd Ezra 13, verse 45. It says, for through that country there was a great way to go, namely of 1.5 years, and the same region is called Asareth.
Right. So now, why did the Montezuma tell who was that, Cortez?
Told Cortez that.
Why did Montezuma tell Cortez that they came from the rising of the sun?
Which is the east.
From the east, from the same region that they were from. He didn't say from China.
Right.
From way back, you know, he said from that region. Why? Because where is Israel, Assyria, in comparison to where Europe was at? Not too far.
Yep.
Right.
So he said they came from that same region and they came over to this side of the world. On what? On ships.
Yep.
You know, they didn't cross no motherfucking Bering Strait. That bullshit. Because if you cross the fucking Bering Strait, you take one breath in 500 below 0 degree weather, and your whole lungs would just fucking freeze up. So that barren straight bullshit is nothing but that bullshit and a lie. Go ahead.
Reading here.
Yeah, finish up. Yep.
The interpreter of the paintings contained in the larger Vatican MS instancing this and other traits of resemblance between the Mexicans and Jews adds, from all these circumstances, the fact is plain and probable that this nation descended from the Jews. Volume 6, page 65.
Yeah, was that it, right?
That's it.
So pretty much with that's just one document, and you know what? That was just only like 5 or 6 pages of that document. Yeah, and if you read further down, it goes into pigs. You know how they didn't deal with pigs and other.
Yep.
Man, all kind of information is out there of the Israelites that were here in this side of the world. Yep. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of all this information. You know. And now that we're coming to the very end and the Lord is waking up the so-called Latin tribes, the Native American Indian tribes, there's going to be a lot more information that's going to be coming out pertaining to these people that show that they're Israelites also. So I know it's going to hurt a lot of you faggots' feelings out there, but you know what? Get over yourself. All right? So with that, we're going to say shalom, and we're going to catch you next time.
Shalom, brothers.
All right, shalom, and welcome once again to GMS Info Doc channel. I'd like to say Barakateh Yahawah, Barakateh Yahawashai,
Barakateh Yahawashai.
Today's lesson, as you brothers already know, is a continuation from the series that we've been doing on the historical proofs of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. You know, we're just going to continue on with this lesson in this series because, you know, we're at the time now, like we've been saying, that the so-called Native American Indian and the so-called Latin tribes are waking up, you know, to finding out that they're Israelites. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the scriptures, bring out scriptures, we're going to bring out more proofs in history of different documents and observations that people have made over the years to show you beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Latin tribes and the so-called Native American Indian tribes are Israelites.
Right.
Know? Indeed.
Because if I may say, because you got Beelzebub out here, right, messing with us, but they ain't gonna hinder the word from going out. But anyway, you got a lot of people that act like they don't know that the Latin and the Native American Indian tribes are part of the House of Israel. Now you got a lot of these so-called scholars. You know where a lot of their research go back to? Go right back to the Bible. It goes right back to the Bible. That's how they're able to trace them, and then they did what we're doing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They traced the history of the 12 tribes and where they went. Yep. Then they located them as these Indian tribes, and then they linked up the different customs and ceremonies and ways of life that they were doing. Not adopted, that they were doing naturally, and then that's how they was able to link them into the 12 tribes.
Right, that's why anytime they make a documentary, they'll speak about the Moabites and the Japanese, you know, the Ammonites, and certain African people, and certain Scandinavians and other so-called white people as being Israelites. The 10 lost tribes of Israel, and then they'll show you people down in Africa and people in China and Japan and all that, even though you have Israelites scattered among all those nations, you know, but that's what they'll show you, you know, and those are the main things that they push out, like in the Discovery Channel and other channels like that. Why? Because of the fact that they know the truth, but they got to push out lies, and now that this truth has been going on for so long, that's why they're pushing out more and more lies, you know, and the closer we get to the end and to the tribes waking up, the more lies they're going to keep bringing up.
That's right. Now, if I may say, now that's why the devil that basically brought or started slavery here in the Americas, which is Christopher Columbus, he's an integral part of this whole thing.
Right.
Because he took a bunch of Tainos and sent them back to Spain as slaves.
On ships.
On ships, before they brought the Negroes from Spain here to the Americas and throughout the islands first.
That's right.
So he was basically the progenitor of slavery in the Americas, Christopher Columbus. Now, another thing that a lot of these people negate. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Say what you got.
Now, just hold on to that one thought. I just want to, because he mentioned Columbus, you know, and he mentioned them bringing the slaves over here. They show you that in their series, The Borgias. They had one section where they show you the Taino slave. He was chained up and brought before King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. Now, not only Columbus, but his son Diego Columbus, he was bringing slaves back and forth to Europe. So I just wanted to plug that point in. But go ahead, brother.
Right, and a lot of these niggas who talk shit, you know, you Yishmen, I'm gonna call you the Yishmen. The Yishmen that are out there that are talking shit, you know, the Yishmen. One thing you negate is you negate the book of Esdras. You don't even, you know what? You used the book of Esdras when you did your little bullshit video about Bantus, about the descendants of the 12 tribes are all black, Bantus, whatever bullshit. And I'm gonna strike you with that shit. But now, one thing you always negate is the book of Esdras, the 13th chapter. Now, the bastard who progenerated slavery among the Indians here in the Americas was Columbus. Now, in this book here, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, Ronald Sanders, by the way, Ronald Sanders, you know, the brother put it in there in post-production. On page 77, he says this: all his life, Columbus's ideas about geography were permeated with a peculiar religious mysticism. He kept a book of prophecies in which he collected quotations, mostly from the Bible. Like Elder Manatazak was saying, most of the information these people get goes back to the Bible anyway. Yep. Now it says, often these dealings with isles far off that seem to prophesy his own discoveries. Now, there was a book that he kept with him. It says his personal copy still is in existence today, of Pierre de Ali's Imago Mundi. Now, it says here, a striking element in Columbus's geographical religiosity is his intense and abiding interest in the 4th or 2nd book of Esdras. The 2 apocryphal books of Esdras purport to be additional writings by and about Old Testament Ezra. So Columbus had a fascination with the book in the Apocrypha known as the Book of Ezra. And in the Book of Ezra, it tells you about how the 10 tribes came over here.
Right. That's right. And I got the account.
And they show you that in that movie 1492, or Conquest 1492.
That's right.
With Gerard Depardieu,
who played Columbus, by the way.
Right. And he met with that friar or that monk or whatever the hell he was. And the monk was asking him, what makes you so sure that there's land over to this side, you know, of whatever, however many leagues or however you count that, you know, the seas, you know, chart, you know, how they're charted out, you know. And he told him, he said Tuscanali, somebody else, he said Esdras.
Esdras, that's right.
And then the guy said Esdras is a Jew.
There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Tuscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So they already knew that there was common knowledge that you had Israelites and you had land over here.
Yeah.
It wasn't a new thing.
Right. And as a matter of fact, since this brother Elder Ramla mentioned that, would you hold this for me? Now, since Elder Ramla mentioned that, I'm going to bring out something out this book called World Explorer Magazine. Right? Now, this brother Elder Ramla made mention about, you know, in the beginning of the movie when they spoke about Esdras and this and that. Now, there's a point in here I want to read about the guy who, this is the guy who financed Columbus and for the Nina, the Pinta,
right,
and the Santa Maria.
And they were so-called Jews.
That's right.
That's where he got his money from, so-called Jews. Because he was a so-called Jew.
That's right.
But while the elders get now, I'm going to read this real quick. This is Revelation chapter 20, verse 7. It says, and when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. Now that 1,000-year period was from the time of beginning. It was starting around 193 AD when the Roman Empire started slowly switching hands until Jake, but it really didn't come into full force until 325 AD when they had Constantine and those other so-called church fathers that basically switched, you know, on the record, you know, not behind the scenes, but on the record, they switched from the pagan Roman Empire to the Holy Roman Empire, which it was nothing but the unholy pagan Roman Empire anyway. And that's when Rome fell completely to Israel. Now, from that point on, for 1,000 years, Esau was pretty much, he was a slave. You know, he was really pretty much had a gag on him. That's what that chain represents that YAHAWASHI had. So it says, and he was bound for 1,000 years. After like around 1325 and up, that's when they really started getting loose.
And the icon that proves that is an icon called a Day in the King's Court.
Right. Yeah.
Which is between that time period, which depicts Jake's so-called Negroes ruling under the you know, the Roman Empire, whatever, with so-called white people, Edomites, as slaves.
That's right.
They were basically they were judging them and chumping up charges on them, or whatever. It's called a Day in the King's Court, and that's what we was doing to these devils. That's why today, now that they in power, that's why they do the same thing to Jake.
That's right.
You know, because they were basically put under subjection. Those chains was put on them.
That's right.
All right.
And I'll just finish up here. It says, and when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. Yep. And he was loosed. He wasn't in an actual prison. The Most High just put a seal on him so he couldn't lie anymore to people. That's why when you read the first verse on down, it says, matter of fact, I read the third verse. It said, and cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal upon him that he should deceive the nations no more. Because everybody knows that from the beginning, Esau was nothing but a deceiver and a liar. It says, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled, and after that he must be loosed a little season. Now verse 7, and when that 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth. So that's why from beginning with the Renaissance, which is around the mid to late around the mid 1300s on up, that's when they started to lie about everything, about history, about the black images all throughout Europe, you know, which were Israelites, you know, all those different, iconoclasm and all those different paintings that they changed. And then when you come further up, you know, basically what they've done is they've erased and burnt up the records and history of who the people that were on this side of the world are or were. You know, so that's why there's really not that many records left of them. But the Lord put the spirit on certain men, like Lord Kingsborough, you know, which was a scholar that collected all those records that the Europeans kept, you know, which are the Edomites, that they kept of Israel, and we have them today. So go ahead, brother, you got that? No. And then other records like this are brought out because this also helps further the proof that the people that are here are Israelites. We don't give a damn what none of you guys say.
Right.
The records are there. You know, the scriptures are there and the records are there. That's right. You know, so if you have a problem with it, then take it up with the Most High.
Right.
Kill yourself.
Yeah.
Now it says here in this book, World Explorer magazine, Far Out Adventures, the article is by Mr. W.R. Anderson. It says here, the Christopher Columbus that we all learned about in school may have been an entirely different sort of person than we are taught. It is possible that Columbus knew perfectly well that he would reach a new world, rather than China.
He knew perfectly well. It wasn't no probability. They knew it. They know it. Go ahead.
He knew he would reach a new world rather than China, as he told the Spanish royalty. Columbus was a fascinating person, and the more one studies this incredible man, the more fascinating he becomes, which he was a low-life piece of shit.
He was a faggot.
It says the man who sailed in 1492 for the New World was a mystic and an adventurer, a utopian idealist, and man of great courage and vision. It says, despite the popular school depiction, there is a great deal of evidence that Columbus was not actually Italian, but a Spaniard who had assumed the identity of a young Italian wool merchant whom the Spaniard had once met and who had died at sea. By coincidence, the young Italian wool merchant from Genoa had the same name as himself, at least in translation. Cristobal Colon, known to us as Columbus, was by some evidence a Spanish Jew. For this reason, he decided to conceal his identity. Also, he was in possession of several maps that showed the coast and islands of North and South America.
And there was this one guy, I forget his name. I just looked it up. I was just reading it either today or yesterday. I forgot his name. But Christopher Columbus married into his family. So the guy gave Christopher Columbus his daughter in marriage, and as a token of the father, you know, for the marriage union, the father gave him a bunch of navigational maps that he had, which were old maps, and that might very well be where he got those maps to this side of the world.
Now, there's something else I want to read in. Now, I read that part. Now, I'm going to flip the page and get a little bit more information. Now, it says here on page 138. Now, this is dealing with page 138 and 139. Now, this is dealing with the guy who actually financed them and got the ships for him. His name was Martin Alonzo Pinzon, a wealthy ship owner of Palos. Pinzon was responsible for Colon's acquisition of the Nina, the Pinta, and the hiring the crew for the expedition. It says in the series of lawsuits, I'm skipping down. It says in the series of lawsuits recorded, it was disclosed that Colon had access to the Vatican archives. Now, in order for you to have access to the Vatican archives, you got to be juiced in.
Right.
Not anybody can get to the Vatican archives.
Right. You can't even get there today.
You can't even get there today. You have to have special clearance to get into the Vatican archives. Yep. Now, showing that Columbus was juiced in.
Right.
Now, how the hell he had access to the Vatican archives? Not any regular person can go up in the Vatican and go in their archives.
Right. And Columbus basically, what, you know, in Columbus time, Columbus would be known, what later became known in the 1500s through Ignatius Loyola as a Jesuit. You know, so he was a Jesuit before the Jesuit order was even established. But they had the same order going from back then. They just named it Jesuit order during the time of Ignatius Loyola and Francis Borgia. I believe his name is Francis Borgia, which he was a contemporary that helped to set up the Jesuit order. So Columbus was a learned devil, you know. That's why he knew what to do. That's why when he came over here, there was a point where the Israelites that were here, they were just cutting him off. They was about to roll on his ass. But he told them that, you know, that the sun was going to be covered, or it was either a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse that was coming, and he knew about it previously, you know. So when he told them about it, then they got scared, you know, because they were superstitious, and they backed off, and they didn't do nothing to him. But if it hadn't been for that, his ass was grass. But that was a law, because that devil had to be preserved, because he had to bring the calamities that are written in the book of Hosea that came to Israel over here on this side of the world. You got more?
It says Cologne had access to the Vatican archives, which contain records of Viking voyages over a period of several centuries, probably including the original of the famed Vinland map of Yale University has a 20th century copy. It also indicated that Pinzon had obtained from Rome information about lands to the west of the Atlantic.
See, basically, they knew over there in the East, over there in Europe, in Rome, and throughout, they knew that it was a world over here or land over here.
That's
the thing is, it never was inhabited before until the tribes came over here.
That's right.
They were the first to inhabit it.
Yep.
Going all the way back, when you go in the Bible, in the scriptures, King Solomon, his fleet, Hiram Abiff and his navy, they were coming over here getting certain things from over here. So there was always, they knew about this world over here.
That's right.
See, a lot of you guys out there, you probably still believe that they thought the world was flat.
Yep.
Columbus knew that the world was round. He knew it was another land over here. There was Vikings that were voyaging over here. Like some of them stories, which were Jakes. A lot of them stories you hear about their voyages over here. All right. You see, and the reason why they put all that propaganda, because they're trying to hide the truth. Because you start researching and finding these things out about Columbus, you're gonna find out what about the other tribes.
You're gonna start asking questions.
You'll start asking questions. And now on Columbus, and it's in the records, on his ship, he had a Moor, which was really an Israelite, a so-called Negro that converted into Islam.
Yep.
Okay, that's who the Moors were. He had a Moorish navigator, all right, who knew how to get over here to this side of the earth. Okay, he knew what he was doing. All right, he went and got basically a Jew, a real Jew, that Moorish navigator, to bring him over here to where the other tribes were, because Judah and them they knew that the other tribes had left and set off to go over here. All right, that's why. And if I could read this real quick, real quick in the book of James. I mean, it's something that we always read, you know. But James chapter 1 verse 1. It says, James, a servant of the Most High and of the Lord YAHAWASHI, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting.
Right.
And now that word abroad there ties in with the word diaspora in the Greek. All right?
That's right.
Because the tribes, they were dispersed, which was pursuant to the prophecy when you go back into, well, going back to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. The Lord said he was going to basically scatter or disperse the tribes through the four corners of the earth. And that's how that came about during that time period. All right? And again, Columbus knew about that. Everybody knew about that.
Of course. Because you know what? This information about the Americas, you're talking about 400, maybe 20 years before Columbus came over here.
Right.
The information existed going back to 1070 AD, dealing with the Leif Erikson and the Vikings coming over here to the Americas. Because they had established trade routes with the Native American Indians, and they had established trade over here, and they mapped America out. And these maps are known as the Piri-Reis maps. You can look it up. They're called the Piri-Reis maps, and those were the maps that Columbus had access in the Vatican Library. I got one more thing. It says here,
I just want to read this real quick.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Back up Elder Manadzak, what he was saying.
Go ahead.
This is Nehemiah chapter 1, verse 7 to 9. We have dealt very corruptly against thee, and have not kept the commandments, nor the statutes, nor the judgments which thou commandest thy servant Moses. Remember, I beseech thee, the word that thou commandest thy servant Moses, saying, if you transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations.
Hey, that's it right there.
That's right.
And that's what the Lord said. Going back to Deuteronomy, the Lord said, if you break these laws, I'm going to scatter you amongst all the other nations.
That's right.
So how did that take place? By the Lord putting the spirit on the other tribes to leave from their captivity in the land of Assyria to come over here to what's now called America,
right,
or the United States, the Western Hemisphere,
to set it up for the deliverance at the end of days. Now this is verse 9. But if you turn unto me and keep my commandments and do them, though they were of you cast out unto the uttermost parts of the heaven.
The uttermost parts of the heaven. Now is not, if you're over there in the Middle East, would not America be the uttermost parts of the heaven?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be.
It says the uttermost part, let me read that again. Though they were of you cast out unto the uttermost part of the heaven, yet will I gather them from thence, and will bring them unto my place that I have chosen to set my name there. That's pretty much it.
That's it. That's heavy.
So you got that other point.
Now on page 139 it says this. Furthermore, studies by the Norse author Carrie Pritz and by such American scholars as James Enterline and Paul Chapman indicate that Cologne had access to a number of maps reflecting transatlantic voyages over a period of several centuries. The existence of the American continent was known throughout Europe, certainly as early as 1070 AD. And that's around the time when the Vikings were making their voyages over here to the Americas. And they mapped out America, North America, and Central and South America was already mapped out.
That's right.
So Columbus knew when he came over here, he knew the land that he was coming over here to.
That's right. And if I could just say this real quick too, and then in 1421, because you had the Moabites that started coming over here in about the 1400s. 1421, there's an actual map of Moab that came over to the side of the world at that time, around the 1400s, 1421, which is another map that Columbus had, that he used, that they knew that there were people and lands on this side of the earth. So there is more.
It says, certainly as early as 1070 AD, from the writings of historian Adam of Bremen, commerce continued with Norway and Iceland, and with Bristol in England and America. By the end of the 15th century, Europe was ready to develop the lands that lay beyond the Atlantic. So that's pretty much it on that there.
Yeah, the lands that lay beyond the Atlantic.
That's right.
Because they already knew that this land over here was here. It just some of them had to make their way over to this side of the world.
That's right.
All right, so now somebody get Isaiah 25 and 7. And the reason why this stuff isn't taught to you in your elementary schools or in your school systems or college and none of that is because of the fact that Esau, the so-called white man, is beginning with them so-called Jews, the Amalekites. They don't want anybody to find out about this truth. Yep. That's why they're paying guys to bring out certain false information to throw people off that are starting to wake up to the truth. You know, because the truth has already been out. That's why it wasn't until around I believe it was like the 1990s. You know that they started bringing out that the Moabites over there in China, that they're the Israelite, one of the 10 lost tribes. The Japanese over there in Japan, they're the lost tribes of Israel. The Hungarian, or whoever, you know.
Everybody but the tribes.
Yeah, everybody but the tribes. And then, I mean, you could figure at least throw somebody.
One of the native, the Brazilian,
or somebody, or a Native American Indian. Yep. None of that. Yep. And that was something that was pushed out because you know that the majority of people, they look at National Geographic as an authority. Even though they're not authorities, but they look at them as authorities. Yep. So they know if they put information out there, people are going to believe that shit. But you know what? It's only going to work for those that the Lord don't want. And we keep saying it. So you got that real quick?
Yes, yep. Isaiah chapter 25, verse 7. And he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all people.
Right, that's the Most High. He will destroy in this mountain. What mountain? America. The covering. What's that covering? That matter of fact, somebody get Job 9:24. The covering is that veil that the so-called white man has set up over the whole world to lie to them, to lie to people about the nationality. But really, to really get down to the nitty-gritty of it, is to lie to people of who the Israelites are today.
Exactly.
And the main thing is that the Most High and YAHAWASHI and the angels are black men. But underneath that, you know, outside of the names of the Most High and YAHAWASHI, who the tribes are. That's what troubles these devils the most. That the real Israelites wake up to the truth. So, and after you get that, and then Job 9:24, get Psalms 83. Go ahead, brother, read that.
Job chapter 9, verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
Right. So it came a time of appointed, and a period of time, excuse me, that the Lord gave this earth that you see today into the hands of Esau. Because there was a time where different empires ruled the so-called known world at the time. But nobody ever ruled over the whole earth. You got a sword on you, brother? Get Daniel 4:17. There was never a time where a nation ruled over the whole entire planet Earth. But what happened is that there were certain periods of time where the people that did rule, they ruled over the so-called known world, which was considered to be civilized, the so-called civilized world. But they didn't rule over the whole entire planet Earth as they do today. And the Lord gave that into their hands because there's certain periods of time that the Lord puts up one nation and takes down another.
Right.
Puts up one nation and puts down another.
Yeah, because if I could go a little further into it too, what the elder around was saying, like basically America, the so-called United States, they got their flag all throughout the world in other countries. They got bases, they got no, they got airs.
And that's why they're going down. That's why when they said that flag was still there, the flag of the Olympics fell.
It fell. Right, which is indicative of what's happening to America. America is falling. And see, back then, like when Artaxerxes, for instance, when they were ruling, he didn't have no flags over in his land that's called North America.
Right.
Only provinces he controlled were the ones that were known, that area over there in the east.
Europe.
In Europe.
That's what he controlled.
Which was the known world.
Yep.
But the United States they controlled the whole world. Africa, Australia, Antarctica. They telling polar bears where they could swim and fish at, man.
Right, yep.
That's how much control these motherfuckers got.
That's right.
All right.
When they got control and they tell you that this airspace is private,
right,
then you know you got a problem. Because if you go up into space, you're supposed to, that
should be free.
Free.
That's supposed to be, the heavens is supposed to be the Most High.
Then these devils, if you let these devils, they'll take over everything.
And guess what? And if you go by that airspace, they're gonna shoot you down. And not only the air, guess what? Even out there in the sea.
Yep.
A week or two ago, there was a regular boat. Somebody's boat was getting too close to a Navy ship. And they ordered it one time. They said, turn around immediately.
Right.
And they didn't hear them or whatever. They kept going, and they fired on the boat. It was just a regular boat that somebody was just driving. And they just shot the motherfucker out the water, man.
Hey, that's how the devil operates.
You know? Yeah.
No, that's the name of it.
Yeah.
But go ahead, read that, Daniel 4.
Daniel 4:17.
Oh, matter of fact, so like it. Read that.
Job 9:24.
Yeah.
Job chapter 9 verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
Right, so who's ruling today? Esau. Because Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of it that follow it. So now, before you read on, jump back over here.
Daniel 4:17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men.
Right, so the Most High is the one that's ruling. You didn't rule because you were so big and bad and you had all this power. The Most High gave you that power. The Most High gave you that technology. He said knowledge will increase. The only reason why you're ruling is because the Most High already prophesied it, and he said that he's not a man that he should lie. If he speaks a word, it must be fulfilled. Otherwise, the Most High would be a liar, and he's not a liar. So go ahead.
That's right.
It says that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men.
Right, this is the kingdom of men, and the Most High is the one that's overall ruling. That's why it says in Romans the 13th chapter that you have to be subject to the higher powers, which is who? The Most High.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And giveth it to whomsoever he will.
And he'll give it to whomsoever he will. Did not we just read that the earth is given into the hand of the wicked? So who's ruling today? The so-called white man, which is Esau. So the reason why they're ruling is because the Most High gave them that rulership. Go ahead.
And setteth up over it the basis of men.
And who's the basis of men? Beginning with the Amalekites, them so-called Jews, them gutter rats, them scumbags. You know? Those are the Amalekites. Those are the basis of men. They're the lowest scum on the planet Earth.
That's right.
They're going to probably clip this site.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Well, they're going to clip it. Well, they always do.
But now let's go back to Job 9:24, because now this is what they did when they took over the planet, when the Most High gave them this planet. And get Isaiah 24:5. Good?
Yep, I still got Isaiah.
Okay.
Yep, it says, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof.
Right.
If not, where and who is he?
So who did that? Now, you know, lately they've been having all different type of pictures of the different nations, painting, you know, the so-called picture of the Lord as their nation. That's just something recent. You know why they did that? Because for a long time, beginning with Abba Bivens all the way up to Elder Ariak, should I say King Masha, Elder Ariak, Elder Yaquab, on down the line, Elder Tahar and other men that came, you know, Elder Gabor, Elder Rakah, and so on and so forth. We've been always saying that when you go all throughout the planet Earth, the other nations haven't painted the Lord as themselves. The only one that really painted the Lord as himself was the so-called white man. So what did they do? Being the devil that they are, trying to cover all grounds, they pay somebody to paint pictures to make the so-called Jesus, as they call him, to look like the other nations.
Right.
But prior to that, they wasn't doing that.
Right. Like, so to try to answer if people say, oh, wait a minute, you know, now he's not just white. He got people.
Right.
Everybody, whatever culture he's from, they paint him the way they look.
That's right.
Which is bullshit. But now the thing with that is, all right, okay, say you got Chinese people painting the Chinese picture of Jesus, so-called Jesus Christ, right? You ain't gonna see that picture in Africa.
Nope.
You ain't gonna see that picture in the Arab world.
Nope.
All right, but you will see Caesar Borgia all throughout the world.
That's
in
right.
Africa, amongst some damn Arabs.
Yep.
All right, down in South
Even among them
America.
Arabs that's getting their ass blown up right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
They got a picture of Caesar Borgia on their wall.
Yeah, they're getting their ass shot
They could
off.
be in a goddamn cave somewhere. They might have a picture of Caesar Borgia in the cave.
So you can't run and hide from who you are, but the devil.
That's right.
You can't hide from it. And all these facts are now coming up. And that's why you keep clipping the sites, man.
That's right.
Because this is, I mean, regardless of whatever the little reprobate demons that troll through the site, whatever, regardless of what they say, this is powerful information,
This
man.
is solid information.
It's solid information. And guess what? It's spreading. It's
right.
spreading. And Israel is waking up, man. The
right.
rest of the tribes are waking up, man.
That's right.
You guys talk all this shit about the breakdown of the tribes or whatever. Let me see you try to sit there and actually break down the tribes, man.
Well, wait a minute.
That'd be the biggest comedy show ever, man.
Yeah,
It's already a comedy show.
Yeah, and where the hell are you guys at out on the street speaking?
On the forefront.
Oh, which
You know?
now I have to say this. You same monkeys, you Yishmen motherfuckers that we talking about, you fucking Yishmen. You in your fucking bullshit video, Bantus, Bantus bullshit.
Bantus is
Yeah, them those are Hamites.
You do show a picture of this book in your video, and you read a passage out of here, which I forgot what the passage was, but it's neither here nor there. But you fucking monkey. Now, we never said that the Ashanti, the Mandingo, and the Igbo weren't Israelites. Those are Israelites.
Yeah, we
never said that.
And we always
said that. We never said that they weren't.
Right.
And the slave trade was concentrated on the west coast of Africa, which the Congo is part of the west coast of Africa.
Yep.
So there's Israelites there in the Congo, and there's Israelites that was trafficked from the west coast to the Sudan, and there was traffic from the west coast. It wasn't just coming from the west coast to the Americas. Them Hamites and Arabs were taking Jake and trafficking them eastward across Africa to the Sudan. It was sold into the Sudan, where the Sudanese, the Watusi, and the Zulus are. There's Jakes that were enslaved among them. There was Jakes that was sold out to Elam or the East Indians.
There was Jakes that was sold to the Arabs.
There was Jakes sold to the Ishmaelites, and then Jakes was sold as far out as Turkey.
Right.
Jakes were taken from West Africa and sold as far east as Turkey.
Right, and then some of them Arabs, I believe it was the Arabs that was taking the Jakes, cutting their rods off and making them eunuchs, to guard them. So there's a vast history. You got Jake that's scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. So you dummies, you think that we say that there's no Jakes in Africa.
We ain't never said that.
There's no Jakes in Africa.
We ain't never said that.
Stupid, man. We've been saying that. What the hell you think they got the bulk of the slaves to come over here to this side of the world from so-called West Africa? And then you had other Jakes that migrated around. What about Egypt?
Right, but see, you guys are just dealing with just Judah as if it's a so-called black thing.
Right.
We dealing with Judah, Benjamin, Levi,
Simeon.
Then we dealing with Simeon, Issachar,
Manasseh,
Zebulon,
Reuben,
Gad,
Asher, Naphtali.
Naphtali.
That's right.
All right, where's your breakdown? Or where are you dealing with those tribes at?
Right.
You ain't doing nothing but being a bunch of damn reprobates, man.
A bunch of fucking demons.
A bunch of demons, man. If you were serious or sincere, if there was any sincerity in you guys, you would go out there in the highways and the byways. If you were confident in that bullshit,
film yourself.
Film yourself.
And put it up there.
You like to try to prove like, aha, I thought we don't do that. Aha, look, y'all said this. Well, look, well, show us you out there on the streets teaching that. Hell, show your faces. You guys don't even like showing your faces, man.
Hey, you might get the cops might roll up on you and beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
You guys ain't serious about what you're doing. You're full of shit, man.
And then I'm gonna show you full of shit, because you know what? Whatever passage you quoted out of this book, you should have read the whole fucking book or read more of the book, motherfucker. Now I'm gonna show you something in here on page 126. Hebrewisms of West Africa. It says for I am of opinion that the Americans originally were before the captivity of the 10 tribes, even from Sem's near progeny. Sem is Shem. From Shem's near progeny. In other words, from Shem's line.
Right.
It says, meanwhile, the question had been seriously taken up on the continent and popularized by one of the most brilliant Jews of the day, Manasseh ben Israel. He was basically a so-called Jew. I believe he was a rabbi. Now, he's one of the proponents in history that a lot of people refer to. Even the guy that's mentioned in this book, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, Montezinos, studied under this guy, Manasseh ben Israel. Now, it says here, Manasseh ben Israel, a native of La Rochelle, while yet a boy, moved to Amsterdam with his parents. So he was in England. This guy was in England. Early in the 17th century, in due course, he became one of the most distinguished orators in Holland and established the first Hebrew printing press in that country in 1626. Though the influence of a fellow Jew, Aaron Levi was the Jewish name of Montezinos, that's mentioned here in Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, that went to Mount Quito in Ecuador. In Ecuador, he went to Mount Quito, I believe it was Mount Quito in Ecuador.
Yep.
And he was the one that the natives greeted him. He's seen the natives greet each other. Shema Yasharahla Yahawah YAHAWADAH, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one. So Montezinos actually witnessed this, but his Jewish name was Aaron Levi. But his Portuguese name was Montezinos. Now it says in here, Aaron Levi, better known as Antonio de Montesinos. Manasseh became a strong advocate of the theory that the North American Indians were in fact the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Point blank.
Yeah.
Now, there's more.
That's their book, huh?
Yeah,
That's
this the book you
That's
brought
your
out,
book.
motherfucker. How come
That's
you ain't
your
read
book,
this,
son.
motherfucker? You fucking Bantus faggot.
Hey, that's your book. Why you ain't reading?
How come you ain't never read that? How can you read it? You gotta give page 126, 127, and 128, motherfucker. Go read it, motherfucker. I watched your fucking bullshit video, motherfucker. I watched your fucking video. I'd like to fuck you up, straight up and down.
Yep. Well, you know when that time comes, the Lord gonna give us the power.
Yeah, the Lord
Yeah,
gonna
he
fuck
gonna
you
give us-
niggas
he
up
gonna give
anyway.
us the power, man.
You know, right now we can't do nothing. You know, we're not gonna threaten you guys of doing nothing to you because right now you got 911, and if you call 911, they might come and shoot you. You might get hurt.
Yep.
Well, guess what? These videos are doing more the damage to you than
That's right.
anybody can
That's
physically
right.
do to you.
Yeah, because
That's-
the Most High
yeah.
is really the one that's going to do the physical and
Yeah, he gonna finish. The Most High gonna
hurt
finish
to
you. He gonna finish you because right now these videos is messing you up, and how we know is because you keep screaming, you be following these big,
Yep.
obsessed with them. As soon as they come up, then you try to make one of your videos and try to tag along,
Yep.
so to speak.
But that's all you do.
You know, and you get all
put
messed
GMS
up, man.
tags on your videos so you can give
You
views.
you getting all messed up with these videos.
Yeah, we
man.
don't put your tags,
Yeah.
Bananarama and shit like that.
Yeah.
Bullshit. You know, you devils. We don't put your tags on our videos. We don't need nobody to watch our videos. You know,
Right.
Your people watching our videos. If they watch it, they watch it. We're not trying to get people out there, you know, that follow you to watch our videos. The people that follow you guys are bugged out.
Yeah,
Yahushua already said they're blind leaders of the blind, and if they follow the blind, they shall both fall into a ditch. So let them fall in the ditch. You know, we only concerned with the elect of Israel, of the 12 tribes.
Now, there's some more, page 127. It says, many outspoken advocates to the general theory of the Israelitic origin of the American Indians. For some time, missionaries in America, especially those in Mexico, had been sending home reports of religious customs and beliefs that savored or favored much of Semitic origin.
And where? In Mexico?
Wait a minute, you got a problem with the Mexicans being, you calling them Amerigooks,
Right.
you calling them gooks, the Mexicans, Native American Indians. Motherfucker, this is in the same book that you brought out in your bullshit video.
Right.
You fucking retard. I'm gonna read it again.
That's right.
It says, for in some time, missionaries in America, especially those in Mexico, have been sending home reports of religious customs and beliefs that favored much of Semitic origin. Thus, the
Right.
Jesuit Acosta reported that the Indians had an infinite number of ceremonies and usages which reminded one of the ancient law of Moses.
Hey,
Wow.
You want some more? You want some more? I got more for you.
now you know what? Now these guys, they say that the so-called Mexicans, they're not Israelites because they committed human sacrifices. Judah,
Israel was
Benjamin,
doing
and
human
Levi was doing the
sacrifice.
same thing.
They
The
still
other
do
tribes
it.
that were doing, they still doing it. You know, look at Levi on the island of Haiti. You don't think they do human sacrifices out there?
That's why the Most High, they do it. It's the biggest out there.
Yeah.
That's why the Most High is matter of fact, I think as we speak, or later on tonight, the Most High is going to run through there with a storm.
Yep.
That they all concerned about. That's going to jack them up because they ain't recovered from that last earthquake the Most High hit their ass
And that was
with.
what, 2005?
2008.
Hey,
2008.
about
Beginning of
5
the
years,
year.
yeah, about almost 5
So
years.
look at that.
When that big earthquake hit and destroyed, ripped Haiti a new asshole.
Hey,
They ain't recovered yet from that, man. And the Most High about to throw some horrible torrential rains down there, tropical storm on them. Because why? They be doing all of that stuff. They be sacrificing people, trying to bring people back from the dead, having what they call zombies down there and shit.
That Ovia
Dealing
shit.
that Ovia and voodoo.
Voodoo, yeah.
That's heavy down there. So what do you mean? And guess what? And a lot of that, they were practicing that over there in Africa too. They do the same thing over there in Africa.
Yeah. Well, matter of fact, a lot of them so-called gods that you see among the so-called Latin tribes was brought over here by Jake.
Yep.
You know, the Yoruba and the Yoruba tribes and Legua and Yemaya and Chango and all that. That was Jake that brought the so-called Judah, Benjamin, and Levi that brought that over here. And guess what? The manner of the Israelites over here was what? They worshiped them gods. Because in the wilderness, Israel was worshiping those gods secretly.
That's right.
And where was those gods from? From Egypt. And the Lord said that you will worship any god, even newly gods that have newly been formed. So anytime something came into place, you best believe one of the Israelite tribes or all of the tribes are going to worship it. You need something to be worshipped, they'll worship it. You know?
And you know what? Niggas, I got more for you in the same book. I got some more for you. Now it says here,
before you read that, right?
Okay.
I want you, I just want to hit this real quick, because this is what's happening right now.
Sure.
This is Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman. And that's what's happening. It's been happening for the last, what, 400 or 500 years? With them, with the so-called white men during the Renaissance lying on history, right? It says that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. So by those lies that they taught, by so-called Christopher Columbus discovering America, so-called Jesus being a so-called white man, the virgin birth and all that stuff, the white man are the Israelites, the Chinese are the Israelites. All them damn lies, it's been flooded out here to try to what? To blind the people of the Lord. But the only one that's going to be blinded are the ones that are not part of the elect, the ones of the elect of the 2/3. That's right. You got an election of the 1/3 and you got an election of the 2/3. It says, and the earth helped the woman. So after all this dirt and all this covering up that the so-called white man did, the earth helped the woman. How did the earth help the woman? Through archaeologies, through different pictures, through different relics. Like the 10 commandments down in Los Lunas, New Mexico, on that stone.
That stone,
which was amongst the so-called Latin tribes, so-called Indian tribes, and many other different things that they found on this side of the world that gives credence that they're Israelites. Historical books like this that are bringing out information of things that the so-called Europeans, the Edomites, have encountered when they came over here and saw and mixed among the Israelites that were here. So it says, and the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth. And that's why we're reading this information, to show you how the Most High fulfilled the prophecy of the earth helping the woman by swallowing the flood that the dragon cast out against her. So there, brother.
Now here, it says here, page 127. It says Mexican mythology, but it was reserved for Viscount Kingsborough.
That's him.
Who gathered all the testimonies into a single volume to become the real propounder of the theory that would trace to a Semitic source those Indians' customs and traditions.
Yeah, that's called Antiquities of Mexico. That's what he labeled that. I believe it was an 8-volume book.
Yep. Yeah. Thus he writes, it is impossible on reading what Mexican mythology records of the war in heaven and of the fall of Tzemmoc, which that's, I believe, their version of Satan. That's how the Mexican mythology, excuse me, and the other rebellious spirits of the creation of light by the word of Tonakatekulti, and of the division of the waters of the sin. It says this word I really can't pronounce it. Talaku Hukui.
Just do the best you can.
And his blindness. It said Talaku Hukui, and his blindness.
That sound right to me.
And nakedness of the temptation of Suchikwiko, and her disobedience in gathering roses from a tree, and of the consequent misery and disgrace of herself and all her posterity. Not to recognize scriptural analogies, but the Mexican tradition of the deluge, which is the flood, is that which bears unequivocal marks of having been derived from a Hebrew source. The Viscount then develops the Mexican idea of the deluge and its subsequent events, such as the Tower of Babel and the dispersion of nations, in parallel with the Bible story.
Yeah, so how the hell did they know about that stuff? Because they were on that side of the world.
Right.
They were in Israel, in Samaria.
They were once reading the Torah.
Right, they were once reading the Torah. They was ones keeping the Passover. You know, they were ones wearing the fringes and the borders of blue and the garments and the breeches. You know, and coming before the public assembly of the priests when Ezra was reading the well, should I say, you know, going back, Ezra was reading the books of the law in front of the Israelites at that time. But then when they were around, even going before that, during the time of Moses and Aaron and them, they was being read the law back then. You know, so all that stuff goes back to them.
Yeah, because remember when they, it tells you what's it, that 2 Kings when it says they were gonna leave Assyria to go to a land.
It's in Ezra's.
Oh, that's in Ezra's. And a matter of fact, I think I got it.
Yeah, bring it out.
And it tells you that the reason why they're gonna go there, which I'm gonna read it, was to keep the laws. So now, you assholes, where was that place at then? Where did they go at this point?
And I bet you, and you know, I bet you that when the Spaniards came over here, and mainly the Spaniards, because they're the ones that first had contact with our people here, I bet you when they first came over here, they probably found books of the law here, actual books of the law. And when they saw it, they was amazed and they burned them. Because a lot of those records they burned. So when they saw them with the books of the Torah, with not books, with the scrolls, they burnt them things. Because they knew, said, wait a minute, how the hell did these people get these scrolls? Where did they come from?
Right.
You know?
Well, and they knew though.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, a lot of them knew.
Yep, that's right.
They were briefed. They knew where they was going. They knew what they were going to encounter. They didn't know probably what state they were going to be in or whatever, because it's been some years or whatever since people had contact with them. Only people that had recorded contact with them at that time was like the Vikings and maybe certain like Hamites that were coming back and forth still trading, right? But now this is the book of 2 Ezra, chapter 13. I started 39. It says, and whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him, those are the 10 tribes. And see, and again, that's why they had to get the Apocrypha from out of the Bible. Right. This section, they had to take this section out because this is going into the history, just like we're reading in these books.
It's going into deep history.
Deep history, breaking it down, making it crystal clear, as Elder Ariah used to say. Yep. All right. Now it says, verse 40. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, which that links right back up with 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. It says, whom Salmanazar, the king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land, which was what? The land of Assyria. Right. Where pretty much they were put in slavery. Right. And they knew why they were in slavery, because they were transgressing the laws and commandments of the Most High.
No, go ahead, brother. There's one more point I want to, when you get, there's a point there I want to address once you get to it.
Come. So it says, but they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, which were the Assyrians they were in captivity under. Right. It says, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt.
That's right.
That's the key. Where never mankind dwelt. Right. Which is over here in America, which was known as the land of Canaan, or where you get Canaan from. Yep. Which means the unknown.
Right. Yep. That's why Canada was Canaan-da.
Right.
The fourth Canaan.
Right.
Because Da is a fourth letter in the Hebrew alphabet. So Canaan is Canaan-da, or the fourth Canaan. So all this land was pretty much known as Canaan, because one of the terminologies or definitions of the word Canaan was unknown. You know, you had lowland and then you had unknown. So this was like an unknown land at the time. Yep. You know, so we're gonna keep it rolling. The battery's probably about to die in another 15 minutes or so. We're gonna keep it rolling, you know, as long as we can. If it cuts off, it cuts off. So go ahead, brother.
Come. It says that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land.
So now if they're going to this land where never mankind dwelt, to keep the statutes that they never kept in their own land, how are they going to know of the statutes? They're going to bring books of the law. They're going to bring scrolls, should I say, of the law. That's right. Over here to this side of the world. So when the Spaniards came here, because it tells you when you read the history that they burnt a lot of their books and a lot of their history, that's why there was not much that was left. So some of the accounts that Viscount, what was his name, Viscount Kingsborough,
Viscount Kingsborough,
that he wrote down was accounts that the so-called Spaniards had wrote down concerning these people here. You know, going back to James Adair, James Adair. I'm sorry, not John Adair, James Adair, and other Spaniards and different sources of different so-called European or Edomite sources, and he put them all down. Why? So because they burnt all the records. So it's very possible. Well, no, they did bring the books of the law over here.
Yeah.
To keep it. You know, because one of the customs of the law was what? Every Sabbath you had to read the Torah to the people. You know, and make them understand it. So if they were coming to keep those laws, they brought them over here. Not had to, they brought them over here.
And the proof of that is when they went down to Mexico and really different parts, they seen them Peru, I don't know, Española, certain parts they seen them rehearsing the law, the Sabbath service. They were reading out of the Torah. They were saying the chant, the Shema YASHARAHLA.
The sanctuary, the Holy of Holies.
Holy of Holy.
They had all of that. But the fucking Spaniards burnt it up. They're the ones that burnt it up. Go ahead.
Right, it says that they might dare keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land.
Right.
It says, and they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow passage of the river, for the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over.
Right.
That's right. Because those waters are rough and treacherous.
That's right.
And the Most High held back the storms, so that way they were able to pass over. And as a matter of fact, the way that they came, like we said in the last video, they came under the Horn of Africa. So under the Horn of Africa, and in that area where the Horn of Africa and the Horn of South America are, that area is basically Tornado Alley or Hurricane Alley. The hurricanes start and they come up from there and they work their way up the coast, and they come up here to the coast of America. From way down there, South America, they come all the way up, the hurricanes come all the way up the coast. And this is hurricane season right now.
Wait a minute.
Hurricane season starts from I think June to November. It ends in November. So from June to November is hurricane season, and the hurricanes, they come up from that way up.
Wait a minute. You know what? The scriptures say that they went into a land where never mankind dwelt. Now you assholes out there say that the Bantus are Israelites, and that when they left, they went down into Africa. First of all, there was people inhabiting Africa at the time. So what the fuck are you talking about?
That's why they don't want to deal with this.
Because
talk over this.
Because it basically said they went to a land where never mankind dwelt. Africa was already established and inhabited
and dwelt.
And guess what? They didn't have to go through the passage, and the Lord wouldn't have to hold back the ocean and stuff like that to get to Africa.
Right. Now there's another point. Now I want to get to another point. Go ahead.
So it says, for the Most High showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half.
Now I want you guys out there that are talking about that only Negroes are Israelites to give me a document or a record to where it took a year and a half through the Euphrates River to get from Assyria down into Africa. Because you said around the Sudan or around that area there, those Bantus there, those are one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, even though that land was already inhabited. But I want you to show me a document on the record where it takes a year and a half to get from Assyria in a ship on the sea through the Euphrates down into that area of Africa. I want you to give me a document that shows that it takes a year and a half to get from Assyria through ships down into Africa right there. Give me a document that says that. And you're not going to find one. But we got the document here that proves that they came over to this side of the world. Matter of fact, I'll read this real quick. We finished that up?
It says, for through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. The same region is called Asareth. It says, then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through.
Right.
Therefore sawest thou the multitude with peace.
Right. That's when Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were brought over here to this side of the world. And now we're coming to that point where the reunion is coming together, and the marriage supper of the Lamb, which is Yahawashi, the Most High Yahawashi in Israel, going to be brought back together, and we're gonna go back to our land, and there's going to be peace.
Yep, that's right.
I'm trying to see if I can find this one quick precept. Yeah, where it speaks about that they came over here every 3 years. They brought. I mean, I'm in the area here of the scripture.
This is the 8th chapter.
Yes, it's 1 Kings, either 1 Kings the 9th chapter, or 1 Kings the 10th chapter.
It says Solomon rejoiced every 3 years, because it took about 3 years for the voyage. He had voyages coming back and forth, and it took them 3 years. It took them a year and a half to get here. And they cut down wood, trees. They gathered gold. They brought back turkeys, apes, and different certain exotic things, and packed them up on the ship, and then turned around and brought it back to Jerusalem.
Yep.
To beautify Jerusalem, to build the temple and to build Solomon's house.
That's right.
And it took them 3 years.
Right.
And Solomon rejoiced every 3 years.
That's right. I got it right here. This is 1 Kings 10 and 21. And all King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were of silver. It was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon. For the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish with the navy of Hiram. Once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory and apes and peacocks. So every 3 years. So they were going from Tarshish, which is Spain, over to the Americas and back every 3 years. So it took the tribes to go on around down through Euphrates into the Indian Ocean, down around Africa, the bottom of Africa, over here to the Americas. It took them a year and a half, because King Solomon also had a navy of ships that was in 𤤁𤐤𤐄℅, which was in the Gulf of Aqaba, which is the top eastern side of the Gulf of Aqaba in the Red Sea, and they used to come that way. The Zidonians used to come that way.
Exactly.
And the navy, and that's where they knew to go that way. But then you could also come over here through Tarshish or Spain, and you can come. He had a navy there. They will come over this side of the world, the Zidonians and King Solomon's servants, to get whatever resources they needed to bring it back over to Jerusalem. You know, for the beautifying of the temple, for the beautifying of King Solomon's house, and other things, as the elder Tazadakba just said. All right, so you got any more on that? Any more goodies?
More about the Mexicans, yeah. It says,
you had something?
Nah, that was it in Ezra. I got Isaiah 25 still. I had Hosea 4 and 17, but the point kind of bad.
All right, so just read Isaiah 25 and 7 real quick. We're gonna begin to start wrapping this up. And if you have any other goodies in there, if not, there's more. So don't worry about it. There's a lot more to come.
Yeah.
You know, and then that Lord Viscount or Viscount Kingsborough, he had 8 volumes of books.
Yep.
So if you read through those, because what we read was just like little excerpts from the book, and the lesson that we did, and we didn't even read all the excerpts that we had. We just read certain of them, and there's tons and tons of more information. And it's going to keep coming out.
Yep. As the days go on, more
right.
of it is just going to be unraveled, and it's going to come out.
Yeah, and you brothers out there too, you know, if you have information, bring it out, man. Don't hold it back. You know, don't wait for 1 or 2 men to bring it out. Don't wait for the elders to go into stuff. Y'all do it.
Yeah,
you know,
the Lord
if you got information, do it. Bring it out. You know, I mean, this is a free-for-all. You know, this is information going out by the tons, because the tribes are waking up. You know, we're not the only ones in the work. Remember what Yahawashi said? I pray to the Lord that He send laborers into the vineyard, for the harvest is truly plenteous, but the laborers are few. You know, so you brothers out there that got information, don't sit on it. Oh, well, the elders are going to cover it. You know,
especially if it's good information.
Right.
Bring it out.
You know, just bring it out. Don't hold back. You know, but with that, you know, we're going to close it up, you know, because the battery's about to die. And, you know, we're going to see you in the next time. Shalom.
Okay, shalom, brothers.
All right, shalom. And Barakatah Yahawah. Barakatah Yahawashi. you know, this is like a continuation from the lesson that we've been doing on the Latin tribes being Israelites also, you know. So, you know, it's gonna, you know, we don't have anything pre-planned. So whatever information brothers have and scriptures, we're gonna go into it and bring it out, you know, just to give you more proof, because we're in that time now. That's why all this information is pertinent to come out, you know, just to gather the Latin tribes. Now in the future, Lord's will, Elder Menadizak was just speaking, and you know, he said we could do like a show, a lesson on Judah, Benjamin, and Levi being scattered, you know, among the nations, you know, and things of that nature. So, you know, just to balance it out, you know, because, you know, this is not just a thing about the Latin tribes and the Native American Indian tribes, but we know we took on this this task, so to speak, to do these lessons just for the sake of the so-called Indian tribes, you know, that are here, you know, in the Americas. You know, so in the future, Lord's will, we'll do other lessons, you know, dealing with Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and other tribes, so it won't seem like it's a tribal thing, you know, which it wasn't a tribal thing from the beginning, you know. Matter of fact, somebody get 1 Corinthians real quick before we get started. 1 Corinthians, if you got something, you could bring it out.
Okay, come. This is Zechariah chapter 11, verse 14. It says, "Then I cut asunder my other staff,
Right.
even bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel."
Right, so the Lord broke the brotherhood between Judah and Israel, you know, which is the kingdom of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and then Ephraim and the rest of the other tribes make up the northern kingdom, you know. So the Lord broke that brotherhood, but now the Lord is bringing that brotherhood back. Matter of fact, somebody get Amos 9 and 11. So go ahead.
Right, it's
Well, you had a point? Go ahead.
right. It says then, Salaki, it says, "Then I cut asunder my other staff, even bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel."
That's right. So that's what the Lord did. He broke the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. But now, coming down to the end of it, now the Lord is closing up those breaches. You got more on that?
Now I'll raise one more verse.
Okay.
"For lo, I will raise up a shepherd in the land, which shall not visit those that be cut off, neither shall seek the young one, nor heal that is broken, nor feed that standeth still, but he shall eat the flesh of the fat and tear their claws in pieces."
Right, because you got guys out there that are not teaching the tribes and bringing them back together. Basically, what they're doing is they're separating them, causing division. Matter of fact, get that real quick in 1 Corinthians 1 and 10. Whoever got it. If not, I got it right here. You got it?
1 Corinthians 1 and 10?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 1 and 10, because you got guys out there that's supposed to be shepherds, and they're nothing but hirelings and wolves, because they're not gathering the tribes, and if anything, they're dispersing them, you know. And I'm saying that, look, these people are not Israelites, you know. The Israelites are all black, you know, or they're not teaching who they are, you know, because of the fact that they're hirelings. You know, they're not men of the Lord. They're not the real shepherds of the sheep. So go ahead, somebody.
1 Corinthians 1 and 10. "Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Yahawashi, that ye all speak the same thing."
Right, we all supposed to speak the same thing, guys.
"And that there be no divisions among you."
Right, and that there be no divisions among you, you know. So when you teaching a different doctrine than what we're teaching, then that's a division.
Right.
You know, when you being tribal, you know, when you being tribal, that's a division. Like them flunkies for Nate. You know, they had that Passover thing, and all you kept hearing was Judah. You know, that's like a tribal thing. They're causing separation, you know, between Judah and the other tribes.
Right.
The Lord said that's not supposed to be done.
And if I may add too, and then like you got these other asshole idiots, which really, man, you guys are basically wells without water, like the scriptures say. But you coming up with these old stupid ass doctrines of the other tribes, the Native American Indian and Latin tribes not being a part of the nation of Israel.
Right.
You help keeping that division.
That's right.
And yet you're ready to open your hands for some goddamn heathens, some Hamites, Watusi and Bantu, all these other different Hamitic tribes.
Yep.
Just because they got dark skin.
That's it. That's the only reason
That's
why
the
you do
only
it.
reason why.
Yep.
You're just like the so-called white man,
Yep.
you know, which he classifies all people of color as blacks.
Yep.
All right, instead of going into the you don't really deal with nationality
nor do you deal with the truth, because why? It's not in you. You're not the men. That's why you're not on the highways and the byways. You barely have videos out there. You know, only thing your doctrine is anything is an anti-GMS doctrine. Which really, you're not anti-GMS, you're anti the Most High, YAHAWAH, BAHASHAM, YAHAWASHI. So keep on making them little dumb, stupid ass videos, and you're gonna keep seeing more and more information just steamrolling, you clowns.
That's right.
You suckers.
Because that's all that's happening.
You know,
you're being
destroyed. The Lord is using starting with which the elder REI was one of the first brothers who got the fullness, but it started going back to Abba Bivens.
That's right.
All right, and then King Masha.
Yep, because
Elder REI, Elder Yaihwah. And then the brothers that y'all don't like to hear us say it, but the brothers that kept carrying that torch was Elder Tahar, and the rest of the men on down that's with him.
That's right.
And you got other men that's out there that's doing it too. All right, which you know them because why? They're teaching the same thing, like what the brother read in 1 Corinthians, the first chapter.
That's right.
All right, and that's what it's all about. We got to be speaking the same thing, the same doctrine. No, you guys out here talking this bullshit, man.
Yep.
All right.
Because no, it's the spirit, brother. Because when Abba was teaching, that's what he was teaching. He was teaching that the so-called Negroes, they were the Jews. You know, the Puerto Ricans, you know, the Cubans and all them, they're Israelites.
That's right.
You know, but he just didn't know what tribe each one of them was from.
Because that wasn't given to him.
Exactly. But then the Lord gave he gave that spirit to Elder Ariah to write down which tribe pertained to who they were, and go into the characteristics in the scriptures and break it down. You know, that's what we have today, the 12 tribe sign. You know, and any of you teaching any different than that, then the Lord's gonna deal with you, man.
Right.
You know, because what you're doing is you're keeping the kingdom from coming to those that are to be saved, because you won't go into it yourself, and you stop those that are coming in. So when you say that the so-called Latin tribes and the Native American Indian tribes are not Israelites, you're basically stopping the people of the Lord from coming in to back to the kingdom. You know, that's what you're doing. So finish reading that real quick.
Yeah, cut. It says, and that there be no divisions among you,
That's right.
but that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment.
Right, that you be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. All right. So now you got something.
I got one more after.
Bring that out, and then get Amos, finish that up, and then we're gonna go into the book. So go ahead, bro.
All right, this is the book of Zechariah, chapter 9, verse 12. It says, "Turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope."
Right. So the Lord is saying, "Turn to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope," which is who? All of the Israelites.
That's right.
You know, because when you go to them among the indigenous people of those different lands down in South America, Central America, the curses are on those people.
That's right.
Yeah.
The same exact curses.
The same exact curses that's on Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. It's on them.
Heavy.
They conduct experiments against the natives of those lands, like they conducted experiments against Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
Just like the Tuskegee thing, they were hitting you with syphilis. They were doing the same fucking thing in Guatemala.
That's right.
To Zebulon down there in Guatemala, they was injecting them with syphilis. There was a thing this brother brought out months back about how they were I think in the 20s, you said they were hitting Ephraim up with cancer.
Yeah, 1930s.
In the 30s, excuse me.
No, it's a doctor, I believe his name was Dr. Cecil Rhodes.
Yeah.
You know, he injected Ephraimites with cancer. He was saying that the Puerto Ricans need to be wiped out. You know, that shows you how the white man feels about Israel, and they know exactly who Israel is. It tells you in the book of Psalms, the 83rd chapter. You know, so the same things that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi go through, these other tribes go through. Why? Because they are Israelites. And the lessons that we've done so far, the last, I think it was 4 series, nothing but information that who the Latin tribes are. And that document, the first document that we read, there's even more information. That was just like the first 5 pages. There's a whole bunch more information of different things and different customs that they kept. You know, they didn't eat swine. They circumcised their children. You know, they had the Holy of Holies. I mean, all different types of information.
Carried the Ark of the Covenant during times of war. How the fuck they know about, how the fuck the North American Indians, Peruvian Indians, Mexican Indians, what the fuck they know about the Ark of the Covenant?
Right.
If they're not Israelites.
That's right. That's right.
What the hell do they know about the Ark of the Covenant and carrying it during war times? Just like
on this side.
On this side.
Right.
What did they know about that? Because the Spanish didn't bring them and show them the Ark of the Covenant.
That's right.
The Spanish knew about the Ark of the Covenant because of the records.
Right.
But they actually had the Ark of the Covenant that they made when they came over here. They knew exactly how to make it.
You know why they knew how to make it? Because they had the Bible. They had the scrolls here with them.
That's right.
And them devils, them Spaniards, they burnt the records, as we told you in the other lesson. And you got that, right?
I got a little something on it.
All right, bring that out. And hold up on Amos. We're gonna hit that before we close out. But we want to get this information out.
Okay.
That was it on that, brother?
No, no.
Bring it out.
It says, turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope. Even today do I declare that I will render double unto thee. When I have bent Judah for me, filled the bow with Ephraim.
Right, so the Most High said he's going to take Judah, right, which is Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, and fill the bow with Ephraim, which is the so-called Puerto Ricans and the other so-called Latin tribes and Native American Indian tribes.
Yep.
And he's going to put it in the bow, and he's going to pull that arrow back. And what happened? Abba Bivens, which is Judah, the Lord used him to spark it off. King Masha, Elder Ariah, Elder Yaakov, they're Judites, and other men that were Judites. They pushed this thing forward. Then after a certain period of time, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi was being gathered in the school. Then the so-called Latin tribes and Native American Indian tribes started coming in there slowly but surely. So now in this time, the tribes are coming together, but there's going to come a point now where you're going to have Israelites that's out there in the world from Judah, Benjamin, Levi, even from Simeon and all that. And they're going to get together and they're going to set this race war off. And that's how Esau, you so-called white people, and you other nations, you're going to get fucked up. When the Lord brings that's why the white man doesn't want this information out there. Because he knows what the scriptures say. Once you get the two kingdoms coming together, all hell's going to break loose.
Everybody else is going to fall in line.
That's right. That's right.
All the Spanish tribes and the Indian tribes are going to fall in line under Ephraim because that was their head.
Yep.
During the split, and then Benjamin and Levi are going to get their ass in line with Judah because Judah's the head of them and Judah's the overall head.
That's
and
right.
then that means the common enemy to all 12 is the fucking white man.
That's it.
When you add it up, that's your ass.
Yep.
Go ahead, brother.
Right, it says, and raise up thy sons, O Zion, against thy sons, O Greece.
So how is the Lord going to raise up the sons of Zion against the Greeks, the sons of the Greeks or the Edomites, the so-called white people? When he brings them together. That's what the Most High said, when I have bent Judah for me, filled the bow with Ephraim. Then that he said, I'm going to lift your sons up, O Zion, against the sons of Greece, or the so-called white men, the Edomites.
Yep.
And that's when the race war is going to be set off.
Yep.
You know? I mean, because there's been skirmishes, throughout history, but this time, when all hell breaks loose, it's going to break loose. This whole country is going to turn overnight. It's going to be a total different world overnight.
Yep.
Okay?
It says, and made thee as the sword of a mighty man, and the Lord shall be seen over them, which we're coming to that time right now. So it's going to be made, like the Lord said in 2nd Ezra's, then shall my servants be made known.
Who are the chosen.
Who are the chosen. So it's going to be known, because right now you got a whole bunch of guys popping up. They coming and going, all these doctrines out there. But the Lord is going to put his stamp on his chosen, man. Because Esau, he's about to do what he's supposed to do. He's the devil. Yep. The scriptures say the devil's come down with great wrath, knowing he have but a little bit of time. And his time is up. Why do you think all this information has come out? The Lord is allowing all these facts, all these artifacts, these information, certain books that brothers never got a chance to get their hands on. Now, brother, why? Because this is the time now.
Yep. They're being made available now.
They're being made. You got other guys out there that's getting information. Yep. Because why? And we don't just say, oh, just this brother's the only brother that got the knowledge. No, the Lord gave it to the prophets, man. They tell you that in Isaiah 34:16. Right. I mean, well, further down, it says they shall possess it through their generations forever, line upon line.
Right. He divided it unto them by line.
Right.
That's right.
Meaning they lot. Each brother got their portion in this thing. So this thing is coming out rapid fire because why? We at the end. And you're going to see that the Lord is with. And you're going to see that the Lord is with us, the brothers that's doing this thing.
Yep.
And all the other brothers out there that's doing the same thing. Starting with the elders elder brothers, Elder Tahar, Elder Gabar, Elder RAWCHAA, and all the rest of the brothers that's out there doing this work in sincerity and truth. That's teaching the same thing that we teaching. You're going to see the Lord with them, because why? You're going to see all the tribes coming together.
That's right.
All right, but you know, it's a lot more on that, but I know you got some points on that, so.
Yeah, we could always.
Yeah, we can go, yeah, because brothers,
Yeah, I got some.
it's a lot of meat.
I got something to mess with you when you're ready to.
Yeah, come.
Well, this is dealing with about the perception of the Spaniards. The perception of the Spaniards had about the Native American Indians, Peruvian, and the Mexican Indians, and the misconceptions. Now, James Adair speaks about it on page 222. It says, if any English reader have patience to search the extraordinary volumes of the Spanish writers, or even those of His Catholic Majesty Chief.
Hey, I'm sorry, brother. And the key word there, it says to have patience. Now, I ain't got the patience as this brother got. This brother got, the Lord blessed him with that. That's a gift. And when the scriptures speak about gifts, this brother got, I mean, you know, we all got patience because the Spirit has us where we do research, but this brother, the Spirit get it to where he'll go into some books that we didn't even know about. And he'll sit there and sift through the bones and pull that motherfucking meat right off of it, man.
That's right.
But now the problem is with you guys, you don't have that patience.
Right.
And that's why it's easy to just say, oh, it's a black thing.
Yeah.
It's easy to, you know, you guys, you don't want to use your brain cells,
You
man.
want the fucking easy way out, man. That's a typical fucking nigga.
Yeah.
And always want the easy
I'm
fucking
sorry,
way out.
brother.
Nah, brother.
That's a typical fucking nigga.
It's a spirit.
You know? You want the easy way out. A lazy fucking nigga.
Yep.
That's what that is, a lazy ass nigga.
That's a negra.
It says, if any English reader have patience to search the extraordinary volumes of the Spanish writers, or even those of His Catholic Majesty Chief Historiographer, he will not only find a wild portrait, but a striking resemblance and unity of the civil and martial customs, the religious rites and traditions of the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans and North Americans. According to the manner of their Moorish paintings, likewise, the very national name of the primitive Chickasaw, which they style Chichimicas. That's how the Mexicans say Chickasaw. They say Chichimicas. It says, in whom they repute to have been the first inhabitants of Mexico. However, I lay little stress upon Spanish testimonies, for time and ocular proof have convinced us of the labored falsehood of most of their historical narrations concerning every curious thing relative to South America. Boom. So James Adair says you can't trust the shit that the Spaniards are saying.
Right.
That's what he's saying right there.
Yeah, because the Spaniards' whole purpose to come into the so-called New World was to destroy the people that were here.
Exactly.
And exonerate. You know, I'm not exonerating, but basically to take the records that they have and destroy them, so that they can seem like they're just savages. You know, they had no records, they had nothing, no written history. You know, they didn't do any great works. You know, so that's what they wanted to destroy the records so that they could be justified. You know, by taking their land. And that was the main thing, because they already had dibs on this side of the world.
That's right.
Before Columbus and all of them came over here.
Yeah, they divided it and cut the pie up while they were there in Spain before they got here. They sliced the pie up and said, you're going to get this, you're going to get that.
Yep.
And they already knew who was over here. And it's, as we read further in, it's gonna go more into what this brother Elder Ramlab is talking about.
Okay.
It says they were so divested of those principles inherent to honest inquirers after truth, that they have recorded themselves to be a tribe of prejudiced bigots striving to aggrandize the Mohammedan valor of about 900 spurious Catholic Christians. In other words, they set out to set prejudices about the Native American Indians and the Peruvian Indians and the Mexican Indians amongst the Catholics, the so-called Catholics, to already have that inbred hatred for them before they even met them. That's what that's dealing with. Then it says, under the patronage of their favorite saint, a person by whom heaven designed to extirpate those two great nominal empires of pretended cannibals. So they lied and said that they were cannibals.
Yeah, they said the Carib Indians were cannibals. Yeah. Fucking lying sack of dog
They even
shit.
said that about the Mexicans, that they were cannibals. And that's nothing but a fucking lie. It says they found it convenient to blacken the natives with ill names and report them to their demigod, the Mufti of Rome, as sacrificing every day a prodigious multitude of human victims to numerous idol gods. They learned worldly is already fully acquainted with the falsehood of their histories. The learned world is already acquainted with the falsehood of the falsehoods of the Spaniards, of the accounts that the Spaniards gave.
Right, and then he said they blacken their faces. In other words, they put a bad name on them.
Exactly.
I got a quick precept just to back that up.
Yep.
This is Deuteronomy 28 and 37. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. So basically, what the brothers read now is letting you know that that curse was on who? On Israel.
Yep.
So it was on them. They blackened their names. They, basically they went around and slandered them.
Exactly.
Okay.
They straight up fucking lied. It says, the learned world is already fully acquainted with the falsehood of their histories. This is page 223 in James Adair's book, History of the American Indian. Reason and later discoveries condemn them. Many years have elapsed since I first entered into Indian life, that's James Adair speaking, besides a good acquaintance with several southern Indians who were conversant with the Mexican Indian rites and customs, and it is incontrovertible that the Spanish monks and Jesuits, in describing the language, religion, and customs of the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans, were both unwilling and incapable to perform so arduous an undertaking with justice and truth. They did not converse with the natives as friends, but despised, hated, and murdered them for the sake of their gold and silver, and to excuse their own ignorance and most shocking, cool, premeditated murders. They artfully described them as an abominable swarm of idolatrous cannibals offering human sacrifices to various false deities and eating of unnatural victims. Nevertheless, from their own partial accounts, we can trace a near agreement between the civil and martial customs, the religious worship, traditions, dress, ornaments, and other particulars of the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans and those of the present North American Indians. That's one point.
Oh man. Hey, now read this real quick, brother.
Right ahead.
Okay.
This is it's a site. It's a site it's called Hope of Israel, right? Basically the saga of ancient Hebrew explorers. Now they have a segment called Hebrews in the America. They asking a question.
Right.
Hebrews in America, 1000
The Hope
BC.
of Israel, that book is by Manasseh ben Israel.
Right, by Manasseh. Right, Khan.
Yep.
So it says, in 1973, I visited with Dr. Joseph Mahan in Georgia, an expert in ancient Indian ethnology of the southeastern Indians of the United States. He showed me samples of pottery uncovered from the waters around the Bahamas, and told me of Indian legends, including that of the Yuquis, which is one of them Peruvian tribes, right? So stating they had migrated to the area of Florida and Georgia from the region of the Bahamas, according to their legends. The islands sank beneath the sea, and they fled for their lives. These same Yuquis later migrated to the Oklahoma Territory, where they eventually settled down. Amazingly enough, they showed strong evidence that they had contact with the old world in historic times. They have a custom which is unique among the American Indians. They are racially and linguistically different from their neighbors, which they go off a bit there.
Yeah. Because each tribe they had like a dialect, but they all spoke Hebrew.
They had their own slang amongst each other when they spoke Hebrew.
Which goes back to the scriptures, as we brought out in the other show.
Just like Judah, Benjamin, and Levi right now. Benjamin speak English, but Benjamin got crazy ass English. They speak it like with that patois and proper English like joined together. Then Jake slang in the 70s they called it jive, but we call it slang, hip talk, jive, whatever. Then Ephraim got the way they speak, they call it Spanglish. Which is fucking English and Spanish mixed together. And they'll say something mixed together and you won't know what the fuck they talking about.
And sometimes even with the so-called West Indians, even amongst them, they got a different slang.
Because the Trinis is different from the Jamaicans, is different from the Barbadians.
But they're the same tribe.
Exactly.
Same thing with the Latin tribe. Same thing like with Jake. Jake up north talk different. Sometimes a so-called Negro up north, you can't understand a Negro from down south.
That's right.
And they both speak in English, but it's with a different dialect. So that's the same thing that was with the tribe, like the brother was saying. So now it says, They says, going back to these Indians, these Peruvian Indians, it says they have a custom which is unique among the American Indians. It says every year on the 15th day of the sacred month of harvest in the fall, they make a pilgrimage. For 8 days they live in booths with roofs open to the sky.
That's the Feast of Tabernacles.
Come on, man.
Sukkot.
Where'd they get that from?
You know?
Because they're Israelites. We told you already they brought the records here, but the damn Spaniards burnt the records.
Yep.
You know, they had the Torah here and the Tanakh and all them books. They had them here. But what happened was the so-called white men burned them. The Edomites burned them when they came over here.
Out of fucking jealousy.
Yeah. And just so they could steal their land.
Yep. So they could justify themselves with that manifest destiny bullshit. And taking them over.
I got something real quick right here. This is Romans 2 and 14. For when the Gentiles, meaning the Israelite foreigners, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves. Why? Because that law was and custom was already embedded in them.
Yep.
That's why they kept they kept the Feast of Tabernacles. You know, so they didn't eat swine. You know, they circumcised their children. They did certain customs that the Israelites did. They wore the borders of blue, the fringes and the borders of blue, and different other customs that they did.
Issachar, the so-called Mexicans, they're known for what? They're unleavened bread.
Yep.
That's in their spirit. And they masters at that thing, man. The tortillas and stuff that you love.
That's right.
That's unleavened bread. You know, you don't hear about Hamites making unleavened bread.
That's right.
That's what they going.
Doodoo.
You know, but it's a lot more information there. But you know, the brother brought that point out, so I was just you know connecting. Added. Yeah. But it's a lot. Like I said, it's so much information and it's so vast.
Yep.
Where that's how we know that we at the end, man.
Yep.
You know, so you brothers
can't even keep up with it. I mean, if we was to bring out all the information, we'll be this will be like a 20-hour show. Or we'll be here all day, all night.
Yep.
You know, so we just try to get the most pertinent points. You know, and then when you brothers get the information, you go and you read it up, and then you might find other things.
Yeah, done.
You know.
I got some more for you. Okay, page 226. It says here, although this legendary writer has transcended the bounds of truth, in other words, just lied. In other words, he just sensationalized and lied about the shit. The writer is talking about is a man named David Ingram, who's he's another historian with an account about the Indians, Native American Indians, Peruvian, Mexican Indians. It says, yet where he is not emulous of outdoing the Jesuitical romances, because this guy was damn near outdoing the lies that the Jesuits wrote. That's what he's talking about. He says Jesuitical romances. The romance, in other words, that the Jesuits had with demonizing and making the Indians look like monsters.
Right.
That's what it's talking about. It would require a good knowledge of America to confute him in many particulars. It says, this shows how little the learned world can rely on American narrators, and that the origin of the Indian Americans is yet to be traced.
Right. I'm sorry, because the Esau's going to be biased when he writes his stuff.
Of course.
He's the devil. He's the devil. He can't let you know that these people that he calls savages are really royal, holy people. That's greater than himself. So you do got to be careful when you're reading stuff that these crackers write, man.
That's right. Yeah, because the bottom line is, how are they going to be able to lie to the world and tell the world that they're Jews if there's all kind of evidence that these people that were here are Israelites?
Right.
How are they going to do that? That's why they suppressed records on Judah, Benjamin, Levi, you know, the so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, you know, so that people wouldn't wake up to them, because they won't be able to lie to the world if everybody knows the truth of who the tribes are.
It says, American narrators, and that the origin of the Indian Americans is yet to be traced in a quite different path to what any of those hyperbolical or wild conjecture writers have prescribed. In other words, the real history of the American and South American Indians is totally different from what a lot of these American writers and different people have actually said about them.
Right.
It's in another direction. It says the Spaniards have given us many fine polished Indian orations, but they were certainly fabricated at Madrid. The Indians have no such ideas or methods of speech as they pretend to have copied from a faithful interpretation on the spot. However, they have religiously supported those monkish dreams, and which are the chief basis of their Mexican and Peruvian treaties.
Right,
ahead.
which I'm sorry, and pretty much, and that's the same thing they did with Judah. Every time Esau talks about the other tribes in Judah, he makes them seem like they was walking around with a fucking bone in their nose.
Yep.
Right.
You know? He tries to make them seem like the low, because that's what he is really.
Yeah.
You know? But now, with this brother's going into all these, he said there's so much facts, you can't dispute that they were civilized and they knew who they were. And they were observing the customs. They knew that they were the tribes. You know?
And if the spirit allows, I'm going to get to it too. Because there's so much in here, there's something else I want to bring out of another book. Now it says, let me see. Let me just try to skip through. It says, so much might have been collected from them by signs and other expressive indications, for we are well assured that the remote, uncorrupted part of the Mexicans still retain the same notions as our northern Indians with regard to their arriving at and settling in their respective countries, living under a theocratic government and having the divine war ark as a most sacred seal of success to the beloved people against their treacherous enemies. Didn't Israel take the Ark of the Covenant and walk around the walls of Jericho 7 times, and they blew the trumpet, and then the walls fell and they took the city? They carried the Ark of the Covenant before them. And he said, just like the Native American Indians. So the Mexicans had their own Ark of the Covenant, and Gad had their own version of the Ark of the Covenant. The war ark, and they carried it during times of war. When they went to war, that's when they carried the ark with them.
Hey, you know what that scripture is where he was holding up Moses' hand?
Let me see. There's just like so much, man. There's like so much, like this brother said, man. We can be here reading for fucking 10 hours, man. But we don't got 10 hours.
Right.
Let me see if I can cut to the chase on some of this.
Yeah, because, you know, like the Ark of the Covenant would be brought out, then you would have the priest that would set prayers up over, you know, over Israel to the Most High, you know, so that they could be successful in the battles, you know. So there's a whole, pretty much the majority of the customs that the people that were here, the natives of the so-called Americas, were doing is the same exact thing that was being done in Israel. Why? Man. Because they're Israelites.
Yep.
You found something? Yeah,
I got something else. Right, it says, let me see, I'm gonna jump down. It says the South and North American Indians are twin-born brothers. Though the Spanish clergy, by their dark but fruitful inventions, which is their lies. Their dark and fruitful inventions is their lies about the North American Indians and the South American Indians. It says, have set them as a prodigious variance. Now, another scholar named Acosta tells us that the Peruvians held a very extraordinary feast called Yitu. And I'm gonna skip down. This is another strong picture of the rights of the Indian North Americans during the time of their great festival to atone for sin, and with a little amendment would exhibit a surprising analogy of sundry essential rights and customs of the Northern and South American Indians, which equally glance at the Mosaic system. Boom. There's more. And there's more, if we can get there.
Break it
I know you brothers got some scriptures.
No, break it down. Good.
Get down.
And that's telling you about a custom that the Peruvian Indians had, which was, and he's telling you that it's likened to the customs that the North American Indians had as well, and the customs that they both practiced resembled that of the Mosaic system. So, I mean, how much more proof do you fucking monkeys out there need, man? How much more proof do you need? You know what? We can read till we go blue in the face. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Now, everything the brother's been reading through his spirit is showing you more and more that the natives that came to this side of the world are Israelites.
Yep.
I don't see him read nothing in this book saying that they have anything in relations with fucking Chinese.
That's right.
Or Mongolians.
That's right.
Or Japanese or any Asians. All right? So that cuts that bullshit about they walked across the fucking Bering Strait. If that's so true, why don't you practice to compare last and walk across the Bering Strait right now and see if you reach the other side. Bunch of goddamn liars, man. But you know what? Your lies are being drowned right now. Like it's written in Revelation, the 12th chapter. How the earth is swallowing up all your lies. And this is a part of the earth, the archaeology, the proof, the history, you know, the documents. Swallowing up all your lies.
Yep. I got something real quick. This is Psalms 58 and 3. It said, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Yep. That's what they do.
That's right.
To the devil.
They can't help it. They just created to be the wicked. It says, their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. So bottom line, you so-called white people, that's all you do. You Edomites. All you do is fucking lie. You know? And what you do is you lie about a certain people. You put that propaganda out there so that the majority of people believe it, because the majority of people are stupid. Anything they hear, they'll just believe. You know, and you'll tell them that these people are savages, and when you talk to these people, what do? They just repeat something that they heard.
Exactly.
Without having no facts or no clues. Why? Because you lied.
And you know what? Most of the people during the Dark Ages, and even after that time during the Renaissance, even still to this fucking day, during those times when a lot of these things were being documented and people were writing them, and the clergy were going back, you know, saying this and saying that, a lot of the fucking people back then relied on the priests and the different monks, because the majority of the people back then were fucking illiterate and weren't able to go and research it for themselves. Now today, you Jakes out there, Negroes, West Indians, and Puerto Ricans, you're literate, but you're motherfucking illiterate in the spirit.
Right.
Because you can't go and search these things out. A lot of the information we got is as plain as day in the fucking library. And you never come across none of this information.
Yeah, because the Lord got to guide. The Lord got to guide you. You know, if YAHAWADAH doesn't guide you, you're not gonna find the truth.
Exactly.
You're gonna get into all kind of stuff. Even people in the churches.
Yep.
You know, they got the Bible, but when they pick up the Bible is a stumbling block unto them, because they're not getting they don't have their spiritual mind to go into these scriptures to have the understanding. Because the Most High didn't give it to them.
Yahawashi is not connected with them.
Right, and Yahawashi is not connected with you because number one, you don't know his name. Number two, you don't know what he looks like. You have a picture of a fucking white man, you know, in the majority of you have a picture of a so-called white man in your house, you know? And you believe to this day that Jesus, that so-called Jesus, had blonde hair and blue eyes. And you reverence that damn picture. Even to this day, in 2012.
I got one for you.
Yeah, go ahead, bring it out.
I'm gonna go to Revelations 12 at 9, and I'm gonna jump to 15. Verse 9. And this is talking about after this devil is destroyed, but the point is in there. Revelations 12 and 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, which is Esau. He's that old serpent called the devil, which, as we've been telling you, the word devil means deceiver.
Yep.
Right? And Satan, the adversary, which deceiveth the whole world.
That's right.
What are we reading right here? We're showing you proof. This is just little proof of how this devil been deceiving the whole world. All right? Which deceived the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. That's future prophecy. I'm gonna jump to the 15th verse. And the serpent, going back to Esau again, cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman. The woman is talking about Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, from Judah on down to Issachar.
Yep.
All right. It says that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. And you know what? The majority of you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans were carried away. Y'all still in that flood.
Yeah.
A lot of y'all drowning. Some of y'all are floating dead in the damn flood.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Hey, some of y'all have you have certain information that you know, but it goes totally to the left.
That's right.
You know, that you'll get into the Taino and Boricua history, but then that's as far as you go. You know, you go into that and that path. You know, you have no idea that before they were called Boricua and Taino, they were being called Israelites, Ephraimites. You know, and some of you others, you all into the Inca heritage and the Mayan heritage, and then but you can't connect it back to Israel, to the Israelites, because it wasn't given to you.
That's right.
Go ahead, brother.
That's right. And you're victims of that flood.
That's right.
It says, and the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. That's why all you the different tribes, you're all into different religions, different philosophies. This one believe in that one. You're all confused, and you're all like blind bats. Well, I ain't gonna say blind bat. A bat can find its way by hearing.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
That has like
I wouldn't even call you that. You're just blind fucking rats. You know, bumping into each other.
Yep.
All right. And the earth helped the woman. Now the woman that was helped by the earth is talking about the 1/3, the elect. The brothers you see here teaching, and the ones of you that's receiving this, and the ones of you brothers out there that's hearing this for the first time and getting into it. This is for you.
Yep,
and the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up. Hey, and that's the spirit. And starting first and foremost with this Bible, and then different documentaries are coming with further proving these facts, man. That's the earth swallowing up off the flood. All right. It says, and swallow up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth, which is the so-called white race.
Yep.
What was the flood that was cast out of his mouth? Those lies.
The fucking lies.
And they're being destroyed. And that's why when brothers put, now y'all know why when y'all put shows, I'm talking about the brothers that's really in this thing, man. When y'all put shows up on YouTube, 2 seconds, that shit is out of there.
Yep.
Now YouTube is vast.
Yep.
There's so many different, there's eons of shit on YouTube. But for whatever reason, they zap the truth. They zap it quick, boy.
That's right. Yeah, there's motherfuckers with wet t-shirt contests. I mean, bitches are
Brother,
damn near butt
that's
naked
not
on
even the
YouTube.
surface, man. It's just so much stuff in there. Okay. But yet, they all, in 2 seconds, the shows that the brothers are putting out get canceled, cut off.
Yeah, because they don't want this word going out.
But you know, it's too late because the word is already the word has got out. This thing is worldwide through the spirit of Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI.
Right.
This thing is worldwide, man. So y'all can keep clipping. You ain't clipping. All you do is beating against the wind.
That's right.
Because his word the Lord said his word does not get out void.
That's right. Yep. That's right. You got any more on that, brother?
I got a little bit.
Yeah, bring that out.
Okay.
And
here
we'll get ready to close up soon because it's starting to get dark.
It says page 229. It's speaking about another lying Spanish fuck named Spanish friar named Geronimo Roman. It says he was the greatest champion of hyperbolical writing. In other words, lying his ass off. He hyping up a fucking lie. Instead of diabolical, he calls it hyperbolical because he just hyped this shit up so much. It says, he says the Indian natives from Florida to Panama had little religion or policy, and yet he affirms a few pages after that they believed in one true, immortal, and invisible God reigning in heaven. And I can't pronounce this name that he called them, but it's 𝐤𐤐�𝐄 and is so kind and is so kind as to allow them images, priests, popes, the high priest being called Papa in that language. It says the origin of images among them is accounted for in dialogue he gives us between a shaking tree and one of the Indian priests. Now I'm gonna skip down. It says, with regard to the long conjectural divine name by which they express the one true God, there is not the least room to doubt that the South Americans had the divine name Yahawah in a great, in as great purity as those of the North.
Right now, wait, hold up, man. And you know what? In the Lord, now in Malachi, the Lord said His name is dreadful among the heathens.
That's right.
So that proved that they wasn't no heathens, man.
That's right.
Give me some proof. Produce me some documents where these Hamite tribes had stones in Hebrew writing, or they knew the name of the Most High was Yahawah. All right, because the Lord said His name is dreadful in the mouth of the heathen.
That's right.
These scholars and explorers, they witnessed that they knew that they had the name of the Most High as Yahawah.
Right. As a matter of fact, I'm saying it the right way, but the way it's here is pronounced YAHWAH.
Yeah,
which basically,
right.
that's why when James Cameron did Avatar, the Na'vi was supposed to be the Navajo Indians, and the god that they prayed to was Awa. This says YAHWAH. If you take the yo off, you got Awa.
Which is Yahawah.
YAHWAH or Yahawah.
Right. Because remember, you know, the language got corrupted after a while.
Right.
You know, but that's how Jake does. You know, they'll speak a certain language and they'll put slang into it and then change it up. You know.
Years and years and years.
That's right. And years of doing that, after a while, it just caught on. You know why? And the Lord did that too, so He can bring that name fresh out at the end.
So it'll be new.
Because
Right.
it's new again.
That new name.
That's right.
That's why the scripture said they sung as it were a new song, which
No man knew.
which no man knew except the 144,000.
That's right.
And it's new because it hasn't been heard in thousands of years.
That's right.
Or hundreds of years that name hasn't been heard the right way. The way the white man don't want you to hear.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Matter of fact, I got something while you're getting that. This is Exodus chapter 20, verse 1. And the Most High spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy power, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, and out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's why they were worshiping just one power. You know, it came to a point where they went off and they started worshiping, other idols and stuff like that, and other deities and different gods. Why? Because that was part of the curses. You know, but there was times when they were keeping the customs, especially when they first came here. It says, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy power, am a jealous power, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Yeah,
That's self-explanatory.
Dealing with the name of the Lord, and we're going to sum it up. This book is called The Cherokee People by Thomas E. Mills, right? And the brother was speaking about the name, and we was reading about the name that James Adair was giving an account of this devil Hieronymo Roman, right? Now, in here, this guy, Thomas E. Mills, says this on page 145. It says, according to Payne's information, the chief supreme being believed in by the Cherokees of the 18th century was the same mysterious being whom the more ancient Cherokees had said was both God and king, appearing sometimes on earth as a man, except for someone specially consecrated for the purpose. This being's name was to be spoken only on an appointed holy day. It was Yahawah. It says, the great Yahawah himself taught the hymn to the first Cherokee priests. The words he used were still being repeated in 1835, but that they were no longer understood. They were described as being part of the old language, which is what? The Hebrew.
Right. Yeah.
It says, many of the Cherokees living in 1835 remembered the last of the white organization speakers who spoke that revered language and described these speakers as being most devoutly wedded to the ancient usages. The few old language words that were still employed in the 19th century were unintelligible, and most of them were included in what was called the Yahawah hymn.
Yeah, the reason why, because they didn't understand it, because they don't speak the real Hebrew, you know. But even but that particular Hebrew was still broken among the tribes.
And two, when you go into it, like how did like patois really come about in certain dialects of these different languages?
Yep.
Because why? The tribes were enslaved, so they had to come up with a dialect that they could speak.
Right. The white man couldn't
That the white man couldn't understand.
That's what they did.
Because when they came over here, they brought interpreters and everything.
That's right.
Over here.
Because they knew what they were going to encounter when they came over here.
Hey, well, that's why they that's why when they brought Gad to them educate to the reservation camp, concentration camps. They basically, what did they do? They forbid them to speak in their language.
Yeah.
So that they couldn't speak in the language that the white man, you know, the Edomites didn't understand.
Right, so that way, which will be pursuant to Jeremiah 17:4, you're discontinued from your heritage.
That's right.
And eventually you'll forget your language that you were speaking.
Right.
You forget your power, your creator, and your customs and everything.
Yeah, because if you educate one generation to speak just the English, after a while, they're gonna lose speaking that language.
So when they have babies, the babies are being born just speaking
Right.
English.
That's
Right.
right.
They
Just
have
speaking
they don't know nothing about their past.
That's right.
That's
That's
why
right.
that's why 12 tribes are where they are now.
Yeah, it was systematic.
Yep.
You know?
Systematic. But you know what? In all of that, showing you that the tribes, not only they had the name and they spoke a broken form of Hebrew, but guess what? They also had scrolls. Like this brother's telling you, the Spaniards burnt the scrolls among the South American Indians, you know, what you consider the Spanish tribes or whatever. Now, the North American Indians, the Gadites, Cherokee, Choctaw, Miccosukee, so on and so forth. I'm going to read an excerpt real quick from here, this book called The 12 Tribes by Timothy R. Jenkins, and we're going to close it up on that. Now, it says here on page, let me see if I get the page 16. It says, the following is from Alexander's Messengers, published many years ago in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So this is from Philadelphia, PA. A government officer stationed at Lake Superior at an early day before any white settlers had invaded that part of the country. After becoming acquainted with a number of Indian tribes, found one tribe in possession of a copper tube tightly soldered. And when asked what it contained, they said they were not able to tell, but they had received it from their ancestors a long time ago. The officer finally prevailed upon them to let him open the article, and when he did so, he found it filled with parchment, with inscriptions that he could not read. But by sending the parchment to Washington City, where it was examined by competent Hebrew scholars, it was declared to be part of the 5 books of Moses.
Ooh, and then wait a minute, didn't we tell you that?
Which is deep.
Didn't we tell you that they brought the scrolls over here?
That's right. And it lines up with Second Ezra, the scripture that you guys was going to deal with.
Yeah.
The one that you run from.
The 13th chapter, when it said they came over to this land for the purpose of to keep their laws, which they weren't keeping, which were what? Going back to the 5 books of Moses at that time.
Yeah, that's where they were keeping the Feast of Tabernacles. They were doing
atonement, Day of Atonement.
Day of Atonement.
If one of their brothers would die without having a son, the woman couldn't marry no one else in the tribe. She had to marry the brother to raise up a son unto the one that died.
That's right.
That's how they knew about that.
That's right. I'm gonna read this real quick. I know you probably got more. Romans 8 and 16. Romans 8 and 16. The Spirit beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of the Most High. YAHAWAH BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI. So that 12 tribe sign you see, that 12 tribe sign is correct.
And it's correct.
And it's on point.
It's spiritual.
That's right.
It's according to Ezekiel the 37th chapter.
That's right.
It's according to 1 Corinthians the 2nd chapter, where
Genesis
the Lord
the
said that
49th chapter.
the natural man receiveth not the things of the spirit,
That's right.
for they are spiritually discerned.
That's right.
You can't understand it and you can't receive it because you are, excuse my French, motherfucking spiritually discerned.
You're spiritually illiterate.
You're spiritually fucking retarded. Okay?
Yep.
You're retarded.
That's right.
Now, I'm gonna read a little bit again. It says the parchment that he could not read, but by sending the parchment to Washington City, where it was examined by competent Hebrew scholars, it was declared to be part of the 5 books of Moses. Here we have another link in the chain, providing that the Hebrews were here many years before the white man came to this continent, and that the present North American Indians are their descendants.
That's it. Come on. Come on.
Now you know what you niggas need to do? Go and fucking kill yourself now.
No, drop that. I got one to close it up for you.
Yeah, bring it up, brother.
Close it down.
This one in.
Yeah.
Isaiah 11 and 12. It says, and he, who's the he? The Heavenly Father, YAHAWAH BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI, and he shall set up an ensign for the nations.
Right.
Which is that, going back to that sign again.
That's right.
All 12 tribes, the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans.
Read it and weep, monkeys.
All right.
And also too, because the Lord YAHAWASHI, right, which is this, he came over here too, and there's countless of records that he was on his side with the Native American Indian tribe.
That's what the account of Quetzalcoatl is all about.
Yep.
Right.
That's right. It says, shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth.
That's right.
The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off.
Right, that was the breaches. You know, the Lord's bringing them, closing those breaches up. Matter of fact, get that real quick.
Let me finish this
Yeah,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Ephraim shall not envy Judah,
That's right.
and Judah shall not vex Ephraim.
Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim. So that's what's happening right now. The Lord is closing up those breaches, which we didn't get at the beginning of the show, but we're doing it right now. So Amos 9 and 11, and we close it on that because it's getting dark.
Amos chapter 9 verse 11. Amos chapter 9 verse 11. It says, "In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen,
That's right.
and close up the breaches thereof.
And that's what's happening. Go ahead.
And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old."
And that's basically what's happening. It's being built as in the days of old, because what the Lord is doing, he's bringing his elect back, but he's building up the house of David.
That's right. That's right.
You know, not the house of Saul, right? The house of Saul is out there. You know, YASHARAHLA, Lahab, and them. Those are all part of the house of Saul.
General YAHANA.
General YAHANA and the rest of them clowns.
Yep, the house is Absalom as well.
Yep, that's right.
You got a bunch of houses back
That's
there.
right.
But the house of David was who the Most High is dealing with, and still is dealing with.
That's right.
All right, which, you know, that's it.
That's it. So with that, we're gonna say shalom. We hope you brothers learned something, and we'll see you in the next round. YAHAWASHI Shabrakathm. All right, shalom. Barakatah Yahawah. Barakatah Yahawashai. Today's topic, again, like we've been saying, is a continuation of historical proofs of the 10 lost tribes. And in the last lesson we did, you know, we said that we were gonna stop, you know, the lessons on the 10 tribes that are scattered here in the so-called Americas, right? The Indian tribes that are here, and we were gonna, you know, deal with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, you know, because, you know, they, you know, we don't want to seem tribal, but the reason why we're doing these lessons is not to be tribal. It's just to bring out information on the so-called, you know, Native American Indian and so-called Latin tribes here in the so-called Americas. So, you know, we're going to continue it on as long as the Lord allows, and eventually in the future, you know, we'll bring out other stuff, because if you really look at the whole situation with the tribes, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are already well taken care of. It's well established that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are Israelites. It's well established, you know. So, like, we don't have to bring any extra stuff out, even though if we find stuff that brings out more information on these tribes, we will. But the bottom line is that those tribes are already straight, and they already know, because there's a lot of people there's a lot of people out here that are woken up to that they're Israelites among, you know, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. There's a lot of them. You know, just because you don't see the amount of people out there that know that they're Israelites doesn't mean that this word isn't going out. You know, so the Spirit has been on us to really go into the so-called Native American Indian tribes, or the indigenous tribes, the so-called, you know, like the Gadites, Reubenites, and the rest of the other tribes, because we're at that point now where the northern kingdom is going to start coming or flooding into this thing. Believe it or not, because it even surprises us that these tribes are going to come. But give me Amos 9 and 11. But the Most High, Yahweh BAHASHAM Yahawashi, already said that these tribes are going to come flooding in at this time, because this is the time for the gathering of all 12 tribes, and they're going to be gathered out of what? The land of the north. And what land of the north is that? Here in America. So if somebody
Amos,
got that,
chapter 9 verse 11. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen.
right? So now, what is the tabernacle of David? The word tabernacle means house. Why did it say the tabernacle of David that is fallen? Because during the time of King David, because prior to King David being on the scene, you had King Saul. Now, King Saul's kingdom was mainly consisted of who? The tribe of Benjamin. So now, when King David came on the scene, and the Most High gave the kingdom over to King David, he took it away from Saul, because Saul went against the word of the Most High, which is all spiritual. When King David was established, he had power over all 12 tribes, all the tribes. And then after King David, when King Solomon ruled, King Solomon started worshiping the idols of the other nations, and the Most High got mad and rent the kingdom from him, but he didn't take it away from him until the time of his son Jeroboam, which the Most High split the kingdom in half and gave 10 tribes to Jeroboam, and the rest of the other 3 tribes that were left, he gave it to Rehoboam. Now when Jeroboam took over, because when you go back into history, all of Levi was scattered among all the 12 tribes. But what happened was that Rehoboam, once he found out that the Most High gave him power with the 10 tribes, he gave a decree and an order that all of the Levites were to leave from among the tribes and go back to Judah and Benjamin. That's why we didn't have amongst the so-called, or amongst the northern kingdom, we didn't have any priests. That's why the Most High said, if your brother got some.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick on that point. So when some of the scholars say that, you know, that when they go into about Levi being over here, like some of the scholars say they've seen some of Levi amongst Reuben, really it wasn't Levi.
Right.
And I even went off on that point too. But what it was is that they had set up, which Gad was setting up, there was other people they were setting up to be lawgivers. You know, in other words, they was dealing with the ceremonies as the Levites did it. But the Levites they were back over there with Judah. So like what the brother's saying is true according to the scriptures. Levi didn't come over here with the other tribes. So the priests that they seen weren't actual Levites. They were men from the other tribes, primarily like Gad and other men from other tribes that were doing the things that the Levites would do, but they weren't Levites. Right.
You know, so because that was the decree, and the reason why the Lord put the spirit on Jeroboam to do that was because the other 10 tribes were going to be scattered over here to this side of the world, and there's a actual prophecy of Gad, which is the so-called North American Indians, that they were going to be the portion of a lawgiver was going to be given unto them. You got that, brother?
Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 20. And of Gad he said, blessed be he that enlarges Gad.
Now what does it mean, blessed be he that enlarges Gad? Because when you look at the land of all the 10 tribes over here, the land of Gad is the biggest land.
Yeah.
You got most of North America was Gad, and up into Canada was Gad. You got Issachar, they had a certain portion of the land. You had Reuben, they had a certain portion of the land. You had Zebulon and the rest of the other tribes, Asher, Naphtali, Manasseh and all of them. They all had a certain portion of land. But their land was not in the amass or greatness of Gad.
Right, Gad had the most land.
They had the most land. They had all of Canada, which Canada is big. Up in Alaska, that's all Gad. All throughout North America, that was Gad. That's why the Most High spoke about Japhet, which are the Polynesians today that were scattered around. There's people out in Australia and in different places around the world that are Japhet, which are dark-skinned people. That's who the Most High chose to be that particular peoples. And the Lord said that he would enlarge Japhet, you know, and I'm just paraphrasing, he would enlarge Japhet. Why? Because the land that they were given, which is all throughout Europe, was a big, vast land. That's why the Most High said that. Not because they were going to be the most of all people. For you dickheads out there, Bananarama, you assholes out there that say that, well, the biggest nation out there is Japhet, the Gooks. Because there are many out there. You dudes are bugged out, man. And you know what? You guys, all you do is come on the comment board. You'll put a scripture that you don't understand.
Yep.
And what you do is you'll say that, well, explain that. They know we already explained that.
Right.
You don't understand that. By you saying that the so-called Gooks are Japhet, you're bugged out. Because the scriptures clearly tell you that the biggest nation on the planet Earth is Israel.
Right.
Now, yes, the Lord said that at one particular time with the curses, he was going to make Israel small in number. He was going to bring their numbers down, but that did not mean that he was going to make them the least of the nations, because the Most High is not going to take his people and make them less than any other nation out there.
So Israel's as the sand of the sea.
Exactly.
That can't be numbered.
Right. You know, but there are curses that say that the Lord was going to make you few in number, but that means that he was going to bring the numbers down. But overall, the nation of Israel greater or is compared to the sands of the sea, and they're greater than the other nations. So when the Lord said that he would enlarge Gad, mean that he would enlarge Gad with his land. So when it speaks about Japheth and Japheth being enlarged, it's talking about Japheth's land. And Europe. And Europe Europe extends all the way up into Russia.
Shit, Russia alone is big.
Yeah.
Russia alone had to be divided when it came after they finished so-called the so-called USSR. It had to be split up. But all that was Russia's land. You know?
Right. You know, so you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're retarded, and you refuse to deal with the information that's out there that deals with the truth of the historic proof of who the Israelites on this side of the world are, because everything that they did bears proof that they are Israelites, and you refuse to deal with that. Now the guys quoted a scripture, which we're gonna get real quick. Get Ecclesiastes 12 and 12. This guy Bananarama, that's what I call him. He quoted this scripture that say that I don't care about those Edomite books out there. All right, I don't care about those Edomite books out there. And this is the scripture he quoted. And we're gonna break it down the right way, the way the white man, these clowns, don't want it to be broken down. You got it, brother?
Son, I got it. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 12. And further, by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books there is no end.
It says, and further by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books there is no end. So what he said, he put that scripture to say that, well, all these Edomite books out here, they don't matter because of this scripture. That scripture don't mean, it ain't talking about just books out there, period. Because if it was talking about books, then the Bible would be obsolete then.
Right.
Because are there not many books in the Bible? Yes. What it means about making of many books is talking about making of many books of who the Most High is, of who YAHAWASHI is.
Right, that's the subject matter.
That's the subject matter. Because when you go back into the scriptures, who does the scripture speak about? It speaks about the Most High, and it speaks about the YAHAWASHI. Did not YAHAWASHI said that, lo, I come in the volume of the book, it is written of me? So if the book is written of YAHAWASHI, and there's many books out there that are made, what are those books going to be made of? They're going to be saying that, well, this YAHAWASHI or the Messiah or Jesus, whatever they call him, this was about him. And he had a wife, and his wife was married, Magdalene, and they had children, and all kind of shit like that. That's what the scriptures are talking about, of making many books. That's what it means by making many books. But read that again.
Right, it says, and further, by these, my son, be admonished.
Be admonished or be corrected.
Of making many books, there is no end.
Of making many books, there is no end. What type of books is talking about? It's talking about books of who the Most High is and who YAHAWASHI is. Go ahead.
And much study is a weariness of the flesh.
Because there's so many books out there that you cannot possibly sit there and study all those books. One person can't sit there and study all those books. Why? Because you will fucking drop dead. And
Right.
that's just books dealing with who the Most High and who YAHAWASHI is.
And it didn't say you don't go to other books and
Right.
get information out of other books.
Right.
It didn't say that.
Of
It didn't
other
mention that.
gods.
You add into it when you breaking that down.
That's right. Go to Isaiah 34:16. And you, dickhead, you, Bananarama, you said that, oh, that's talking about making many books, right? But now, you come back and you say, well, in Deuteronomy 33, when it speaks about, and Gad shall dwell as a lion, what does it mean by Gad shall dwell as a lion? But then you say that in the Zondervan's Bible Dictionary,
Which is a so-called Jew, which is a cracker,
which is a book,
Another
which
book,
is a book
making
written
it.
by a cracker, but the bottom of all crackers, a so-called Jew.
you say that they say that a lion dwells this way, he dwells. That's a book, nigga. So what the fuck are you talking about?
And if I may say this too, not all them books are Edomite books. A lot of them books, basically, what Esau does, he researched all our records, man. A lot of this information that we bring out is records that we already had, but Esau done stole,
Right.
right, and he might have put his and corrupted it, put his bullshit in there.
Yeah, like
That's right.
Josephus.
Now, Salaki, brother, I mean to cut you off.
Yep.
But now, when we're dealing with the information that we're dealing with right now, We're dealing with historical proofs and documentation of things that they wrote. This is not a fictional book.
Right.
You know? It's not a fictional book where they sat down and they said, well, maybe these people over here are this, or maybe this, because we have a feeling that because we think that these people have done these things, that's the reason why we say that they may resemble the children of Israel. No, it was actual visual proof of these so-called Europeans, Edomites, that came here and they wrote down things that they saw concerning these people. So now, if the case be that we can't use a reference in a book of a truth that somebody saw, then why is it that every week somebody brings out from Babylon to Timbuktu? It was estimated that over 1 million Jews fled from Jerusalem into Egypt since the time of Pompey, 65 BC. So why do we use that reference? Is that reference not true? You goddamn right it's true. But the reason why it's used is because it's the truth, not because it's written in the book.
Right.
So now, hey brother, if you could read that, please.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman.
Who's the serpent? The so-called white man, French. What the fuck are these Indian tribes here got to do with some the 5 books of Moses in the Hebrew?
If they were
That's in Philadelphia.
If there was a bunch of where was it from?
In Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia.
Pennsylvania.
What the fuck do they have to do with Hebrew parchments from their ancestors that was given to them by their ancestors if they were just a bunch of Amerigooks? Deal with that point, man. And I already offered you niggas a challenge to give me a resource and a doctrine, or not the doctrine, a resource, because you can make a doctrine up anyway.
They get it from the white
Give
man
me some
anyway.
type of resource, historical research, or some type of historical reference where it takes you a motherfucking 1.5 years to get from Assyria down to Africa through the Euphrates River. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. And no, we're still waiting.
You ain't gonna never find it either.
So give us that, and then we'll shut down.
They can't do that shit.
You know, you guys are a bunch of clowns, man. You know what? And you know, all you doing every time you come on and talk your shit, all you doing is making this thing stronger and stronger. Because what the King Saul and his kingdom do, they try to make the kingdom of David weaker and weaker. But what happened? King Saul got weaker and weaker, and King David's kingdom got stronger and stronger. And every day that goes by and more information that comes out, the kingdom of David, which is the kingdom of Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI, is getting stronger and stronger. That's why you see GMS growing and growing. And it's not of us, it's of Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI that got this truth going forward like a flood. A flood of truth.
Hey brother, can I bring this
Yes, bring it out again, brother.
You said the flood.
Yes.
Now, I'm bringing y'all back to the prophet Ezekiel, chapter 47, and you go to St. John about the living waters.
That's a bad,
because you know what? And that's why we're going to bring out in Revelation about that serpent that cast out that flood. Right now, there's a reverse flood effect happening right now. You see? And what's happening with you niggas is the same thing that happened to you niggas during the time of Noah. You niggas died.
That's right.
You got flooded. Alright? You died, man.
Yep.
You know? You the same wicked motherfuckers, man, you know? And and those floods that drowned the world back then was symbolic of the flood that's drowning you now.
That's right.
See, those the living waters. And I'm gonna read it right now. Ezekiel 47. Alright, I'm gonna read fast, starting in verse 1. After he brought me again unto the door of the house, and behold, waters issued out from under the threshold of the house eastward. For the forefront of the house stood toward the east, and the waters came down from under the right side of the house at the south side of the altar. Then brought he me out, the he is the angel. Then brought he me out of the way of the gate northward, and led me about the way without unto the other gate, by the way that looketh eastward, and behold, there ran out waters on the right side. And when the man that had a line in his hand went forth eastward, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he brought me through the waters. The waters were to the ankles. Again he measured 1,000 and brought me through the waters. The waters were to the knees. Again he measured 1,000 and brought me through. The waters were to the loins. Afterward he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not pass over, for the waters were risen, waters to swim in.
That's the truth. The truth flooding. And that's why this word is going out. And it's going out strong, man.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful, man, because it's like you can't even keep track of everything that's going on. Because that word is going out like them living waters. And them living waters, they strong currents. They
take it down houses.
You notice,
right?
You notice it said it came to the ankles, then it came to the knees, and it came to the loins, and it came to the point where he couldn't even swim in that water.
Yep.
Why? Because that water was so overwhelming. And brother, if you really into this thing, there's so much information you can't keep up with everything.
Yeah.
But you know what? The Lord give you that life raft to where you able to float from one point to the next.
A lifeboat. Yep.
Yeah.
A spiritual
it's beautiful, man. That's right. That's a new site. GMS Spiritual Lifeboats. You know? I like that. I like that.
I got a little bit more. A river that could not be passed over. And he said unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen this? Then he brought me and caused me to return to the brink of the river. Now when I had returned, behold, at the bank of the river were very many trees on the one side and on the other. Then he said unto me, these waters issue out toward the east country, which is Jerusalem.
Right.
And go down into the desert.
Right.
And go into the sea.
Right. You know what the desert is? The desert is the Israelites that are here, that are in a dead state, that are dry, and the Most High is bringing that water and sprinkling it over them.
Yeah.
Give me Isaiah 41. I think it's 41:13.
Yeah, because Israel right now is dehydrated.
Right.
We come in with the hydration.
Right.
You see?
Through the spirit of YAHAWASHI, we're hydrating them back up.
Yeah.
That's why it says that one man planteth, another man what? Watereth.
But the Most High gives the increase.
That's right. That's right.
I got something to read with y'all.
Okay. You got more on that, bro?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole chapter's good, but I'm saying we can keep on. That was the living water. So. John. You could bring out John 7:38. St. John chapter
17. Now we got it right here. So read the scripture.
Okay.
And then we're gonna read once Elder Manatazak read this. He gonna Elder Tazdak gonna read that.
Okay, Isaiah 41:17. When the poor and needy seek water.
So now how is the poor and needy seeking water? They're praying to the Most High, because there came a point where you had certain Israelites that was praying to the Most High to lead them in the right direction, and the Lord started setting up men like Abba Bivens, King Masha, Elder Arya, Elder Yaquab, and other elders to be able to water the Israelite plants that are out there that are part of the elect. And that's what's happening right now. Okay?
When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue faileth for thirst, I, the Lord, will hear them. I, the power of Israel, will not forsake them.
Right, because there was a point where there was no real water out here. Why? Because you had what? Christianity, you had Roman Catholicism, Islam, and all them different other religions out there that was a fake water. Right. It's just like if you drink a certain type of water, you're going to keep thirsting. It's just like, all right, soda is wet, but if you thirsty and it's hot, for that moment it'll quench your thirst, but what, 5 minutes later you're gonna be thirsty again.
Water's the best thirst quencher.
That's it.
Water, like athletes, I mean, some of them, they got the bullshit Powerade, Gatorade with electrolytes in it. But the best thirst, when you work out, the best thirst quencher is fucking water. And if you on a hot day, the best thirst quencher is water. So if you praying to the Lord and you desiring answers and the truth, the best thirst quencher is the truth, the word. You know? And that's what we giving you, brothers, man. You know, when we implore you to do the research, we give you the documents, we quote, you know, the brother that puts the production in, shows you the articles, where you can go research the things, and even go, because like the Elder Ronald said earlier, it's vast, man. not one brother could get all the whole fullness, man. Yahawashi was the only person who had all of this as one man, bottled up in himself.
That's why he had it without measure.
Without water.
That's it.
He didn't have a measure. He just had it all.
There was no measure given to us. We all receive it in measure, like a little at a time, or or we all get a certain portion. But Yahawashi was without measure.
Without measure.
And there was another point that I was gonna make, but you know what? Right now it moved on. But continue on.
Right. It says, when the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue felleth for thirst, I, the Lord, will hear them. I, the power of Israel, will not forsake them.
Right.
I will open rivers in high places and fountains in the midst of the valleys.
That's what's happening right now. What are the high places in the midst of the valley? Meaning out here in the highways and the byways, in the main concourse where the word is going out. And what is this word doing? This word is hydrating the elect that's out there, and it's also flooding the 2/3 that's out there that the Most High don't want. You know, so this word is going out there and it's hydrating and it's bringing everything back. Because when your body is dehydrated, let's just say your body itself is dehydrated, you get all type of diseases. The scriptures say what? That the whole head is sick.
Yeah.
But then when you rehydrate that body and you put the right nutrients in it, that body becomes what? Alkaline again. So right now what's happening is that the 12 tribes and the elect are being hydrated, and basically their bodies are becoming alkaline again. Just to give you an example on a low level of what's happening. So now those bodies that are being hydrated and waking up, they're coming back to their nationality and coming back to that fold and being built up for what? For when Yahawashi comes back, he can receive his kingdom that was given to him to himself. And that's it. You got more, brother?
Right. It says, I'll finish it. It says, in the fountains in the midst of the valleys, I will make the wilderness a pool of water, and the dry land springs of water.
Wow, man. That's just the information going out. Bring it out.
St. John chapter 4 verse 7. There cometh a woman of Samaria to draw water.
Yep.
Yahawashi saith unto her, give me to drink. For his disciples were gone away unto the city to buy meat. Then saith the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it that thou, being a Jew, askest drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans.
Right, because you had Israelites over there that were apostates, and then you had the heathens there going back to the time of 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, around 24, 26, 30 something BC, when they were transplanted there. Go ahead.
Yahawashi answered and said unto her, if thou knewest the gift of Yahweh, and who it is that saith to thee, give me to drink, thou wouldest have asked of him, and he would have given thee living water.
Now why did he say that? Because he knew that this woman was a heathen. He said if you would have known who this was that came to you, he would have given you these things. But why didn't the Lord give her that? Because he knew that she was a heathen. That's why Yahawashi came back and said, you would have been able to get these living waters. But these nations can't get the living waters. That's why during the time of Joshua and Zerubbabel, they weren't able to get the living waters. Why? Because they weren't part of it. So that's what Yahawashi told a woman to go get your husband. Why? Because her husband was an Israelite.
He was part of those apostates.
One of the apostates that ran out there. That's why the Jews, the wicked Pharisees and Sadducees called Yahawashi a Samaritan. Have we not well said that thou art a Samaritan and thou hast a devil? Why did they call him a Samaritan? Because you had Israelites that fled to the Samaritans. They were calling them heathens, basically. But that's another subject. You got more? A little bit.
13th verse. Yahawashi answered and said unto her, whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again.
Yep.
But whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst.
What did Yahawashi meant by that? Because it was an actual well. She had an actual bucket. She was dropping the bucket, or they were dropping the bucket in the well to draw out water to drink for what? Because they were thirsty. So Yahawashi said, this particular water that I give you, if you drink this water, you will never thirst. Does that mean that physically that you can drink something and you will never be thirsty again? No, it's talking about the knowledge. Get that real quick in John 5:39.
Okay.
You got more?
Yeah.
Okay, well let Manashaah read this real quick.
John chapter 5 verse 39. Search the scriptures, for in them ye think ye have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me.
Right, search the scriptures because, read it again.
Right, it says, search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me.
Why? Because the scriptures are what? They're water. Go to John 7:38.
And you notice too with these guys, you don't really hear them speak about the Lord, man.
Right.
You know, all they talk about is that Bantish bullshit, the miracle bullshit. But they don't make mention of the Lord.
Yep.
Because they don't serve the Lord. They're not about the truth, man. BAHASHAM, YAHAWASHI, the Heavenly Father and the Son, is not dealing with them clowns, man. All right, and when you read about the Lord came over here and he visited these other tribes. So if they were heathens, why would there be records of the Lord coming over here visiting?
Who was Quetzalcoatl and 𝤁𤐤𐤅𤍃𝐿?
Yeah.
And who was Yahya and those particular so-called names that were given to them at that time? It was YAHAWAH. Why? Because the fact that YAHAWASHI came over to this side of the world to visit those sheep of his that were over here that came over to this side of the world. That's what. Where did they get that from? They just made that up?
Yeah, YAHAWASHI said, other sheep I have that are not this fold. Then he said, whither shall he, the Lord said.
Beginning with the Greeks and the Roman Empire and their allies, they said that they cast out waters as a flood after the woman. What are those floods that they cast after the woman? These different lies. Go ahead.
That he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
So the reason why these lies were taught was to lie to the woman, which is Israel. To do what? To deceive that woman. Why? Because when the so-called white man came out of that lower state they were in Europe, they were what was their purpose? To deceive all people around the earth. Hey, do me a favor, brother. Give Revelation 20. Read that part again. Read that again.
Verse. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
Now, my question to you guys out there is, did the so-called white man cause the woman to be carried away by the flood? And the answer to that is yes. How do we know that? Because the majority of so-called Negroes, West Indians, Puerto Ricans, Haitians, Dominicans, Cubans, North American Indians, Seminole, all the tribes, they have who in their house? Caesar Borgia, a so-called white man. So the serpent cast that flood out and deceived them? You goddamn right they did. But now what's happening right now? The Most High is turning that thing around. But how did the Most High turn? How did he turn it around? I mean, did the Most High, we got the Bible, we understand the Bible, we know that everything that's written in the Bible is true, but then there's other things that were put out there, whether it be by pictures, frescoes, statues, certain historic proofs, certain truths that were given out in history, certain observations that people made, certain things that were out there, that were put out there that we were able to research through archaeological facts, scientific facts, or whatever other type of facts, to what? To prove that the so-called Negroes are Jews and that the so-called natives of this land are Israelites. So now, what are these things? Are these things just something that you hear in the air?
Yeah.
Or is it something that's written in books and that you can see in museums?
Can I say something, brother?
Yes, brother.
Or is it someone that lived long time ago that's still alive today to tell the story? Come on, man. You niggas are simple as fucking all hell. How else are you gonna learn what happened in the past unless somebody wrote it down somewhere,
right?
Where we can learn about it today. Right. Unless that person is alive from thousands years ago, he never died. He's just walking around telling stories.
Right.
You simple niggas.
And can I bring this out real quick, brother?
Around about
16.
Yeah, you're gonna read that. Yeah.
This gonna shed some more light to it. It's the book about.
That's the main point.
This Second Timothy, chapter 4, verse 5. It says, "But watch thou in all things."
What did it say? Smarten up. It said, "Watch thou in all things." What does that mean? Watch thou in all things. Meaning you watch for the prophecies.
Yeah.
You watch for things that are going on.
Yeah.
You're watching the news, what's happening.
Yeah, Iran, Israel.
Right.
America.
Then you research things. You have to go into books. You have to go into history. You have to go into different things that show you where these people are today.
Yeah.
So now, why did these? Well, you're gonna have to read that again,
Okay,
brother. But why did these people write these things down?
Yeah.
Because the Lord knew that our people today would not be able to contain those records. Because the fucking white man, the devil, the Edomites, they burnt all the records. And what proves that they burnt all the records? Well, there's history that the so-called Spaniards burnt records. There's history that Antiochus Epiphanes burnt the records, the laws. So what makes the so-called white man, the Edomite, different from back then to now? Nothing.
Did the same thing.
He did the same shit. I'm sorry, brother. Read that again.
Yeah, it
man.
says, but watch thou in all things, endure afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, make full proof of thy ministry.
Make full proof of thy ministry.
How do you do that?
And how do you do that? You go into the scriptures. Yeah. You break the scriptures down. The Lord got to be with you first and foremost.
Give diligence to make
that
your calling and let you sure.
Exactly.
And also study
to show thyself approved.
To show thyself approved, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
That's it.
How do you divide the word of truth? You read the word, then you compare it to history, or you research it and compare it, and then also to current events.
And everything that we've been bringing out, now I notice, I'm serious, brothers. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Everything that we've read in these lessons pertaining to the people that were here in the so-called Americas, I mean, it's overwhelming.
Yo.
The information is overwhelming.
Beyond
but you know
doubt,
what? These dudes, they refuse to deal with that information.
Right.
All they say, they'll put a scripture up that they don't understand. Oh, well, what does this mean and what does that mean? Or how did these people dwell like this and dwell like that? Motherfucker, what about the proof that's being showed?
Yeah, right. And check this out. How do y'all know that Negroes was in slavery and cargo slave ships and sold on auction blocks?
Beautiful, brother.
Did your father tell you that? Or did you read it in a book?
Or did you just watch? Or you got it from Roots, right?
Right.
And then Roots would be like what? A book?
A document. Yeah, it's almost like a documentary.
Video book. Yeah.
Okay, now, all right. That's beautiful. Give me Deuteronomy 28:68. That was beautiful. And you was done with that point?
That was the point.
I'm not done, brother.
Go to Deuteronomy 28. We're going to get back to that, brother. Hold on to that. We're going to start back at 15. You know what? I don't even think we're going to get to the information today because, you know, the Spirit got us going into the scriptures. You dudes, you want to deal with it? We deal with the scriptures. That's all we deal with. And we deal with the information that's out there just to show that the Bible marries with this information.
Right.
Now the scriptures say in Isaiah 34:16 that the Bible has no mate out there. And it's true. But if you go into the knowledge of that's out there or the information that's out there as far as history is concerned, and you read the history and you read the Bible, you come to the conclusion, okay, well, I'm reading over here that the Israelites, they wore borders of blue, they wore fringes, they did this, they didn't eat swine, they refused to eat swine, they did this, they did that.
Make a full proof of your ministry.
Right, and then it all comes together.
Because when you research. Right. When it says none should want to make, you can't make no other book. Right. Ain't no other philosophy.
Exactly.
Again, like the brothers breaking out the other scripture in Ecclesiastes, I mean, you got all these other philosophies and doctrines about the Most High, such as Rastafarianism, so forth and so on, and all these different philosophies. You can't make that with the Bible, with this truth. But now, as far as researching and finding out information, historical or archaeology, however you say
archaeological.
I still
it's all right, brother. It's archaeological or however the fuck you say. Hey, we gonna say it like down to archaeology.
Yeah.
Archaeology.
Yeah, I got to twist it up with
GMS, we make up our own word.
But the point is, if it's proving a point, and how could that be wrong if that's backing up, proving the validity of the Bible? Right. How could that be wrong?
The truth, because you know, you guys, you can't say that, because Elder Tazadakba, he brought out the fact that you said that you guys brought out the book called Hebrewism in West Africa. Is that not a book?
Yep.
So if it's a book, how you know that book is authentic?
That's according
You
to
know?
you.
I mean, we know that there's things in it that's
Yeah.
true. You know why? Because we've researched the scriptures and we've researched that particular book. Well, not me per se. Other brothers have researched that book because I haven't really read that book, and I'm gonna just keep it real with you. I've researched other information in other books, you know, and I know that pursuant to the scriptures that those things are true. So you guys out there saying that you can't, it's basically you can't use a book, Edomite books. Okay, so because of Jake wrote a book, or the book is authentic. Come on, man, get the fuck out of here. You got Rudolph R. Windsor, which he brought out a lot of good information, but then he'll say that the fucking Africans, the Sudanese, are Israelites.
Where you get that
You know? He didn't get that from the scriptures.
Nah, it ain't from the scriptures.
Ain't from the scriptures.
You know, because those Samaritans and them Ethiopians are not Israelites. But he got on there Ethiopian Jews. Come on, man, you guys are fucking retarded.
Yo, y'all really, you niggas ain't no competition, man. But we just bringing out your folly. Really.
You know why we only doing this? Because the Spirit of the Lord has us to do this. Because there's people out there that still have to be woken up, that are part of the other tribes that are not being fed with this information.
Right, exactly.
And I'm gonna tell you like this: I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to go into all these, you know, because people are going to say, oh, because you want the Latin tribes, you want to bring out this information. I didn't want to do it. I wanted somebody else to do it, maybe Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. I wanted somebody, I'm just being straight with you. I wanted them brothers to do this type of information, to bring it out, but the Lord wanted us to do it.
Yeah.
You know, this brother's a Seminole Indian,
Yeah.
which is a Reubenite.
Yeah.
This brother's an Ephraimite. I'm an Ephraimite, which is
Yeah,
so-called
Northern
Puerto Rican.
Right.
And we're doing it because the Spirit of the Lord got us to do it for our people out here.
Here come the guns.
You know, and here comes the guns right here.
Oh, man,
The brother's right there. He's coming.
I got you.
You know, and this brother, he's a Gadite, but he's a black, dark-skinned Gadite. You know, and he's coming right now, and he got more. I know he got more information. You know, so this is the spirit, man. This is the spirit, man. You dumb motherfuckers out there, you worrying about these America. First of all, there's no fucking such thing as America, man.
But wait a minute, where'd you get that from?
You got that from the white man. You know where you got that from? You got that from the naked archaeologists.
Yeah.
Now, please give me Joel 13:4. You got that from the naked archaeologists and National Geographic. We're gonna read that again.
Yeah, because that's archaeology.
We gotta go back.
We have to.
You got the resources by the naked archaeologists, Discovery Channel, National Geographic, and all them other channels out there that's out there talking all that shit. You know? And you saying that these people say, well, they're Israelites because they're gooks and they follow this custom and that custom. You motherfuckers are clowns, man. Because you believe everything the white man says, but when it comes down to the truth of who Israel is and of the truth of historical proofs, you don't even deal with that. And you never touch any of the history that we bring out in these different accounts of history, not just a book, a fictional book, historical proofs. You never deal with that. And we always ask you, why don't you deal with the history and the historic things that are being brought out about these people? You trying to bring out scriptures. You don't understand the scriptures, nigga.
You ain't spiritual anyway.
Hey, you ain't spiritual, man. Hey, brother, move over a little bit more, man. Because
you're a gun.
And, man, because Elder Tazadakba, this brother just rolled up, and you know what? He got information. He gonna bring it out, and we gonna, man. And you guys, you getting hurt. And I, at first I was thinking, well, they just coming out here talking shit. But you guys are really hurt by this information, man.
No, they getting hurt.
You getting fucked up because. I'm gonna tell you like this. There was one point where the Spirit had me saying, and I didn't have no proof of it. The Spirit had me saying that the only proof I had was 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, that the so-called Native American Indian tribes or the Indian tribes that came over to this side of the world, that they had the laws with them, and the scriptures say that they had the laws with them. They took it with them. But I didn't have no proof that these people here had those laws, even though you see a lot of customs and laws that they did that prove that they're Israelites. And then Elder Tazadakba brought out the point and the fact that they brought out a copper tube I don't know if it was in Peru or one of them places down there in South America.
No, it was actually in I think Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
I'll see if I can find it for you.
And they opened it up. They finally convinced them to open it up. And when they opened it up and they pulled the parchment out of these copper tubes, it said that those were relics of the 5 books of Moses.
I got it right here. I'll read it for you again.
I mean, how much plainer can it be, man? How much plainer can it be? Hey, brother, we gotta go back to that scripture.
I gotta read Revelation.
You want the account?
No, bring it out.
That's out of what he's talking about. Is out of a book called "The 10 Tribes of Israel" by Timothy R. Jenkins.
Right.
On page 16, it says the following is from Alexander's Messenger, published many years ago in Philadelphia, PA. A government officer stationed at Lake Superior at an early day before any white settlers had invaded that part of the country.
Wow.
After becoming acquainted with a number of Indian tribes, found one tribe in possession of a copper tube tightly soldered.
A copper tube tightly soldered, good.
And when asked what it contained, they said they were not able to tell, but they had received it from their ancestors a long time ago.
A long time ago, meaning what? From the time that the people came here. And they saved their why? Because these fucking Spaniards was burning the records, man.
Yep.
These fucking Edomites was burning the records. Good.
It says the officer finally prevailed upon them to let him open the article, and when he did so, he found it filled with parchment, with inscriptions that he could not read, but by sending the parchment to Washington City, where it was examined by competent Hebrew scholars, it was declared to be part of the 5 books of Moses.
Now, okay, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I gotta say it this way. Excuse me.
That are not this full.
That's
Then
right.
it said, whether shall he, the Lord said, look, that he's not going to be around them anymore. They said, well, whither shall he go? Shall he go amongst the Gentiles?
Dispersed.
Amongst, and teach and disperse amongst the Gentiles?
Right. And then he said that other sheep I have which are not of this fold, which we already quoted, you know, and those sheep was what? Over here on this side of the world.
Yeah, he came over.
And why wasn't they a part of that fold? Because back then they was oblivious to what was going on. You know, you had more, brother?
No, that was it.
You read John 7:38?
7:38. No, I got it right here.
Read that real quick. You got more out?
No.
Go to our Revelation. Where was that? And we're gonna go back to the history, okay?
Right. Well, if you don't mind, just read up real quick.
Okay.
34. It says, you shall seek me and shall not find me, and where I am, thither you cannot come.
Yep.
Then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go that we shall not find him? Will he go into the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? What manner of saying is this that he said, you shall seek me and shall not find me, and where I am, thither you cannot come.
Right.
In the last day, that great day of the feast, Yahawashi stood and cried, saying, if any man thirst, let him come unto me.
Right. If any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. Which is what? Those living waters, okay?
He that believeth on me, as the scripture hath said.
He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said. So, I mean, if you believe that Yahawashi is a black man, that's all good. If you believe the Most High is a black man, that's all good. The angels are black, that's all good. But if you believe that the Most High and Yahawashi have different names than what that's being taught right now, then you ain't coming in the right direction. I don't give a damn how close you are. This thing ain't like horseshoes. You ain't coming close to it and then be a part of it. You have to come 100% or you can't come at all. So read that.
Sure. Right, it says, he that believeth on me, as the scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water.
That's why you guys out there that teach that only the blacks are Israelites, you don't have those living waters. That's what you, if you got, look, I know brothers out there, been saying that particular guy is like, he has 5 or 6, 7 different accounts and he talks to himself. But let's say you got 10 guys out there that's believing in that. That's nothing, man. You know? There's one guy that's teaching, he's talking to himself on all the different comment boards to try to persuade other people. But you know what? Let's say it's 10 guys. you don't have no living waters. If you had the living waters, the proof would be that you would be out there spread deep.
Yep. Right. Because the scripture say a candle cannot be hid.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
But men put it on the dresser so that all may see it.
That's right.
Yep.
Yo, a city that is set on a hill cannot be hid.
That's
right.
it.
Right.
And pretty much through the spirit of Yahawah, BAHASHAM, YAHAWASHI, that's GMS.
Yep.
And all you flunkies, you're mad at that. You're jealous.
You're angry. Look, just get over it. Like I tell you in the comments, get over yourself.
Yeah.
You know, don't get bad. Just accept the truth. And
Yo,
if you can't accept the truth,
your missile,
accept
your missile, die. The good thing about it, look, man, you're gonna come back through us.
Right.
So you might as well just chill the fuck out, man, and just kill yourself, man.
You're still Israelites,
you know.
You'll be all right, but you gotta come back later. Then when you come back, then you'll be good. Then Jesus will love you.
Yeah, then Jesus will love you.
I got Revelation 12.
All right, read that, and then we're gonna go into this.
And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. And the earth helped the woman. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth.
So now how did the earth help the woman? Who's the woman first and foremost? Israel. So now how did the earth help the woman? Through archaeological facts. Right. Now archaeology is something that the so-called white man goes out there, because archaic means ancient. You know, ology is study, the study of the ancient. This is something that goes back, what, maybe 120 years ago, maybe? And that's the name of it. So what they did, they dug certain things out, they put it in a museum, they'll make certain books and certain points about it, and then you go back and you read it, and you read the artifacts and certain different things that were written about this particular find. Yep. So now where you find it at? In a book.
Yep.
So if that's the case, how can the earth help the woman if there are no books out there that can bring out information about who the Israelites are and about their customs? So when you dickheads out there read Ecclesiastes 12:12 of making many books, there's no one, you have no clue of what that scripture is talking about. Yep. That scripture is talking about of making many books of who the Most High and who Yahawashi is. Are there not many books out there? God is this and God is that. Or Jesus, or he had sex with Mary Magdalene and they had children, and those are the children of the accursed. I mean, all kind of fucking madness.
The lost books of Jesus.
The lost books of Jesus. The lost books of Barnabas.
The books of Enoch.
The books of Enoch and all that other stuff. You know? So you bottom line, you don't know what you see. You guys quote scriptures and don't know what those scriptures mean. And another scripture you quote that you don't know what it means is Deuteronomy 33 about Gad dwelling as a lion. You don't even know what that means. Or what it means, but then to explain it with the killer,
they go
to explain it.
Zulu.
No, they go to a motherfucking the Zondervan Bible Dictionary, which is a book.
Right, I thought you can't go into these other books.
Yeah.
And they say, well, you know, the characteristics of motherfucker. That's a book you quote.
Yep.
You telling us we can't quote from a book, but you can quote from a book. Who wrote that Zondervan? A goddamn heathen, a so-called white man, so-called Jew. Now there's certain not scriptures, but there's certain books that they write that they bring out certain truths, and we use it because why? Because it's the truth. Yeah. But there's a lot of books they write that are lies, and we know that they're lies.
I got a precept.
Bring it out, brother.
1 Corinthians 2:10. But Yahawah, BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI have revealed them unto us by his Spirit. For the Spirit searcheth all things.
Spirit searches all things. Go ahead.
Yea, the deep things of the Most High.
The deep things of the Most High, God.
For what man knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of man which is in him.
Right, and you got many people out there that know the things that are in man because why? They search those things within themselves. Go ahead.
Even so, the things of the Most High knoweth no man.
So no man knows the Most High. That's why the scriptures say that the Lord reveals things in their time. You know, there's a certain period of time where he reveals certain things. That's why he says that at one particular time, you know, he'll say certain things and they'll be revealed in that particular time. But then there's certain things that he reveals that are going to be for a later date, right, which are prophecies. which that's what the word prophecy means. Pro before, and phesai to say, or to say before. To say before what? Before it actually happens. Go ahead.
Even so, the things the Most High knoweth no man, but the Spirit of the Most High.
That's right.
Now we have received not the spirit of the world,
Right.
but the Spirit which is of the Most High.
Right, we received the spirit of YAHAWASHI. We didn't receive the spirit of the world. That's why we're able to discern when somebody's going on, even in references that we use. The Blue Letter Bible or certain other books. They bring out a lot of good information, but there's times when they go off. And the Spirit has given us that spiritual filter to be able to go into that particular book and find out what's truth and what's not, based off of what? The truth. Okay?
All right, and it says, that we might know the things that are freely given to us of Yahweh BAHASHAM.
Right, and those things are not given to you guys. That's why you say that only the blacks are Israelites. And that don't make no goddamn sense. Because when you read the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, if we get a chance, we're going to go through a few scriptures on it. But I don't think we're going to get a chance in this particular round. Because, you know, we coming down to the wire. It's getting dark. But you know what? There's all kind of information that we got on how the Native American Indian tribes were brought into slavery to go all the way to Spain, to go to Europe. And then those are on ships.
Can you start reading something?
Yeah. You got something, brother?
Some of the history, but
I mean, you got some.
I got some pretty good.
All right, hey, brother.
Okay,
we're gonna jump around.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come back and hit it again anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a whole lot of information.
That's a topic in itself.
Yeah. So
this part
that might be for the
let me
next.
see. This is the 10 tribes of Israel, pages 79, 80, and 81. It says here, I'm gonna try to just skim through it. It says the Indian traditions received by their nations. The Indian nations have not the assistance afforded by the means of writing and reading. They are obliged to have recourse to tradition, as Duprat's, a book called Duprat's second volume, page 169. Observed to preserve the remembrance of remarkable transactions or historical facts in this tradition cannot be preserved, but by frequent repetitions, consequently, many of their young men are often employed in hearkening to the old and beloved men narrating the story of their ancestors, which has thus been transmitted to them from generation. In order, the history was handed down to them orally. That's what it's talking about. And then I'm going to skip down. It says, this tradition is corroborated by a current report among them related by the old Chickasaw Indians to our traders, that now about 100 years ago there came from Mexico some of the old Chickasaw nation, or as the Spaniards called them, Chichimecas, in quest of their brethren as far north as the Aquahapa nation, above 130 miles above Natchez, on the southeast side of the Mississippi River. But through French policy, they were either killed or sent back, so as to prevent their opening a brotherly intercourse with them as they had proposed. In other words, they were coming up out of Mexico to come and link with other brothers here by the Mississippi, and it says that the French killed them off or sent them back. You know, it's talking about the French, right? So then it goes on to say, it says, it is also said that the Noatokas believed that they dwelt in another region before they settled in Mexico, that their forefathers wandered 8 years in search of it through a strict obedience to the commands of the Great Spirit, who ordered them to go in a quest in new lands that had such particular marks as were made known to them. And they punctually obeyed the divine mandate, and by that means found out and settled the fertile country of Mexico. Our southern Indians have also a tradition among them, which they firmly believe, that of old time their ancestors lived beyond a great river, that 9 parts out of 10 of their nation passed over the river, but the remainder refused and stayed behind. What is that? That's Ezra's. That's telling you, it said what? I'm going to read it again.
Great river.
And that's talking about the Euphrates. That's talking about the Euphrates.
Euphrates, going into the Indian River, going around the Cape,
Ocean,
the Cape of Good Hope, going into the Atlantic.
Yep. It says, our southern Indians have also a tradition among them, which they firmly believe that of old time their ancestors lived beyond a great river, that 9 parts out of 10 of their nation passed over the river, but the remainder refused and stayed behind. That was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi who stayed behind.
Yeah, really the great river they're talking about is the Atlantic Ocean. They call that the Great River.
It says that they had a king when they lived far in the west who left 2 sons, that one of them with a number of his people traveled a great way for many years till they came to Delaware River and settled there. That some years ago the king of the country from which they had immigrated sent a party in search of them. This was at the time the French were in possession of the country on the river Allegheny. That after seeking 6 years they found an Indian who led them to the Delaware towns, where they said 1 year that the French sent a white man with them on their return to bring back an account of their country. In other words, he went to spy out the land. But they have never been heard of since. It is said among their principal or beloved men that they have it handed down from their ancestors. It says that the book which the white people have was once theirs, talking about the Bible. That while they had it, they prospered exceedingly, but that the white people bought it of them and learned many things from it, while the Indians bought it of them. In other words, basically, they learned of it. It said, it says that while they had it, they prospered exceedingly, but that the white people bought it of them and learned many things of it, while the Indians lost their credit, because the scriptures say, what's that, Jeremiah 17:9? We shall discontinue from the heritage of the Lord. So it said the Indians lost the credit of who they were, being Israelites.
And Esau took it.
Yep. It says, while the Indians lost their credit, offended the Great Spirit, and suffered exceedingly from the neighboring nations.
Come on, man.
That's the curses.
It says, if any of you brothers want to jump in and say something, you got a scripture.
Well, no, I just want, after you finish that, I want to bring out the curses.
Yep. It says that the Great Spirit took pity on them and directed them to this country. That on their way they came to a great river which they could not pass, when God dried up the waters and they passed over dry shod. They also say that their forefathers were possessed of an extraordinary divine spirit by which they foretold future events and controlled the common course of nature.
The prophets.
It says, in this they transmitted to their offspring on condition of their obeying the sacred laws, that they did by these means.
Right, because that's where they get with Gad, and all the tribes had it. It wasn't just Gad.
Yep.
They got a thing they call folk tales.
Yep.
Which basically with the elders from the, you look it up, the elders would pass on, which they really was speaking about things in the scriptures, like the history. Some of them they was telling some crazy shit too, but for the most part they was telling them about the laws, about the Lord delivering Israel, the times he raised up judges and all that, because they knew all that, they had all that. But it was going back to where they were just passing it down orally. They started passing it down orally to their children.
That's exactly what was going on.
Yep.
It says that they did by these means bring down showers of plenty on the dear people, but that this power for a long time past had entirely ceased. The reverend gentleman mentioned in the introduction, who had taken so much pains in the year 1764 or 65 to travel far westward to find Indians who had never seen a white man, informed the writer of these memoirs that far to the northwest of the Ohio he attended a party of Indians to a treaty with Indians from the west of the Mississippi. Here he found the people he was in search of. He conversed with their beloved man who had never before seen a white man by the assistance of 3 grades of interpreters. The Indian informed him that one of their most ancient traditions was that a great while ago they had a common father who lived towards the rising of the sun, the east, and governed the whole world.
And then Montezuma, told, I believe he told Cortez the same thing.
He said, yeah, our ancestors are from where you come from, the east.
Yep.
I'm going to read it again. It says that the Indian informed him that one of their most ancient traditions was that a great while ago they had a common father who lived towards the rising of the sun, the Middle East.
Right. And then if I might say this, the great father being who? The great spirit, the Most High. Right? And it said at one time they had him because why? The Most High turned his back on them because they went off. If I may bring out a scripture real quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick, it's the book of Hosea, chapter 5,
Go into that
8
too.
through 15. 9. It says, Ephraim shall be desolate in the day of rebuke. And that's what happened when you go into the history, when the Spaniards, the conquistadors, when they descended upon the tribe of Ephraim down there in what's today called Puerto Rico. Right? They were being rebuked. That was the Most High. That's history. That happened. It said, among the tribes of Israel have I made known that which shall surely be. The princes of Judah were like them that removed the bound. Meaning they was wicked as hell too. They went off too. So the Most High eventually, when you go through the history, what happened with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi? They had to flee Jerusalem. They were in the interiors of the western coast of Africa, scattered, right? Then eventually they were rounded up too and sold as slavery, just like Gad and the rest of them. I don't know if the camera cut off. But
it did.
back on?
No, keep it
All right, I'm
going.
gonna read quick. Okay. It says, therefore I will pour out my wrath upon them like water. It said, Ephraim is oppressed and broken in judgment because he willingly walked after the commandment. Meaning what? They was getting into all them idols. And even to this day, that's the thing amongst Ephraim, which Ephraim was the head of all those tribes. And that same spirit is on the other tribes, the Cubans, the Mexicans, but no, the main person who's into them idols is the Puerto Ricans.
And Dominicans.
And the Dominicans.
Simeon
Which is
and
pretty much the so-called Latin
tribes. All of them tribes, but Ephraim was the leader of the pack of that.
That's right.
You know?
That's why it says, matter of fact, it says in Hosea 5 and 16, Ephraim is joined unto idols, leave him alone.
Leave him alone. You see? So it says, therefore will I be unto Ephraim as a moth. And look at what happened to Puerto Rico. All right? And they were sending, which Lord willing, the article which the elder around them have brought out some information. They were sending a lot of them, the Boricua Indians, the Tainos, they were sending a lot of them as slaves. In the 1400s, 1500s? 1400s, sending them as slaves back into Spain. They was getting rid of them back then. Because what?
And it was Columbus and his son Diego. That was the beginning of the slave trade. Exactly. Even before Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were brought over here.
That's right.
You know? So you guys out there talk about the so-called, they call it Maragooks and the so-called other tribes that were here didn't suffer slavery like Judah suffered slavery. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know no history. You only know like a handful of history of something, of some people that are not even your people.
That's
you
right.
know?
The Bantus doodoo motherfuckers over there.
And those
Zambia
motherfuckers,
and Mozambique.
yo, them motherfuckers are heathens. All right?
Right.
You know?
It says, therefore will I be unto Ephraim as a moth, and to the house of Judah as rottenness. And we know what happened to Judah. It says, when Ephraim saw his sickness, and Judah saw his wound, then went Ephraim to the Assyrian, and sent to King Yarab, yet could he not heal you, nor cure you of your wound. For I will be unto Ephraim as a lion, and as a young lion to the house of Judah. I, even I, will tear and go away. I will take away, and none shall rescue him. And that's what happened to this very day. And there was no, and when the conquistadors, when they came over here to Ephraim and the rest of the other tribes over here, there was nobody to rescue him, as well as with Judah. That's why when Judah was in slavery, right? And it's because of knucklehead niggas like you, man. Being wicked as hell, you was coming up against the prophets back then. You were teaching prophets back then. You were teaching your false bullshit doctrines. So that's why the Most High allowed the so-called white man to well on you niggas, man. All right? But it says, for I will be unto Ephraim as a lion, and as a young lion to the house of Judah. And like we brought out in the other show, Ephraim faced the same hardship that Judah faced.
Exactly.
Why is that? Is that a coincidence? The Hamites and all that, they didn't go through the same exact things that Judah went through. All right, the Moabites ain't go through the hardships like Judah went through.
First of all, scripture say the spirit itself bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of the Most High.
Exactly.
So what characteristics did the Hamites show and prove that they are of the children of the Most High? Putting plates on your lips and bones through your ears, that's not the spirit of the Most High.
I don't know.
Cutting the clitoris of your women, of your young women,
Circumcising your woman. Right.
which is cutting off their clitoris.
Exactly.
That's not of the Lord, man. Your young men shoving their head inside a cow's ass and blowing hot steam through it. All right, that's not the spirit of the Lord, man.
Nope.
The so-called priest going around to make a young man a man, smacking him on his rod or whatever the hell they were doing, committing some kind of homosexual acts. That's not of the Most High, man.
Nope, that's right. Those are heathens.
Homosexuality. That's not of the Most High. So how is that? How are they of the Most High? The Bantus and the fucking
and all them
pygmies and the Watusis and these
Those
motherfuckers.
heathens.
These are the same
Straight
people we were fighting to gain control of the land of Israel, man.
Yep.
And
Right.
fight, you know.
Right, you're right. Those are the niggas that was coming up against us, and those were your slave masters, man.
Exactly.
Those were your slave masters that you talking about.
Yep, before the white man.
Before the white man.
And you niggas get caught up with this. They're black, we black too, so we black. You some simple motherfucker. Don't you know everybody was so-called dark in the beginning?
That's right.
That don't
Right.
mean that you're all the same people, but there was many wars between dark nations.
That's right.
So learn your fucking history, you ignorant bastards.
Jackass. Who was reading?
Right, Con. It says, I will go and return to my place, so they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction, they will seek me early.
Right.
And that's what happened. And when the other tribe, that's why they started. They came over here because why? They knew that they transgressed against the Most High's commandments.
That's right.
That's why.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that's why they came over here. And they were doing the customs. They was doing the Lord's Prayer, the Shema, YASHARAHLA, and all of that.
And they went off.
Yep.
And they went
That's
off.
right. That's why James Adair, when he made mention of those particular tribes that he was amongst, he said that the name that they used to call upon the Most High was YAHWAH, which we know now that there was a corrupt form of the name Yahawah,
Right.
because there's no O's or E's, you know, in the Hebrew. So it just so happens to be the same syllables that we use for Yahawah.
Oh, so-
YAHWAH, which is Yahawah.
Since you mentioned that, I got to read this on page 144 in the 10 tribes of Israel. It says,
Somebody get 1 Kings 8:41.
it says rites and ceremonies. So the American Indians, particularly the Cherokees and Choctaws, have some very humble representatives of these cherubical figures in their places of worship or beloved squares, where through a strong religious principle they dance almost every winter's night, always in a bowing posture and frequently singing Hallelujah Yahawah.
Which is Hallelujah Yahawah.
Right. And it says they have in these places of worship, which Adair says he has seen 2 white painted eagles. Now that's dealing with, this brother mentioned James Adair. Now that's an account from James Adair, an account that goes back to James Adair. Now what this brother Elder Ramla was saying, I got another account here. It says page 166, 167, and 168. I'm gonna just skip through. It says their public worship. It says the Reverend Mr. Brainard in his journal says he visited the Indians on September 20th, 1745 at the Juniata near the Susquehanna in Pennsylvania. It says Mr. Brainard's interpreter was a common Indian greatly attached to the habits of his countrymen. And much in their interest, he says he found the Indians almost universally busy making preparations for a great sacrifice and dance. Now it says here, their Feast of Love. Every spring season, one town or more of the Mississippi Floridians keep a solemn feast of love to renew their old friendships. They call this annual feast Hotuk Amipa Hitla Tana'a. That is, the people eat, dance, and walk as twin brothers. The short name of the feast is Hotuk Impana'a. that is eating by a strong religious and social principle, and Pana'a signifies I am informed, several threads or strands twined together. They assemble 3 nights before the feast. On the 4th night they eat together. During the intermediate space, the young men and women dance in circles from the evening till the morning. When they meet at night, it is professed to be a gladden and unite their hearts before Yahawah. They sing, I'm going to say how it says it here. They sing Yohiwash, Yohiwashoai, Yohiwashu, Yohiwashu, Yohiwashi, Yohiwashi, Yohiwashai, Yohiwashai, with great energy. Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. It says Yohiwashai, Yohiwashai, with great energy.
Because they knew that was the name of the Most High.
They said Yohiwashai.
I'm sorry, that was the name of
Yahawashi. Yohiwashai with great energy. The first word is nearly in the Hebrew characters the name of Joshua or Savior,
which is Yahawashi.
That's Yahawashi.
And then, like we said, that the Hebrew was already corrupted by the time that they came up to a certain point.
Right.
You know?
Which is scriptural, because it wasn't time for Jake to be woken up yet.
That's right.
We still had to go through, more hell and go through slavery.
Somebody get Zephaniah 3 and what is that? 8, 9, 3 and 9. Real quick. Why? Because what shows you that they was going off in the language a little bit is because the Most High had a certain particular time for the language to be brought back to us.
Yep.
You got that, Elder Shakaran?
No, I don't got it yet.
Somebody got Zephaniah 3 and 9?
Zephaniah,
bring it up.
right, Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 9. It says, for then will I turn to the people a pure, well, you want me to start at 8?
No, that's good right there.
Okay. For then will I turn to the people a pure language.
When the tribes start coming back together, because prior to that, the tribes are spread apart.
Yep.
So nobody can boast and brag about, oh, I had, and none of the kingdoms can brag about keeping the law and the name of the Most High and the language perfect. That's why I said, read it again.
Right, it says, for then will I turn to the people a pure language.
When is it then that the Lord is going to turn the people into a pure language? Now, during the time of when the Lord is going to close up the breaches between the tribe or the nation.
And that's according to the prophecy.
Right.
That's right.
That they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent.
That they may call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with what? One consent. Meaning what? They're all going to come to the acknowledgement that there's one name only. Get Zechariah 14 and 9. There's only one name to be called upon. Yep. That's Yahawah. But then in these times, it's known that the Most High set up a Savior, Yahawashi, which we go have a mediator to call to the Most High through his name. Why? Because he gave himself a sacrifice. But the name of the Most High is going to be one. So it's not going to be 𝐤𐤐𐤅𤍆 or Yeshua. You had different tribes that had the name of the Lord mixed up. But now it's Yahawah. BAHASHAM Yahawashi. Yeah?
Zechariah 14 and 9. And the Lord shall be king over all the earth in that day. And in that day, it says, in that day shall there be one Lord and his name one.
There shall be one Lord and his name one. Let's talk about right now. During the time when the Lord is closing up the breaches thereof. Yep. You know? I mean, we got a lot of more information. I mean, if y'all brothers want some more stuff to bring out. Yep. I mean, we didn't even get to that information. But Lord's will, in the next lesson, we're going to go into the how these so-called Native American Indian tribes were brought into Europe by form of slavery.
Let me just finish out with this. Now I'm going to finish this account here in the 12 Tribes of Israel by Timothy Jenkins. The 10 Tribes of Israel, excuse me, by Timothy Jenkins. Page 81. It says, the Indian informed him that one of their most ancient traditions was that a great while ago they had a common father who lived towards the rising of the sun and governed the whole world, that all the white people's heads were under his feet, that he had 12 sons by whom he administered his government. Those are talking about the 12 patriarchs of Israel. It says,
because we all share one common enemy, Esau, the
fucking
so-called white man.
I'm going to read it again. That a great while ago they had a common father who lived towards the rising of the sun, the east,
which is Jacob.
Yep.
Right.
And governed the whole world, that all the white people's heads were under his feet.
Which is Esau.
Esau. That he had 12 sons by whom he administered his government.
How the fuck did they come up with that? They just made that up, right?
Yeah, they must have made this up.
They made it up. They just made it up.
It says Indian traditions on the heading of the page.
No, they just made that up.
Right. Well, there's more.
Jackasses.
There's more. It says that all the white people's heads were under his feet, that they had 12 sons by whom he administered his government.
12 sons.
That his authority was derived from the Great Spirit. That's from Yahawah. It says by virtue of some special gift from him, the promise. It says that the 12 sons behaved very bad and tyrannized over the people, abusing their power to a great degree.
The 12 tribes.
Hey, brother, I gotta read this.
Go ahead. Hey, but I gotta jump back in. Go ahead, get that. Bring it out.
He said he had the white people under the white man under his feet. This is Romans chapter 16.
That what it said.
Verse 20. It says, in the power of peace shall bruise Satan under your feet.
That's talking about you so-called white people.
Talking about you so-called white people.
Take that, Banana Rama.
No, read that again. Read that again.
It says,
Banana Rama.
It says, in the power of peace shall bruise Satan under your feet shortly.
Hey, we just read it.
So we coming close to that vision.
We did, right around the corner.
Yep.
Grace of our Lord, YAHAWASHI be with you.
And these, and these Israelites among the so-called Indians had that tradition among themselves.
Exactly.
Before the so-called white man came over to the so-called Americas.
Yeah.
And this account was written down in the year 1764, 1765.
And that was a account that went before the Spaniards came here in the late 1400s.
And before them crackers from Europe came over here to the Americas too. Let me see. It says, I'm gonna read it again. That a great while ago they had a common father who lived towards the rising of the sun and governed the whole world. That all the white people's heads were under his feet. That he had 12 sons by whom he administered his government, that his authority was derived from the Great Spirit, as Yahawah, by virtue of some special gift, for from him the promise was given to him, that the 12 sons behaved very bad and tyrannized over the people, abusing their power to a great degree, so as to offend the Great Spirit exceedingly, that he, being thus angry with them, suffered the white people to introduce spirituous liquors among them, made them drunk, stole the special gift of the Great Spirit from them, and by this means usurped the power over them. That's talking about the Gadites. The reservations
Gave
took
them alcohol and drugs.
Drugs, set them on reservations, would sign treaties with them. It's talking about the North American Indians, signed treaties with them, then would disannul the treaty because they wanted the land after the Gadites would make the land fertile and grow corn or whatever on the land. Then they say, well, look, we got to remove you out of here. Right?
Hold on, before you read on.
Go right ahead. Right ahead, brother.
27.
Okay.
No, start at 26.
Start at 26. It says, Deuteronomy 32 and 26. I said I would scatter them into corners.
That's talking about the tribes of Israel. The Lord's going to scatter them into corners, into what? Ghettos. What are reservation camps? Ghettos. What's the barrio? Ghettos. Go ahead.
I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
That's why today nobody remembers that the so-called Latin Native American Indian tribes are Israelites.
Yeah, give them respect.
They don't give them no respect.
Change their name.
Right.
Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy.
Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, God.
Least the adversary should behave themselves strangely.
Now, how did the adversary behave themselves strangely? The so-called white man started acting like he was us.
Exactly.
That's why the elder just read what he read. Read that again.
Right, it says, were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, least the adversaries should behave themselves strangely, least they should say, our hand is high, and the Lord hath not done all this.
That's why I said that they say about what? Manifest destiny.
Exactly.
They say that their hand is high, and the Lord hath not done all this, because they believe the Most High is with them.
But that's a motherfucking lie.
That's a goddamn lie. You gotta read that again?
Yeah. Yep. Now it says, read it again from the top.
No, read the point.
From where I'm at.
Yeah.
It says, that the 12 sons behaved very bad and tyrannized over the people, abusing their power to a great degree, so as to offend the Great Spirit exceedingly, that he, being thus angry with them, suffered the white people to introduce spirituous liquors among them. That's why they call liquor spirits, or liquor stores are named House of Spirits.
Yep.
It says spirituous liquors among them, made them drunk, stole the special gift of the Great Spirit from them, talking about the word, because then they took the scrolls, took the scriptures, and they basically let the scriptures say his turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay, because everything is being turned right side up now, the way that the white man don't want it to be.
Right, because what they did, damn, it's this other documentary, but they got a bunch of them. They show you how basically they started teaching the Gadite children.
They set up the Indian schools,
which basically was brainwashing them, and they got punished if they spoke the Hebrew or the Indian dialect,
which was the Hebrew. It says, let me see. It says that he, being thus angry with them, suffered the white people to introduce spirituous liquors among them, made them drunk, stole the special gift of the Great Spirit from them, and by this means usurped the power over them.
That's why they say that they behave themselves strangely.
Yep.
Because they acting like us and we acting like them.
It says, and ever since the Indian heads were under the white people's feet, but that they also had a tradition.
And then it says that they what? Read that part again.
It says, but that they also had a tradition that the time would come when the Indians would regain the gift of the Great Spirit from the white people, and with it their ancient power, when the white people's heads would again be under the Indians' feet.
That's why it said that Gad shall be overcome by a truth, but afterwards what? He shall overcome in the end.
That's what that's talking about.
Right, and then it said that they would have the heads of the so-called white men back in subjection.
Exactly.
You know, as to one point we're under subjection to them now, there's gonna come a point where we're gonna have them in subjection. Yeah, we're gonna finish this up because we gotta. It's barely got any light out here, so finish that point up, brother, and we're gonna close it out, and then Lord's we're gonna come again, because he said that we were under subjection under them in this account, and that leads it right into the account that we had, how that the Native American Indians and the Taino and Boricua Indians and them were being sent to Europe as slaves on cargo slave ships. All right.
So that's pretty much the end of that right there.
So with that, we're gonna close it, and Lord's will, we're gonna come back with you with another round. Shalom.
Death
to the 2/3, and death to you clowns out there.
Fuck you, Bananarama.
Yeah, Bananarama hoe. Barakatah Yahawah.
Barakatah Yahawah.
Barakatah Yahawashi.
Barakatah Yahawashi.
Welcome to another episode, of GMS Info channel. Satan has been hindering us from doing more lessons, and but through the spirit of Yahweh BAHASHAM Yahawashi, we're able to do a lesson today. So we don't want to sound redundant, but right now the time we're living in is a time where all the tribes are coming back together, pursuant to Amos the 9th chapter. Matter of fact, we could read that, the Amos the 9th chapter, where the Lord is bringing all the tribes back together, and that's prophesied that this is going to happen in the last days, So, we're continuing on, the historical proofs of the 10 lost tribes of the nation of Israel. They're proving that they're the so-called indigenous people of the so-called Americas. All the way from Canada, all the way down to South America, and everything in between. All right, so let's read that.
Right, it's the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 11. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David.
What days? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yep, that is fallen.
That is fallen. What days? It's talking about these days now. The tabernacle of David that is fallen is what? All 12 tribes together, because King David had rule over all of them. It wasn't until the time after King Solomon, through his son Rehoboam, that the tribes actually split apart. That's when the tribes split. So the Lord said what? Read it again.
In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen.
So now how is the Lord raising up the tabernacle of David that is fallen? By his word. By sifting the Israelites through this word, you know? We're going out, the Lord has a spirit on us. We're out here teaching, you know, the elect of the nation of Israel, the 12 tribes, who they are, and the Lord is gathering them by this word. That's what the scriptures say in the book of Zephaniah, gather yourself together, O nation not desired. So the nation not desired is starting from the so-called Negroes, the West Indians, the Haitians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Seminole Indians, Native American Indians, all the way from Brazil, all the way to Colombia, Venezuela, and all that area. From El Salvador, Guatemala, Panama, Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, and all those other lands in that area. So the Lord is gathering you together now by the word of BAHASHAM YAHWASHI. Those of you that are of Negroid and Indian descent, whose lineage and line and forefathers go back to the original people that were either here in the Americas or that were brought to the Americas by way of cargo slave ships. And now that's a key topic in the lesson that we're doing today, because the lesson that we're doing today is how the natives of this land, you know, I don't want to go into every single tribe, but the natives in this land were brought to Europe in slavery by way of cargo slave ships, which is only a curse that was going to be brought upon the nation of Israel. So go ahead, brother. You got something?
Real quick. A couple of verses. Isaiah chapter 11, and I'm going to start at 10.
Beautiful.
It says, and in that day there should be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people.
Right, that root of Jesse is Yahawashi, which shall stand for an ensign of the people, meaning for a sign that the Most High was going to bring Israel back. Go ahead.
To it shall the Gentiles seek.
To it shall a Gentile seek, which is who? The foreigners. What type of foreigners? The Israelite foreigners. They were going to seek to it because prior to that they had no hope. And without the Most High in the world. Go ahead.
And his rest shall be glorious.
And his rest shall be glorious. Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time.
So now the Lord is setting his hand again the second time. Why? Because back in the days when Yahawashi came on the scene, you know, and prior to that, there were times when the Most High would put Israel in slavery and then bring them back out of slavery. But then there was a point in time where Israel was just left in that condition from then till now. So this is the second time when the Lord is coming back to recover the remnant of his people. Go ahead.
Done. It says, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamath and from the islands of the sea.
Now, when you read this scripture, it's talking about actual Israelites that are actually scattered in those areas. But it's also talking about Israelites of those captivities that were even further scattered abroad. Because that was the first time they was put into slavery. But remember, there was a point in time where we left the land of Assyria and came to this side of the world. Yep. So you still had remnants of those people that came here that were in the captivity of Syria, that were in the captivity of Assyria, that were in the captivity of Babylon, that were in the captivity of Egypt, that were in the captivity of the Greeks and the Medo-Persian Empire, the Romans, and all the way up to so-called modern-day America. Go ahead.
It says, and he shall set up an ensign for the nations and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel.
Right, so the outcasts of Israel are being assembled now. You know, and that, you see that's evident. When you go to the ghettos, who's in the ghettos? The so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, Dominicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Native American Indians, Seminole Indians, you know, Argentinians, you know, Brazilians, Mexicans. It ain't a coincidence that all these people are in the ghettos.
In the same area. Yeah, and when you watch different shows or videos with other camps, you see all these other brothers. You see Ephraimites and Judites and Reubenites, Manassites, Issacharites. You even got Issachar in some of the camps.
That's right.
Brothers rolling strong. Simeon, Levi, Gad, Reuben, you know, Judah, Benjamin, Levi. Man. So you see them all coming together in these videos, man.
That's right.
And rest assured that the elites, they see these things, man. And never before has that been done. Not with none of them other so-called religions, those other so-called black movements. The Nation of Islam never incorporated the, even though they might recently, because you know we've been out there, so they'll speak about the Latino brothers, so to speak.
Right.
But they don't never break it down to where Ephraim or the so-called Puerto Ricans, and they don't break that down. That's not in. It's all
what tribes they from.
What tribes they from. That's all a black thing, man.
Right.
That's a so-called black nigger movement, man. Just like the Panthers. That ain't the truth, man. This is the truth right here, and you're seeing it being put together before your eyes.
Right, and it's coming true before your eyes because you see all these different camps out there, man, and the brothers are growing beautifully.
Beautiful, man.
You know, I mean, you got the brother 𤤁𤐤𤐷𐤁, which is Hebrew for Gideon, out there in the San Francisco camp. You know, he's a Gadite.
Yeah.
You know, and you got all them other brothers there in that camp. You know. I mean, we don't remember every single brother's name.
Brother from Alaska.
You know, got the brother in Alaska. You know, you got the brother 𤤁𤐤𤐿, which is of the tribe of Issachar, down in Texas.
A lot of brothers.
And you got brothers all over the place from all different tribes, man, coming together. You know, and the reason why we are focusing more on them brothers is because that there's of the so-called Latin or Native American Indian tribes.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just to show you that them brothers are coming together through the spirit of YAHAWASHI.
Yep.
You know, and there's other brothers out there that's of the so-called Latin tribes and of the so-called quote-unquote Negro tribes, and everybody's coming together as one.
Brother that's doing the Spanish shows.
Yeah, the brother from I believe I forget his name, but I believe he's over there in California. If I'm not mistaken, if I am, please forgive me, brother. You know, I don't know every you know brother out there, but you got a brother that's out there doing Spanish shows now. You know, and it's beautiful, man. I mean, he's doing it by himself, but eventually the Lord's gonna send that brother some more men, you know, to be able to have them help him out, because it's hard doing this thing by yourself, man. You know, but the Lord got a spirit on that man, and he's out there teaching. Okay.
Right, it says, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah.
Right, go ahead.
From the four corners of the earth.
So the Lord's going to gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Why? Because Judah is the head tribe, and they have to be delivered first. That's why when this whole thing was brought out, who were the first ones to flock to this?
Yep.
Judah. Benjamin, Levi.
Yeah.
But then even back then, you had a wicked Cuban Manassite dude that flocked to it. Why? Because he was an Israelite, but he was a wicked Israelite. You know, this going back during the time of the 80s, either the late 80s or the early 90s. You know, and then he was out of there. Why? Because he was wicked. But you had other tribes that were outside of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi that were being gathered.
Back then, yep.
You had Gadites that were being drawn back then and all that, man. So this is that time. That wasn't on that?
One more verse.
Go ahead.
It says, the envy also of Ephraim shall depart.
Right, because Ephraim envies Judah. Why? Because Judah's the head tribe. Going all the way back to the time of Jeroboam, when he had that animosity towards Rehoboam, and he made those calves for the rest of Israel to worship, so that they wouldn't be drawn to go back to Rehoboam. Why? Because they knew that Rehoboam, who was the king of Judah at the time, that was the kingdom, that was pretty much the whole stronghold of Israel. You know, through them Judite kings that the Lord set up. So Ephraim has that envy to that, and there's other things, other examples that you can incorporate into that. You know, but the main thing was that Judah was a head tribe, and Ephraim, which was a head tribe, but not the head tribe. You know, and then that was taken away from them because the Most High wanted to make room for Judah. Okay?
Yeah.
And I mean, that's another lesson in itself.
Yeah. It says, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim.
Right, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim. Why? Because all the tribes are going to come together in unity without those divisions. Read that again.
Yep, it's now back in Amos 9 and 11. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
And right now we're doing the building. That's what the word edify means to build. Right now we're taking all the fundamental blocks through the spirit of YAHAWADAH and building up the tribes through the Spirit of the Lord. And all those men that are made up of those different tribes, they're all coming together now to build up the tabernacles of David that is fallen. You might think you're from the tribe of Ephraim, and you might be from the tribe of Levi. You might think you're from the tribe of Issachar, and you might be from the tribe of Judah. You might think you're from the tribe of Judah, and you might be from the tribe of Issachar, you know, and vice versa. Yep. So all those tribes are coming back together as one, and the Lord is building the house of David once again, which the term for house of David is Bayath Dawadah, or Bayath Dawayad, which is the house of David. You know? Go ahead, brother. Was that it?
Yeah,
that's
it on that.
Now, so we're going to get into this article called Native American Net Roots, because these particular events and these particular issues are not addressed out there. How the Native Americans of this land, and when I say Native Americans, I'm talking about the so-called Indian tribes, the so-called Latino tribes, which pretty much they're all Indian tribes. How that they went into slavery by way of cargo slave ships, but these things are never addressed. These things are never spoken of. These things, some of these things were not really even documented. It was just just a few minute points that have been recorded down, that we have records of. And if you brothers out there that have information on the history of how these Native American Indians went into slavery, you know, numbers or whatever, if you have that information, if you want to post it on the comment board, please do so, because you know that's more information and more fuel for the fire. And on the other hand, you can do lessons for yourself on it.
Okay.
You know, to further bring out more information on it, because there's so much information out there that Esau suppresses, but the Lord slowly but surely reveals it to us. You know, so you brothers out there that have the privilege of the Spirit of the Lord to reveal these things to you, why not bring it out? Why hold it in? You know, and you see Satan is kicking up because he's getting mad. But that's all right, you know, because Satan can't stop this thing. So read on, brother.
Right. It's American Indians as slaves from Native American net roots.
We could just stop right there. We don't even got to read no more.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah. It says, when the subject of slavery in the Americas is discussed, many people assume that this is about the 13 million Africans who were captured, which they going off on that. That's bullshit.
Right.
The number was far greater than 13 million.
That's right.
And they were so-called Africans, but they weren't Africans.
That's
the so-called Negroes were actually the Jews.
That's right.
Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. But primarily Judah.
Yep.
Right? It says that it is assumed that it is about the 13 million Africans who were captured, enslaved, and transported to the Americas to work on the plantations. Yet the history of slavery in the Americas start long before this.
And they're right about that. Okay.
From the very beginning of the European discovery of the American continents, Europeans were involved with slavery. Not African slaves, but American Indians.
And they were both Israelites. You know, is it a coincidence that these so-called Indians went into slavery underneath the white man? So-called white men, the Edomites? No, it's not a coincidence. It happened. Why? Because the curses, matter of fact, get Deuteronomy 28 and I believe it's 45. Where these curses are fall upon you. And it's not a coincidence. It's something that happened. Why? Because these are curses that fell upon all of the nation of Israel. But the head tribe, the ones that were entrusted with the leadership of the nation, they suffered the most. Why? Because they were I mean, it was prophesied and it was going to happen anyway. But when you have an older son, he has a responsibility of taking care of his younger siblings. So Judah, being the head tribe, they were supposed to be an example to the rest of the tribes, and they weren't. And neither was any of the other tribes. So that's why that curse came upon all of them. But the main ones that came upon was Judah, mainly, then Benjamin and Levi, and then the other tribes. Go ahead, brother.
Right. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed. Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy power, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded thee.
Which is all the curses that's in this book. In the book of Deuteronomy 28 and other scriptures. Go ahead.
And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And for a wonder.
And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder. What type of sign? To let you know that you're the Israelites. And for a wonder. Wondering why are we in this condition? Because we broke the law, statutes, and commandments. Because I know there's people out there that are in a low condition that don't know that they're Israelites, and they're wondering, then why am I in this situation? Why was I born to this? Why am I in this position or predicament? You know? They think like that, but they really don't understand why. Okay?
And upon thy seed forever.
And upon thy seed forever. Good.
Because thou served not the Lord thy power with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things.
And that's the reason why these things fell upon the nation of Israel. Because they didn't serve the Lord, Yahawah BAHASHAM Yahawashi, with all their heart, mind, and soul. You know? That's why these things fell upon them. Go ahead.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee.
Now if you serve somebody, it means that you're their servant or their slave. Yeah. So what we're not the so-called Native American Indians, Seminole Indians, the so-called Tainos, Boricuas, the Incas, the Mayans, you know, and all those different other so-called Indians throughout from Canada all the way down, were they not servants to their enemies? Yeah. So what does that mean? That means that they were Israelites. That's what it means. Go ahead.
Yep. It says, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
And you see pictures of Judah and the other tribes with yokes of irons upon their neck. Mainly Judah, Benjamin and Levi. You know, but they did that to the so-called Latino tribes and Native American Indian tribes. Yep. Because you see it when you see that series, the Borgias, they show you how they brought a Taino as a slave before the crown of crown of Spain, and he had shackles all over him from head to toe. You know, letting you know that was something that happened. But the documentation of it, a lot of it has been destroyed. So there's very few documents on it, but there are documents on it.
There are documents on it. The thing is, they don't speak on it.
Right.
It's for you, but the Spirit worked on through this brother and other brothers to get these documents, man, because that's actual history. See, when you go into Revelations, what is the 18th chapter, it tells you at the end how the earth is going to help the woman.
For 12th chapter.
The 12th chapter, Tawada, Shalakia, Akim. In the 12th chapter, in the latter verses, it tell you how the earth is going to help the woman.
Yep.
So that's the spirit that the Lord is bringing these things. This wasn't taught nowhere. And Esau is the devil. The devil ain't going to teach you the truth.
That's right.
That's why you Jakes out there, you got to go and do some research, man. Instead of sitting up there, and a lot of you niggas, all you do is sit there and try to debunk the elders of GMS. Oh, GMS is going off. You sitting there wasting all that dumb, stupid ass time, wasting energy, when you should really be researching the things that the brothers are saying, because what we bringing out through the Spirit of the Lord is the truth. Why you think that the Lord still got us out here pushing this word going strong?
That's right.
Whereas all these clowns, and seeing you guys should be taking notice of this thing. All these clowns that come up against us saying, oh, that's not right, this and that, that's not right, that's not right. Oh, where are they?
Yep.
Where are they?
Where all their works at? All these great videos and all this work out there on the streets and the lanes and the highways and the hedges. Where's all their work?
Where are they? And I ain't talking about them little fucking nasty trolls that be on the internet. They ain't got nothing else to do. All right, they work for Esau, for the Illuminati. All right, they be in their fucking room jerking off on a laptop trying to troll around GMS. I ain't talking about them clowns, man. Who you won't see them. And like I said, if any of you niggas is real, you gonna go out there in the highways and the byways with what you believe.
That's right. You're gonna bring it out.
And if you ain't doing that, then just shut the fuck up, man.
Yep, that's right. I got something real quick.
Hey, Sly, I don't mean to get into
that level, man. Well, you know, you really, get emotional. Why?
Because fuck you niggas, man.
Exactly.
Really, fuck you. It's all about the elect, man. We in the time, the Most High is destroying America, man. And you fucking faggot ass niggas want to be bitches, man. Some of you niggas talking about, oh, the name of the Most High is a hot. You stupid, dumbass fucking niggas, man.
Yep.
Oh, the tribes ain't the Ephraim. Man, fuck you niggas, man. The Most High gonna sweep you away too right here in America, man.
That's right.
And then and like Proverbs, the Most High, he stretched his hand out, man. When the Lord have us putting these videos out, it's not for you to be coming up trying to debunk it or whatnot, you dumb fucking retarded motherfuckers. It's for you to learn, man, and get salvations. But you pushing the Most High's hand away, man.
But that's okay. You know why? Because you're not part of the elect.
That's it.
This is only for the elect. Only the elect are gonna get it. And, you know, we do get emotional because, you know, this is something that we believe in. You know, this is something that we wholeheartedly believe in, and that we're fighting to go and out there and teach. So you do get emotional. You know, when YAHAWASHI kicked them niggas in the ass when they were selling in the temple, he didn't do that because he was just such a sweet guy. And he said, you know what, let me just kick these guys in the ass just because, you know, I'm so happy today. He did that because they inflamed him. You know, and that happens. But you know what? That's good. Keep doing what you're doing because you're not stopping anything. You're not stopping the progress. You're just hindering those that the Lord doesn't want. Which is a part of the prophecy anyway, so you're still fulfilling your lot as being a wicked ass nigga, a false prophet. So I'm gonna read a couple of scriptures to back up Elder Menatazak. This is 2 Ezra 5:1. Nevertheless, as concerning the tokens, behold, the day shall come, that they which dwell upon the earth shall be taken in a great number, and the way of truth shall be hidden. And which the way it's the Lord. And when YAHAWASHI came, that's why he spoke in parables, man. Because this knowledge is hid from you niggas, man. You fucking internet troll, low-life scum niggas out there, man. You wicked-ass Israelites. Thinking you got the truth. The way of truth is hid from you niggas, man. That's right. It says, and the land shall be barren of faith. Now this is 2 Ezra. Right, and then the Lord said when he comes, shall he find faith? Because you know why? You got a lot of guys that basically at one time they were in this knowledge, but now they left because why? They got tired of waiting, man. They ain't have no faith. That's why the Lord said, woe unto you that lost patience, man. Like Lahab, fucking Yoshiman. They try to pop up on the scene. Here this, you niggas fucking was played out in the fucking 80s, 90s. you fucking niggas gonna try to pop up on the scene like you brand new niggas. Then the Spirit got on Elder Tahar and all the camps of Israel to put you on total blast. Now you don't fucking vanish, man, with your bullshit, man. Because it was just that bullshit, man. Yep, that's right. So now the truth is coming out. And the men back then that were scorned, that were looked at as F-truth. Right. That was said that they were nothing. You know, oh, you on the Elder Tahar. Yeah. Why you so tacky? Why you so tacky? They looked down on Elder Tahar. Well, guess what? That was that mustard seed, man. That's right. Yeah, because, you know, and y'all brothers heard Elder Tahar and the brothers tell the stories, man, how they were bringing them to council, trying to take camps from them, talk shit about them. And then when Elder Tahar came dealing with the brothers in Connecticut, they were scoffing at him and talking all kind of shit about him. Well, guess what? That was the Lord working with that brother, man. That was that mustard seed, man. That's right. Because through F-truth, right under the Spirit of the Lord dealing with Elder Tahar, look, it was that mustard seed. Now look at all the different camps and stuff that came out of it, man. Yeah, it didn't. First of all, okay, it didn't come from Lahab. It didn't come from Yashawan. It didn't come from Yeshaya. It didn't come from all them clowns that was back in the main school. Them old clowns, Kazak, Yum-Yun, Mayalab, Yasha, Nathaniel. Nick Satan, none of them niggas, man. This truth came. If you want to go back to the core of GMS and this time going back to beginning with one man, that was Elder Tahar. That's right. You know, and then the rest of the brothers, beginning with Elder Gabar, Elder RAWCHAA, and the brothers at so-called Connecticut. Yeah, this brother. You know, you know that's the core of GMS. This is the way the Lord pushed His word out to gain access to the whole world. Hey, because if I may say this, brother, and I was meditating on this, and I say it a few times, man. Back during that time, when you go into leading up to the year 2000, all right, all these other Israelite niggas that's coming out there now, they wasn't going out. They stopped going out teaching, man. A lot of them went back into the world. General 𤤁𤐄𤄅, the king of the 2/3 club, you was straight up in the world. Elder Tahar caught you out there in the building wearing a fucking suit and a bit. You know, you was going on some business meeting, and you was basically bigging the Elder Tahar up. About the Most High need more good men like you. Now you on the video slandering them, man, because you a damn liar, you a devil, you a demon, you sold out. But the Most High knows, the Spirit knows. They know exactly what took place in those days and at that time. That's right. So you can say what you want to say. You can lie to men. but you can't lie to the spirit. Remember what Peter said to Ananias and Sapphira?
Yep.
You could lie to men, but you can't lie to the spirit of the Most High, because the Most High knows exactly what you did.
And we was there. We remember, man. It was a couple of cats going out, scattered, going out. So, but for the most part, all of you dudes stopped going out. The year 2000 came in. You niggas went into the world.
You went back into the abyss.
Into the abyss, and then y'all still, y'all know it. Y'all still seen us out there. We never stopped.
That's right.
Y'all seen this out there, man. From you 14th Street homos, all you niggas, man. Y'all seen us out there, and y'all like, oh shit. Then eventually, y'all, years later, Johnny come lately, then y'all try to go out there, but the spirit wasn't with y'all, and y'all started teaching bullshit, man.
That's right. That's right. But I mean, that was a little history lesson. So now back to the topic. Bring out a quick point, and then we're gonna read on with the with that information. This is 2 Ezra 6:28. It says, "As for faith, it shall flourish. Corruption shall be overcome, and the truth, which hath been so long without fruit, shall be declared." And it's being declared right now. What does the word declare mean? De is of, and clare or clarare is or if I'm saying it correctly, is to make clear. Of clear. In other words, to make clear. So when you declare something, you're making it clear. So it says the truth that had been so long without fruit shall be declared. That black movement was played out all the way back when Marcus Garvey, and even before it's played out. The Muslims, the 5%ers, it's all played out. Now the truth at the end, give me 1 Corinthians 4:9. The truth at the end is being brought out by who? The true disciples, the true prophets, the true apostles, the true men of the Lord, that were going to come in the last days and bring out the truth and let the truth flourish. Not because of us, but because of the spirit of Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHWASHI. So go ahead, brother.
Right, 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 9. For I think that the Most High has set forth us, the apostles, last, as it were appointed to death.
Right, and if it was up to the people out there, we would be put to death. But you know what? It's of the grace and mercy of Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHWASHI that we're not put to death. Go ahead.
It says, as it were appointed to death. For we are made a spectacle unto the world, and to angels, and to men.
So we're made a spectacle. That's why GMS is the most hated Israelite group out there. What other group out there is more hated than GMS group among Israel? None. Why? Because the Most High said that we shall be made a spectacle unto the world, unto angels, and unto men.
That's right.
All right? Why? Because we're bringing 100% truth. You guys don't like us saying that, but so what? It's the truth. All right? So that was it on that, right?
Okay. When we read it,
okay, read on.
It says, we are fools for Yahawashi's sake, but ye are wise in Yahawashai. We are weak, but ye are strong.
That's right.
Ye are honorable, but we are despised.
Right. And basically we're despised.
Right, but now, being that we're being despised and everything and dishonored, guess what? The brethren, the fruit,
that's right,
they're being honorable.
Yep.
You see? And they're being made strengthened, and they're being made wise.
Yep.
So a lot of them niggas,
they're being made honorable.
Right. So we doing the work, man.
And you know what's
doing the work. But you niggas is talking about us and making videos and talking shit about us. Guess what? You got Israel that's waking up, man, and them brothers is waking up and they coming strong. When you look at the camps, all them brothers in the camps is being strong.
Yeah. So now check it out. Now you have all these scoffers out there that's bringing their wayward doctrine, but the tribes are still coming together among the different camps. Now don't get me wrong, you do have niggas out there among the GMS camps that are scumbags, that are lowlifes, that are grimy niggas, that ain't no damn good, you know, that are scumbags. Right. You know, and we see that, you know, but you know what? Like Paul said, whether in pretense or in sincerity, Yahawashi is preached, you know? Right. So the word's still going out. And when the time comes, the Most High is going to do away with you guys in GMS that call yourselves men of the Lord, that are really bullshit artists, and the Most High is going to move you out the way. Because you're not really sincere about this. You're just about the fame. You're just about the name. You know, you're just about being out there as a show, vainglory. You're in this thing for the wrong reasons, and the Most High is going to take you out.
That's right.
So now, let's go back to the information. You know.
All right. So now,
I mean, you know, because hey, that's how the spirit works. You know, you try to stay on topic, but then the Lord wants something to come out. You got to let the spirit flow. Go ahead.
it says Europeans were involved with slavery, not African slaves, but American Indians.
Go ahead.
Ojibwa, which is American Indians as slaves.
All right, so that's the term Ojibwa, O-J-I-B-W-A.
Okay. It says first, some background. Social scientists often describe three forms of slavery: chattel slavery, debt slavery, and contract slavery. What I'm about to describe is chattel slavery.
Right, which is chattel slavery, which is basically like you have a bunch of cattle, you know, and things that belong to you, and you do whatever you please with them. Then you had debt slavery, which somebody that was in debt, they became a slave to you, or like an indentured servant. And then you had contractual slavery, which is somebody that you hired to be a slave for a certain amount of money. You know? And that was just like a brief description. If you want to know more about it, you know, like Elder Tahar always says, it's worth a Google, right? So go ahead, brother.
Right, it says, in this type of slavery, a person is captured and then sold into permanent servitude. In this type of slavery, the legal term own applies.
Right, that's dealing with chattel slavery, you know, as you being like a private property. Like sometimes, you know, you had wild horses and you would catch those wild horses, and when you caught those wild horses, they belonged to who? The ones that caught them, and they would put a brand on them to let them know that they were the owners. That's chattel slavery. Go ahead.
Right, it says, in chattel slavery, persons are synonymous with property.
Yep.
As chattel slaves have no rights and are not paid for their labor. They also have no control over their bodies and may be required to provide sexual services.
And that happened a lot. You know, you had them fucking crackers, them Edomites that would have sex, not just with the women, or not, did I say sex? They raped not only the women, but certain of the men. Because you Edomites are freaks, man. You're nothing but a bunch of scumbags. You can have a whole bunch of women, you can have as much sex as you want with all these women, but you gotta have men. Because you're a goddamn faggot, man, by nature. Go ahead.
It says, they also have no control over their bodies and may be required to provide sexual service. Europeans came to the Americas looking for wealth. Initially, they were not really trying to establish colonies for their surplus population, but to extract wealth from the resources which they found. In addition to gold and silver, the Europeans found wealth in the slave trade. The slave trade by the 15th century was well established in Europe.
Wait a minute. It said the what? Read that again.
It says
the slave trade what?
It said the slave trade by the 15th century was well established in Europe.
So now that shows you that when them Europeans came over to this side of the world, you know, going back to what, 1492?
Yep.
From that point on till the bulk of the so-called African slaves were brought here, slavery was well established in Europe.
Yeah.
Why? Because they were bringing these people, these indigenous people of this world, which was our forefathers, over to that side of the world in slave ships, chained up. I mean, I'm pretty sure the conditions weren't as severe as Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, but we don't know the particulars. So it could have been just as bad. But we know for a fact that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi suffered the worst kind of slavery. Why? Because they were the head tribes. Okay? And we're not taking nothing away from that. That's evident in the scriptures. You know, and that's evident in history. But there's certain other historical things that prove who the other tribes are that are not really talked about or mentioned.
Yeah, because the curses didn't just fall on Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
Exactly.
They fell on the whole 12, the whole nation.
Right, because
the Most High put the curses on the whole nation.
Right, because the Most High said that wherever you go, them curses are going to follow you, and they're going to be on you and your children forever.
Generation, yep.
Generation after generation. So until the Lord pulls those curses off of us, we're going to be in that predicament. As it is to this day, almost 2013.
Yeah.
No, today being November what? November 12th?
Yeah.
2012? Go ahead.
By the year 675, there was a well-established trade in slaves in Europe, with the Frisians occupying a major role of slave merchants.
Right, so slavery was around for a while, you know, but the slave trade that's going on here in this, what was going on here in the so-called Americas, went all the way up from the late 1400s all the way up until sometime in the 1800s, when the so-called Emancipation Proclamation, which is a joke, was put into place. The 13th Amendment was set into place, and all that crap. But that's another lesson, you know, for another time, you know. But go ahead, brother.
It said,
Lord's will, we'll tackle that.
About 750, the slave trade expanded. It was driven in part by the Islamic world, centered in Cairo, Damascus, and we jump straight to...
Yeah, jump down to, right here, the Vikings, right here.
Jump down to the next paragraph.
It should be...
Okay.
This going into some of the history on slavery, but we want to jump to the main points of what we're dealing with today. Right.
It said, it should be kept in mind that Spain at this time was an Islamic country and a major buyer of slaves.
Which were Jakes that were ruling at the time. They kicked other Jakes out of that land. Go ahead.
In 1492, the Catholic monarchs of country and major buyers of Slovakia. In 1492, the Catholic monarchs of Spain, Isabella and Fernando, unified Spain and drove out the Muslims. At the same time, Spanish ships began seeking out wealth in the Americas.
Yep, Spanish ships. Go ahead.
The Spanish involvement in the American Indian slave trade started very early. On his second expedition to the Americas in 1493, Christopher Columbus enslaved over 500 Native Americans and sent them to Spain.
So he enslaved over 500 Native Americans and sent them to Spain. Now keep in mind, like we said, those numbers are small in comparison to Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, but that's just one account of this. So just imagine all the different accounts that took place prior to the so-called Negroes, West Indians, and Puerto Ricans, was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi coming here to American slavery. There was many accounts of all the different tribes, but a lot of the stuff wasn't written down. Why? Because those Spaniards that were doing this thing, they weren't writing it down unless the Lord put the spirit on certain one of them, which were historians or friars or whatever they were, to write this stuff down. And some of those records they burnt. Right. As we dealt with in previous lessons. Go ahead.
Right. It says, in addition to the search for gold and other riches, slavery at this time was a major Spanish objective in the New World.
Why? Because that was the whole purpose of the New World Order, was for them, Esau, to find a place on the earth where they can establish their New World Order from. Why do you think that George Bush honored so highly the 500th year of this devil, Christopher Columbus, for so-called discovering the so-called Americas? It was a great explorer. You know, he went on a voyage. You know, he was just so defiant, and so, you know, the motherfucker wasn't defiant. That motherfucker wasn't an explorer. He was just a guy that had maps, that knew about this side of the world, that came over to this side of the world, who was paid off by so-called Jews to come over here to establish a New World Order. There wasn't no big deal about that. There wasn't no great contribution to society that he made. All he did was he just came over here to this side of the world. He was paid off. The crown of England was paid off to send him over here to basically exploit the people that were here, so that they can in turn set up this land to establish a New World Order. That's all it was set up for. And you can read about that in the book of Revelation, the 20th chapter. Go ahead.
In 1495, the Spanish, under the leadership of Columbus, rounded up 1,500 Arawak. They selected 500 to be exported to Spain as slaves. 500 to serve as slaves to the Spanish on the island, and the remaining Indians were released. Columbus proudly boasted to the Spanish monarchs about the slave potential and its economic benefits.
Wait a minute, the slave potential and its economic benefits.
Boasted.
So basically, they already had that. That was just when he sent those 500 slaves over there. what was that? That was just a little taste of what can be. You know, now eventually in process of time, what happened was that the crown of Spain, as is written in history, they declined slavery, you know, and then I believe those slaves were shipped back. But the point is that slavery didn't stop; it just kept going.
Right, in which a lot of that's bullshit too, because see, you always had slaves, man.
That's right.
You had Esau, which was coming back into power at them times. They were taking down different strongholds and forts. They had control over Spain. All right, and they had slaves, man.
That's right.
They weren't doing the work themselves, man, and they had slaves, people serving them.
That's a reason for somebody to rule.
That was the whole reason, right? And then that was the whole reason why Columbus came over here, man. They weren't trying to discover new lands. They knew about this land already, as we brought out in the other shows.
That's right.
They knew about it. They knew that the tribes was over here, all right, and they were coming. Basically, John 10:10.
The thief cometh not, but to destroy and to
destroy and to steal,
and to kill.
And that's what they did when Columbus came over here. John 10:10 is a perfect scripture describing Columbus and the rest of these Edomites, so-called white people.
That's right.
Because when he came over here, what did he do? He destroyed down there in the islands. He stole the actual the brothers down there, the Ephraimites and other tribes down there, sent them back, as we read, and sent them back over to Spain as slaves. All right, and he killed a lot of the Boricua, Arawak, and Taino Indians back then.
That's right. I got a precept for you, brother.
Okay.
It's Exodus 21:16. And he that stealeth a man.
He that stealeth a man. Did not Columbus steal? Columbus didn't just steal one man. He stole a whole bunch of men.
That's right.
I mean, this is just one account. They said 500 at one point he sent over there, but it was thousands that Columbus had stole, man.
That's right. It says, and he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. So there's no getting around that, you know. And there's a something that was which we're not probably going. We won't be able to hit it in this lesson. You know, see how the spirit rose. But there's something called the encomienda, which the encomienda was the Spanish form of slavery that was set up here in the so-called Americas. You know?
In the Latin Americas.
Right.
Central America, South America. Basically, and they made it. It was the law. They went basically. They went over there, took their lands. I mean, Lord willing, like the brother said, we're going to it in other shows. You know, you brothers can look up on it. Some of you brothers know about it already. But they just basically see the thing you got to understand, and that's how we know that these other tribes are the tribes, because they suffered the same thing. It's just not publicized as much as roots is per se.
Right, because the Most High wanted. He wanted the
roots of Judah,
Benjamin, and Levi to really receive first and foremost that whole recognition and exposure of being the ones that went into slavery.
That suffered, okay. And again, it said they selected 500 to be exported to Spain as slaves, 500 to serve as slaves to the Spanish on the island, and the remaining Indians were released. Columbus proudly boasted to the Spanish monarchs about the slave potential and its economic benefits. Columbus captured and exported more Indian slaves, about 5,000.
See? About 5,000. Go ahead.
Than any other single individual.
Which they have on record. They're not talking about the stuff that's off the record. They're talking about the stuff that's on record. So you got to remember that there's a lot of stuff that went on in history among all the tribes that is not even recorded. So this is just stuff that's put down on paper that we know of today. And the Lord made that happen just so we have some type of relics of what happened back then. Go ahead.
On the other hand, Spanish Queen Isabella opposed slavery and returned many slaves to the Caribbean.
Right, but that didn't mean that slavery stopped. And that's what they say in the history.
Right.
You know, it could have went different. But this devil Columbus, he circumnavigated that. And I believe he started sending slaves to Spain. That's why you see a lot of Native American Indians and so-called Latinos and that over there in Europe. You know why? Because their ancestry goes back to the time when they were being shipped over there by the Spaniards.
It's one movie too they got. I think it's Tonto. It might be Tonto, but basically it's a Native American Indian movie, and they show you that how when they brought the Native American Indians over there back to England, and how some of them they broke free and went running wild, crazy, you know. They were looking at them as like a spectacle or whatever, you know. They were calling them savages and everything because, you know, the spirit that they had, they was all live running around and shit like that, you know. It's a movie on it. It's an Indian movie. He talks about it a lot too, you know. But basically, that movie was based. If you see, I think it's Tonka. It might be Tonka, Tonka. But it's based on
Tonka.
It's based on a true story.
Okay.
Yeah, I think or Tonto. I'll check it out again.
All right.
But it's based on a true story going back to that history. You know, it ties in. So they do got a lot. You just gotta check for them. They do got certain information out. You know, they did certain history movies on these things. You know, it's in the history we're reading it now about Christopher Columbus, the devil that he was.
Yep. So everything is out there, man. You know, that's why we tell you, brothers, if you have information, don't be afraid to bring it out. Bring it out. That's the Lord revealing certain things to you. You know, you don't have to wait for certain brothers to bring the information out. You can bring it out. If the Lord reveals it, you bring it out. You know, if the Lord reveals things to you, man, it must mean He loves you.
Yeah.
You know, because the Lord reveals His secrets unto His servants, the prophets. You know, so y'all brothers just keep bringing it out, man. You know, don't worry about it. Just bring it out. It doesn't have to be polished. You may think it ain't coming out right, but the Lord's guiding your mouth. He's guiding your mind. He's guiding your spirit. You know, just bring it out. Go ahead, out.
Right, Kun. It says, right here, yeah, okay, they brought this point out here too. It said, in addition to capturing the Indians as slaves, the Spanish also hunted the Indians for sport and slaughtered them for dog food.
And you see pictures of that, all the time of these. They were cutting off the so-called indigenous people, the Israelites that were here. They were cutting their arms off, or they cutting their hands off and their legs and feeding it to the dogs. And they were sicking the dogs on them.
Right.
Matter of fact,
basically they made them bloodthirsty for Indian blood.
Yep.
That's what they trained them to do that.
That's what the devil
just
does.
like they had that movie back in the days. See, it wasn't just you, Judah. They had a movie back in the days called White Dog.
Damn.
Basically, it was a fucking what kind of fucking dog was that, man? I don't know if it was a fucking
Saint Bernard,
a husky, or what do you call them dogs? Them huskies or whatever.
Half wolf, half dog.
It was all white. It was a white dog. And basically, that motherfucker was trained to kill niggas, man. It was a movie they had back in the 70s and shit. They banned this shit from America, but it showed you how they trained their dogs to be just as racist as they were. And they did the same thing to the Latin tribes too. They made them bloodthirsty for the Indian blood. You might witness this sometimes. You might go, and I witness this shit, man. I go in certain like Edomites' houses or whatever.
Yeah, the dogs
got demons on them, man.
Yeah, they
be be sitting there barking and
trying to snack on you.
And one motherfucker said, yeah, one dog, yeah, he chases black, because the motherfuckers, they train their dogs that way.
Yep.
That's what they ain't just do it to Judah though, they did it to the other tribes as well.
Yeah, those are them dogs in the reincarnation coming back.
That's
but
right.
I got a quick precept. This is Jeremiah 15:3. And I will appoint over them 4 kinds, saith the Lord. The sword to slay, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the heaven and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. So that's part of the curses that came upon the nation of Israel. So go ahead, brother. You got more on that?
Yeah, come. It says,
we're going to get ready to wrap this up. Lord's will, we're going to come back and do a part 2 because, like we said, there's so much information, man. And you get into it, and then the spirit veers off, into other things, But it's all right though, because it's all the spirit. Okay.
Right, now this is heavy. It says Columbus's legacy in Haiti is an example of 15th century genocide and slavery.
That's right. They brought genocide to this side of the world. What's the word genocide? Gene is your seed, and side is death or to kill. To kill off a seed or to kill off a race. So the genocide was to kill off the race. The race of who? The so-called indigenous people that were here on this side of the world. For the sole purpose of taking their resources. And because it was prophesied in the scriptures that this was going to happen.
But yet they celebrate Columbus.
Columbus Day.
He's held in honor, but he did nothing but commit genocide and murder.
That's right. And like I said, there's so much other information, but we're going to finish this off. and then hit a couple of scriptures, and then we're gonna end the lesson there. But then, Lord's will, we're gonna come back and do another series of it, because this is a lot of information to come out. And you brothers out there that have that information, I keep saying it, don't hold it back. Bring it out, because this stuff is very important. We can't research every single piece of information that's out there. The Lord got all you brothers out there as laborers in the vineyard, as Yahawashi said. Pray that the Lord send laborers into his vineyard, for the harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. So any man that calls himself a part of GMS should be out there laboring. There should be no idle hands. You know, it should be all swinging dicks in the field, you know, so you can understand, all right? You should be out there, man, whether it be in the prone position, the upright position, whatever, out there teaching, you know, bringing this information out, researching whatever the Spirit has you to do. All right? Every swinging dick is in the bush. All right? Go ahead.
By 1516, the Spanish census estimated that there were only 12,000 Native Americans in Haiti, down from an estimated 8 million.
Look at that.
Then they wiped, man. It's fucking double. They saying that they estimate. It's just an estimation.
Right.
Could be more. They said they went from 8 million Native American Indians down there, right, which was the tribes of Israel, to 12,000. From 8, how you go from 8 million to 12,000? That's beyond genocide, man.
That's right.
That's destruction. That's destruction of a nation.
I got a quick precept for you. Job 24:14. The murderer rising with the light killeth the poor and needy, and in the night is as a thief.
Right, and that's Esau. Because Esau was Lucifer, the beacon of light. Because it was, like they said, it was manifest destiny. Manifest destiny. So they, you know, they knew that. Well, they ain't really, but the Most High was with them.
Yep.
And they rose up, and boy, did they slaughter, man.
They didn't stop.
They didn't stop, brother. That's why the Most High said he was a little angry with them, with us, but
They
Esau
held forward the
affliction, man. Because he ain't had no mercy. When they came over here, I mean, they were just killing everybody's innocent people, everybody.
That's why the Lord said they shall have mercy without judgment, that have showed no mercy.
Yeah. Right, so it says,
that's some real quick.
Yep.
Hosea 9:13. Ephraim, as I saw Tyrus, is planted in a pleasant place. That's the land of Puerto Rico, or the island of Puerto Rico. But Ephraim shall bring forth his children to the murderer. That's when they bring them over here to the so-called Americas. Go ahead.
Yep. It says, before the Spanish conquest in 3 million in 1496, this population decline was caused by a combination of factors. Diseases is introduced by the Europeans, which proved deadly to the natives.
Yep.
Slavery, which resulted in both death and deportation. Deliberate killing of Indians by the Spanish. And dropping birth rates, which are a common reflection of cultural stress. The Spanish used religion as a way of justifying capturing Indian slaves. Like the brothers said, the rise with the light. Because when they came over there, they were doing it. They were doing all that. Believe it or not, they were doing all that in the name of God. You know, and then they were forcing Caesar Borgia and everything on those tribes back then. You know, and basically they came with the Bible and everything. They came so-called came in the name of God, and we was heathens and savages that they had to get in order, so to speak. All right, now it said the Spanish used religion as a way of justifying capturing Indian slaves. In 1519, Catholic Bishop Juan de Quevedo declared that Indians were slaves by nature because some people were by nature inferior.
Yep.
Now what that devil said is right, but he just got it mixed up. He got it the other way around. When you I recall when you read in Genesis the 25th chapter, it tell you who was inferior, who was supposed to be the slave. It said the elder shall serve the younger. And when you go back in the scriptures, Esau was the elder. He came out first before Jacob, going back into Genesis the 25th chapter, which represents the so-called white man. At that time, they were under the guise of the Spaniards, or the Spanish at that time. So really, they were inferior to it. They were supposed to be our slaves by nature. And even still to this day, the so-called white man is really supposed to be our slavery. even though everything right now is reversed, it's upside down.
All right, so there's more.
Let me keep on. All right.
go.
It says the Spanish slavers did not limit themselves to the Caribbean islands in what is now Latin America, but they were soon sailing along the coast of North America looking for additional wealth. In 1520, the Spanish explorer Pedro de Hurtado landed at Winyah Bay, South Carolina. He explored the area and exchanged the gifts with the Gwali. Then, in order to make the voyage profitable, he captured 60 Gwali to be sold as slaves.
Right, so this is just, 60 here, 500 there, 1,000 here, 500 over there, and eventually all those were sent where? As slaves over to so-called Europe. All right, go ahead.
It says, the following year, 2 more Spanish slavers, Pedro de Cuello and Francisco Gordillo, sailed up the Atlantic coast of North America to what is now South Carolina.
All right, I'm going to read this quick precept real quick. This is Deuteronomy 28:58. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy power, which is Yahawah BAHASHAM YAHAWASHI, then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Because when the Spaniards came over here, they gave you what? Blankets that were infected with smallpox. And you started catching all the diseases that the Spaniards had. And you started dying. Why? Because that was the Lord bringing those plagues upon you because of the wickedness that you were doing. It says, moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, then will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed, and you shall be left few in number, which that happened. Whereas you were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou wouldest not obey the voice of the Lord thy power. So basically, the Lord brought these plagues upon you. And that was one of the things, besides slavery, besides going back and forth on slave ships, besides having a yoke upon you, besides not having enough to eat, besides Yahawah.
Yahawah.
Yahawah. Welcome to another episode of GMSinfo channel. We're gonna just continue on where we left off last time. Last time the camera, the battery ran out. We don't have an extra battery, so the battery ran out. So we left off on the Native American Indians and the so-called indigenous people of this land. They suffered slavery on cargo slave ships. And like always, Banana Rama, that faggot, and them other clowns came in there talking shit because they was hurt. They hurt. They saying we didn't bring out no scriptures. And y'all brothers that watched the videos, you witnessed the scriptures that were being brought out through the Spirit.
Yep.
But then they said we didn't bring out no scriptures, nothing.
Yeah.
All we brought out was Esau's information. Now, I want to just make this one point real quick before we move on. But my thing is this, all right. The Bible says in Deuteronomy 28:68 that the Israelites were going in the way of slavery by cargo slave ships. Now we know that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi wanted to cargo in slavery by cargo slave ships. Why? Because it's written in the Bible first and foremost, in the scriptures, and then second of all, where did you get those records of the cargo slave ships? Where did you get the records of the yokes around Jake's so-called Negroes' necks, around their legs?
The shackles, yep.
The shackles.
That it happened.
That the women got raped. Where did you get those records from? Are they written in the Bible? They are written in the Bible, but the records that you use to prove that these people are Israelites, where did you get it from? The so-called white man.
Yeah.
these history books and all this stuff that's out there, you got it from Esau, the so-called white man. You know, so we're doing the same thing. We're reading the scriptures, breaking down the scriptures, and using certain information that's out there available, so to let people know out there that those people, the so-called natives of this land here, the so-called Americas, are Israelites too. So what's the difference? There's no difference. So you guys are saying that, oh, you bringing out Esau's information. Look, motherfucker, we bringing out the truth. You know, we're bringing it out of the scriptures, and we're bringing out the information that's out there that was mainly compiled by Esau. You know why? Because the records that they had before were destroyed by these devils. You know, so all we have to go by right now, whatever records you have out there, the one thing you have to go by is whatever records Esau put out there.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
So last time we left off, you know, speaking about, you know, how the tribes, you know, they were basically diminished or being diminished down by not just by slavery, but through these different infirmities and different diseases and all that. You know, which you read that in the book of, I believe it was Leviticus, the 26th chapter, or Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, which we were reading. You know, now in the last lesson we mentioned a term called encomienda. All right. Now the encomienda was basically the Spanish form of slavery here in the Americas. Now, what I want to do is, hold on to this. I want to just bring out real quick, you know, because we got a few other points to make here. But I want to just read encomienda.
And basically, this is information that the Most High is giving us, man.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
So for you guys to say that, you a bunch of clowns anyway, you hypocrites, because Esau owns every goddamn thing.
That's right.
Okay, he owns everything. The earth, scriptures tell you the earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
Right.
All right, but what it is that you guys are basically,
You're hurt.
your feelings are hurt.
Yep.
Because that bullshit doctrine you got, you know, ain't going nowhere. And I seen one comment from clowns had a nerve to say, oh, we got highway videos coming on soon. It's 2013. You just now got videos on the highway?
Yeah.
Right? And what highway?
Yeah.
Where at?
All right, well, bring them out. Bring them out. You know?
And who told you, who encouraged you or told you to go on the highways?
Who's been getting at you about where your videos on the highways and byways? Now you like the elder Menazak said. Now you are coming out with these videos. Why didn't the spirit of the God that you worship make you do those videos back then?
Exactly.
You know, if y'all was so deep, why y'all wasn't out there back then?
And see, and if I may say this,
yeah,
it's beautiful too, because the elect. This really, we out here for the elect. We not out here for you clowns and you hobbits out there,
yep,
such as you niggas. We out for the elect, and the elect is getting it, man. And I see other brothers, they getting in the spirit. That brother from Toronto, I was watching the video he did, which was bad, man. He went deep into the slavery, that how the Indians were being enslaved up there in Canada and everything.
Yep.
So basically, you guys ain't stopping nothing, man. The Most High's word is going out. It's just that it's not for you, so you can't get it.
That's right. That's right. But I got this real quick.
Okay, you want to go into encomienda?
Just you know, we're just gonna read it. I just got a little excerpt. If you want to get deeper into it, all you got to do is go and type it in YouTube. And if I get a chance, Lord's will, I'll put the link up, you know, on the bottom of the video.
Con. This is encomienda from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. The encomienda is a labor system that was employed mainly by the Spanish crown during the colonization of the Americas and the Philippines. In the encomienda, the crown granted a person a specified number of natives for whom they were to take responsibility. The receiver of the grant was to protect the natives from warring tribes and to instruct them in the Spanish language and in the Catholic faith, which is bullshit. Basically, that was just slaves.
That's it.
That's what they were making them, was slaves.
Yeah, because when you go back and you really research about this guy Columbus, his main thing, which we did we mentioned in the last lesson, or we read in the last lesson, that his main thing was, you know, he told the crown of England, I keep saying England, but he told the crown of Spain that, you know, these people are ready for the taking. So if y'all ready, we can do this. You know, that's what he was saying, basically, in so many words. So basically, his whole thought and mind frame was to enslave the people that was here, make them slaves from the beginning. Go ahead.
In return, they could exact tribute from the natives in the form of labor, gold, or other products, such as in corn, wheat, or chickens. In the former Inca Empire, for an example, the system continued the Incaic and even pre-Incaic traditions of exacting tribute under the form of labor.
Right, and that's basically what the encomienda was, to put these people into slavery and to make them labor in the fields for the purpose of giving their substance to the Spaniards, which in turn, whatever they received, they gave to the crown of Spain. And they will receive 1/10 of that. Okay? So whatever scripture you got, brother, bring it out.
Yeah, which proves, I'm going to bring out Deuteronomy 28. I mean, the brother was quoting it, but it proves that they were Israelites too.
Yep,
because basically that's what happened to them. The same thing which happened to Judah. They was made to serve the Spaniards. It's the book of Deuteronomy 28.
What verse you going to?
It was 50, I mean 40.
Okay, that's part of it. Hold that real quick.
Okay.
Because remember, they said they're form of what? In the form of ox, and,
right.
Wheat,
chickens,
all that stuff, right?
Yep.
Now this is what the scripture said. I'm not saying this. You're not saying this.
Right.
The Father is saying
Father.
This is Deuteronomy
right.
28 and 30. It says, "Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her." Did not that happen
Yep.
to the indigenous people of this land? It says, "Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein." Did not the so-called Puerto Ricans and the other Dominicans, the Cubans and all that, did not they build houses in this country and other people dwelt in it? You damn right. It says, "And thou shalt not dwell therein, thou shalt plant a vineyard and shalt not get the grapes thereof." All right? "Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof."
Right.
You know? So basically whatever you had was taken away from you. If you want to get technical, when the so-called Negroes were brought here to this country, they didn't bring over here animals with them, but the indigenous people that was here in this land, they had different animals that they had, buffalo and all that, that were taken from them by who? By the so-called white man. It was taken from them, and that's part of the curses in Deuteronomy the 28th chapter. It says, "Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them." So basically, these curses came upon who? The people that was here in this country. Why? Because they are Israelites.
Yep.
You got more, brother?
Yeah. Come reading on in the same chapter, which pretty much that's the point right there.
You know, there was more. You know, how showing how the enemy shall be above thee, and y'all shall come down very low, and how you shall come to him for the want of all things. Here it is. These people that was here, our forefathers that were here, they had everything to their disposal. But then when they got taken down, they had to come to the so-called white man for everything.
And that's what also too, right here it mentioned about how they did that in South America and everything with the Incas, right? And they also did it over there in the land of Puerto Rico, and hence came the name Puerto Rico.
Right, Port of Riches.
Port of Riches.
Then you got Costa Rica, which is Coast of Riches. You know, and all them different. Brazil, which was named after the red dye that was in the trees that they found down there. So everything down there was named. El Salvador was named by the Spaniards.
Argentina,
right? Because the word argentum in the Latin means silver.
Right.
You know, and that's why that land was called Argentina. It wasn't called Argentina just to be called Argentina. It was called Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. No, it wasn't called that because of that song. It was called that because they had silver there.
Yep.
You know?
That they stole.
That they exploited, that they stole, that they shipped back to Spain.
Yep.
That there's certain ships that have sunk in the Bermuda Triangle and other places that still have that gold there, so that when the time comes, you Edomites, you so-called white people, and you other nations, you're gonna be going swimming deep sea diving down there without scuba gear to get that treasure and bring it to us.
Yeah, that's right.
Because the scriptures say, matter of fact, this is Isaiah 60 and verse 12. It says, "For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, and the box tree together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will make the place of my feet glorious. That's talking about on the earth, in Jerusalem. The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet. And they shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel, whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee. I will make thee an eternal excellency, a joy of many generations. There was another verse, I'm sorry, verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. So all that gold and silver that you have out there is going to be brought to us in the land of Israel. Now, I mentioned earlier how, you know, when Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were brought here, they didn't have any substance that was taken away from them as far as cattle and all that. But then when you go back during the time of the Babylonian Empire, they had substance that was taken from them when they were in the land of Jerusalem. So I want to clear that up so you don't get it twisted. But when they were brought here to this side of the world, when they were brought here and they actually were in this land, they didn't have any substance because they were brought here against their will. They didn't have any substance. So I want just to clear that up, you know, because I know how these devils operate. So we got to cover all angles. All right, you got something now?
This is Isaiah 33:1. It says, "Woe to thee that spoilest, and thou was not spoiled."
That's talking about you so-called white people and you other nations. You spoiled, but you were not spoiled. Mainly Esau, you so-called white people. You haven't been spoiled yet. I was thinking about this the other day, which we always think about this all the time. That, you know, here it is, 2013, almost 2013, and you so-called white people, you still haven't paid for the crimes and atrocities that you committed in this society, on this so-called land. You know, you haven't paid for that yet. So you got to pay for that. There's got to be a day of reckoning for that. Somebody has to answer for those charges. Somebody has to answer for those crimes. You know, somebody has to pay for those crimes.
Right.
And you haven't. Nobody has paid for that. And then whenever you bring it up and you bring the situation up, nobody wants to accept that. But yet every year, going back over 60 years now, back to 1948, you are force-fed through television, through the media and all that, that these gutter rats, these so-called Jews, have suffered so much that we should never forget. Yet they still brought those so-called war criminals to justice. You know, during the Nuremberg trials and wherever they found them at in South America, wherever they were hiding at, and they brought them to justice. And you're still hearing about that. Germany's still paying recompense, you know, or compensation, you know, to reparations to Israel, you know. But here it is, almost 2013, and the so-called Negroes and the so-called Native American Indians and that were slaughtered in this land, they haven't received no reparations. Why is that? Because the Most High said that no man shall save you. You're not going to receive any consolation in this land.
Right.
You know why? Because the consolation is going to come from what? When the Lord delivers us, brings us back to the land of Israel, builds our kingdom back up, and then that's when the slaves are going to come, and that's when the recompense of our enemies is going to happen. When we get back to our land, not any time before that. Because every other nation that was ever done wrong, and especially here in the so-called Americas, was paid back. They were repaired. The Japanese during the time of World War II were incarcerated for what, 2.5 years, if I'm not mistaken, and each family afterwards received either $10,000 or $20,000 per family as a retribution. The water, brother.
Yep.
As a retribution, but yet. The people that suffered the slavery, the Israelites, they haven't received any recompense yet. You know?
The only recompense you received is more rats, roaches.
Yep.
More taxes.
Yep.
That's the recompense they gave you.
That's right.
All right. But it says, and thou was not spoiled, and dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee.
Yep.
Like today, so-called, they call it so-called Thanksgiving Day, right?
Good. How can I forget
Turkey
that?
Day, right? Now it said you dealt treacherously, and they didn't deal treacherously with you, because when you came over here, you had your scouts, you had Christopher, which he ain't really come to the Americas, North America. Excuse me.
Christopher Devil Columbus.
The devil, yes, Christopher Devil Columbus. When they came to the Isles and everything, they scoped out the land, and basically what was in their mind was we gonna take over the land. And what they did is what? They started giving them diseases.
Yep.
You know, they saying, okay, thank you for showing us how to fish, how to hunt. You know, we're gonna reward you with these blankets, and the blankets had all kind of diseases.
Yep.
You know, smallpox, measles, all kind of stuff, malaria.
Yep.
Cause you devils, you so-called white people, you look down, you call them savages and Indians. Before you got here, they wasn't getting sick. They didn't have all them diseases. You brought them diseases with your nasty ass from Europe, man.
Yep.
All right? But now that
which plays true to the prophecy.
Which plays true to the prophecy. That's how you know that the other tribes were here. That those were Israelites, because they came and conquered. That's well-known facts. That's history. You even got people waking up to that today. You got people even speaking on, you know, well, yeah, Thanksgiving, you know, is ironic because Thanksgiving is a day when they, you know, slaughtered the North American Indians.
Yep.
You know, there's all kind of different breakdowns. The turkey represents the Indian, and you know the
cranberry sauce represents
cranberry is blood.
Yep.
And then you know the football game represents the Indian head. They used to kick it around like a soccer ball.
Yep.
So people are speaking on that more because it's truth. You so-called white people, you did that, and you know you did it, and you haven't paid for it.
Yep.
Nor have you gave any retributions or nothing. Don't talk to me about no goddamn reservation concentration camp, man.
Yep.
All right?
Because those reservation camps are nothing but ghettos.
Ghettos, man. The same thing as the ghettos, man.
A fancy way of saying ghettos.
That's all it is.
You know, when you go there, them so-called Indians living on those lands, which are Gadites, you know, and there's some Reubenites there, but those people living in those lands, they're dirt poor.
Yeah.
You know, they're the bottom of the barrel. You know, they're the scrapings on the bottom of the barrel. You know, you go there, you have nothing but a bunch of drunks. You know, they didn't pretty much they done gave up on life because of the way shit is. You know, and you got you fucking white people, you got a nerve to talk shit, you know, because you say that these people, you know, they're just looking for an excuse. Motherfucker, you took their land. What you mean they looking for an excuse? You took their fucking land. You put them on fucking concentration camps that you call reservation camps. They're catching hell out there. No, in dirt poverty, living in basically in shacks that are falling apart, but yet they're looking for an excuse. What more fucking of an excuse do you need? That's why you devils are gonna go down, man. You got something, brother?
Done. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 4. It says, "Thus saith the Lord my power, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them, and hold themselves not guilty."
Right, you so-called white people, you slayed the flock of the Lord, and you hold yourself not guilty. To this very day, you don't hold yourself guilty, you know, because if you held yourself guilty, say, you know what, for what my forefathers did, I'm just gonna go into slavery. I'm gonna give my body over, you know, as a sacrifice for the things that my forefathers did. Because really, when you really get into it, technically, you are your forefathers.
That's right.
You know, you just coming back later on in different generations, but you are the same spirits that were back then, because the spirit cannot be destroyed. You know, the flesh gets destroyed, but the spirit doesn't get destroyed. Your spirit, every time a person dies, their spirit goes back to the Most High. They get judged, and then they come back down on the earth to play out the judgment that the Most High gave them. You know? You got something, brother? Something else?
Yep. It says, "Whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty, and they that sell them say, Blessed be the Lord, for I am rich."
Right. So basically, you so-called white people, you got rich off of slavery.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you fucking devils today, you got a nerve because, you know, here it is, you know, you may have a good job or you may have a business that you built up in this country, but when you go back and you trace back your history and you trace back your forefathers, they go back to slave owners. Most of them go back to slave owners. And if they didn't go back to slave owners, they went back to those devils that were killing our people back in the days.
Right.
You know, but then today, because you're prospering and your family made a name for themselves, so to speak, and they started making money, now all of a sudden you feel like you're a legit, righteous person. You know that you don't you don't steal from anybody. You don't do this to anybody, motherfucker. You got everything.
You got everything.
You don't gotta steal from nobody.
Exactly. And then you got you other fuckers. You know, you sit up there like you're an abolitionist.
Yeah.
We were helping. No, fuck, you wasn't helping those slaves, man.
Yep.
You were helping keeping them as slaves. All right. And you got this clown Alex Jones, which he's a Native American Indian,
he's a Gaddite.
stupid ass clown.
Yep.
You are a clown, Alex Jones. You a fucking clown, man.
Straight up.
All right. You know the white man is the devil.
Yep.
You look like the white man, so you all confused. You don't know where the fuck you fit in at.
Yep.
All right. But the Most High is gonna destroy you because you will sell out anyway, man. Everything you speaking about, you ain't about that, man.
That's right. Hey, your son might be saved.
Yeah.
Because your son, he know the scriptures, man.
That's right.
And the Lord might deliver him. You know, but you, man, you a sellout, man. You a straight up sellout, man.
You supposed to be teaching them that they Israelites, man.
Yep.
Cause if you a Native American Indian, like you said, on your father's side, then that makes you an Israelite, you fucking dummy, you stupid ass, fucking dumb. You basically, you're full of yourself, man.
Get your head out your ass, Alex Jones.
But the Most High is gonna cut you down, and right along with all them other dumb, stupid ass motherfuckers that follow you, man. And you ain't teaching the truth, man.
Yep. You know, you nothing but a bought and paid for anyway.
That's right.
So
Now,
you got something else? Bring it out. Bring it out.
Jeremiah chapter 50 verse 6. It says, "My people have been lost sheep."
Right. Then that's Israel. My people have been lost sheep. Who's more lost than Israel?
Yeah.
You know, these so-called Native American Indians, they think that they're the Great Spirit, you know, and all this other stuff. The God of the eagle, you know, and the eagle feather and the hawk feather and you know, and the rain dance. They thinking all that shit is the Most High. You know, but even though they know within themselves that there's one power, they don't know who that power is, and they're worshiping other stuff which they really don't understand.
Right.
You know, but they're still Israelites.
Yeah.
Right?
And then you got these other guys sitting up there, you keeping them lost too, because here it is, you got the real men of the Lord, all right, such as us and the other brothers from the Elder Tahar and all the other brothers that's teaching the same exact thing, in sincerity and truth, all the brothers in the GMS camps. Then you got clowns sitting up there trying to go against or put out another doctrine, which is a false doctrine, against what we're saying. And here it is, we gathering Israel back the right way through the scriptures. But then you got you guys sitting up there saying, oh, you're not an Israelite. The Native American Indians ain't Israelites.
Well, first of all, who the fuck are you to say who's an Israelite and who's not an Israelite? Hold that right. Give me Hosea. Hosea, I think it's the 5th chapter. Who the fuck are you to say who's an Israelite and who's not? You people, you dudes out there, man, y'all got some serious problems, man. And the Most High gonna get rid of every last one of you devils, man. You know, Hosea 5 and 3.
That's right, Hosea chapter 5, verse 3. I know Ephraim, and Israel is not hid from me.
The Most High said he knows Ephraim, and Israel is not hid from him. The Most High knows who Israel is. You know, that's why when you go up into the book of Matthew, the 13th chapter, when it speaks about the wheat and the tares, when the servant said, look, shall we go and, you know, get rid of the wheat from the tare, or whatever the case was, they said no, just let them grow together until the harvest. You know, at least you get rid of the wheat, thinking it's the tare, basically, in so many words. Why did he say that? Because you may have something that looks like a tare, but it's an Israelite. And then you may have something that looks like a wheat, but is a tare. You know, so you can't go by looks. You can't go by what the person looks like. And that scripture right there in Matthew the 13th chapter, that cuts you devils to the heart. You know, because not every Israelite is going to come in looking like a straight up black man with a wide nose, an afro, you know, dark skin. They're not all going to come in like that.
That's right.
Why? Because not every Israelite is the same. The Lord has a variety. The Most High mixed Israel among the nations. And when he mixed Israel among the nations, they dealt with the women of the other nations. So you're going to have some Israelites that look like straight up white boys with blue eyes and blonde hair. And you're going to have some Edomites that look like straight up Negroes with dark, super dark skin, charcoal dark skin, afros and all that, but they're Edomites. So the Most High is going to do the separation. He knows who's who. But now, you know, let's go back to the info.
Right.
Because the sun's going down, so we're trying to get as much information out as we can before we split.
Con. Now, back
Start
to
right
the
here.
information. It
This
said,
is what we were reading in the last lesson that we did.
right, con. It says, now it's going back, right? It says, the following year, 2 more Spanish slavers, Pedro de Cuejo and Francisco Gordillo, set up the Atlantic coast of North America to what is not to what is now South Carolina. They traded peacefully with the Catawba, and then they forcibly abducted about 60 men and women after enticing them aboard the ships with trinkets.
Right. So basically, what was that? That they put them in slavery. Go ahead.
And
On
right,
ships.
on ships.
On ships. Go ahead. And now these documents are sparse. You know, there's a little here, a little there, but it's all being put together. Why? Because these are Israelites. Go ahead.
And that's the so-called white man's nature. He talks about, you know, children being abducted and putting out Amber Alerts and stuff like that.
Right.
Well, that's what they did to these Indians right here, man. They abducted them.
That's right.
Put them, forced them as slaves. It says about half of the captives died at sea, and the rest were taken to Santo Domingo as slaves. The Spanish justified their actions by claiming that the Indians were cannibals and sodomites, and thus slavery and warfare against them were justified.
You lied. You're a
Basically.
fucking liar. Now you claim you came over here with the Bible. The Bible says that thou shalt not swear falsely. You know, you shall not lie, right?
Yep.
But you lied. You lied because you wanted to justify the reason why you put these people. You didn't know why you were so demonic and so hateful towards our people back then. But the Spirit of the Lord compelled you to do that. Why? Because it was part of the punishment the Lord had for our people. Go ahead.
Not all Europeans supported the ideal of slavery in general, nor of American Indians in particular.
Right, and that is true. You had some of them that wasn't with it. You know what? But the majority of them were for it. Go ahead.
In 1537, Pope Paul III issued a papal bull, a declaration, Sublimis Deus, in which he declared that Indians were not to be enslaved, nor were they to be deprived of their liberty or the possession of their property, even though they be outside of the faith of Jesus Christ.
Just said, yeah.
The Spanish king, however, disagreed with the bull and confiscated all copies of the bull before it could reach the Americas. He then prevailed upon the Pope to revoke the bull.
And then, who's going to win? You know? In a society, the king is going to win. You know? So basically, he revoked that papal bull. You know, which a papal bull is basically a decree or order that was given by the Roman Catholic Church through the Pope, you know, that this particular act is law, basically. You know? Go ahead.
In 1550, the Spanish King Charles called together all the leading theologians and scholars in a council in Valladolid. The group was asked to determine the criteria by which a just war could be waged against Native Americans. Bartolome de las Casas presented the idea that Christianity should be spread by kindness and example rather than by the sword. Juan Guiñez de Sepulveda argued that Indians were brutes who should become the servants of civilized peoples. Spanish authorities suppressed the detailed defense of the humanity of Native Americans prepared by Las Casas, Sepulveda's ideals. Sepulveda's ideals were widely circulated and were used as justification for enslaving Indians.
So who in the Bible, who did it say was going to be slaves and servants to another man, especially Esau? Israelites.
Israel, yeah.
Go ahead.
The Spanish were not the only Europeans who were looking for slaves in the Americas during the 16th century. The Portuguese began capturing Beothukes in what is now Newfoundland in 1501. They exported what 𝐤𝐤𝐄𝐅 described as people with manners and gestures most gentle to Europe, where they sold as slaves. The Portuguese were not the only European slavers selling off the Canadian Maritimes. In 1507, Norman fishing vessels captured 7 Beothuks in Newfoundland and brought them back to France as slaves.
And these are just some of the records, not all of the records. There's so many records out there. That's why there's a document. It's on the BBC where they show Native American Indian ancestry in England. You know, in that region. Why? Because you had Israelites that were brought over to that side of the world. That's why you have certain people over there that have ancestry of the so-called North American Indians, because they were brought over there as slaves. And it says slaves. It didn't say nothing about they just went over there by chance. You know, they took a canoe and somehow found their way to England. Go ahead.
It says, in the 17th century, the English became active in North America. While the English were more focused on obtaining land for colonists, they also engaged in the slave trade in 1614. For example, English Captain Thomas Hunt captured 26 Wampanoag in what is now Massachusetts. The captives were taken to Spain, where they were sold as slaves. So basically they came here and they was taking Gadites and important. It was a slave trade. Yep. It's always been about a slave trade, man. You see? And these so-called, don't let them fool you, man. They all were a part of this, man. Under what God? Because that's when they were being loosed for a little season. That's when they were coming back into power, taking down certain areas in Europe. So after they was taking down Judah, Benjamin, and Levi in Europe, they were coming over here to attack the other tribes that was over here, because it was well-known knowledge that the other tribes were over here. And then when they came over here, right, they were debating on different ways they want to come at them and everything, which that's the so-called white man. The scriptures tell you about how the so-called white man, his words are smoother than butter, but war's in his heart. And basically when they captured the so-called Indian slaves, they would send them back over there to Europe, whether it was Spain, Portugal, as what? Gifts. Yep. Slaves.
Yeah, matter of fact, you said gifts.
That's what was going on.
Yep.
So that's history. They don't speak on that too much. I mean, they'll tell you a little bit about them coming over here, taking the land and everything, but they also were enslaving the Native American Indians. And the ones that went, because you know you had a lot of Gad and Reuben. Some of them wasn't going to be slaves, so they would kill them.
Yep.
And they did the same thing in the islands, and that's why they had to import slaves down in the islands, because when they were taking over down there, a lot of them, you know, because that was they didn't want to be slaves. Here it is, they were going from being kings and that's their land to now they being made subjects or slaves. So a lot of them chose to die, or a lot of them fled into the mountains in different parts of those islands.
Yep.
You know.
I got a quick fix it.
And if you notice, in those islands, like when you such as like Puerto Rico and certain islands down there, Central America, a lot of the indigenous people are more so in the mountains, like a lot of the Tainos and Arawaks and stuff like that. A lot of them, they fled in the mountains when they were being persecuted.
Right.
You know, a lot of them, Hebados or whatever you call them.
I mean, you still have, you know, Israelites among, you know, the cities and all that.
Yeah.
But they those are the ones that were mixed.
And that was forced to be slaves.
Right.
All right. Those were the ones that they put slaves.
Yep.
Made them slaves.
Right. Now the elder mentioned about.
And I'm sorry, brother.
Okay.
I'm sorry, brother. Just right before you hit that, and another point, some of them was Judah. So a lot of you guys on this Negro tip, a lot of them was down there with the Native American Indians.
Judah, Benjamin
Levi were brought and put as slaves in South America, Puerto Rico, Brazil, the Dominican Republic. So Cuba. What now? Those, what are they now? They Mamzas or whatever stupid shit you fuckers.
Man, you dudes, man.
You guys don't know nothing, man. You don't know history. You don't know nothing, man.
You're stupid.
You're stupid, man. You just keep watching the shows
and learning.
And learning.
Because you're gonna have to learn this anyway.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to learn this anyway, whether you like it or accept it or not. You're gonna have to learn this. You're gonna have to sit down and learn to swallow this stuff down, because it's the truth.
That's right.
All right, this is our Revelation 11 and 10. It says, "And they that dwell upon the earth," talking about the nations, "shall rejoice over them." Over who? Over the Israelites. It says, "And make merry." And they made merry. When you go back to the book of Lamentations, the 2nd chapter, it said that the nations were clapping their hands when they found out that our people were brought down.
Yeah.
It says, "And shall send gifts one to another." What are those gifts? Slaves.
Yeah.
It says, "Because these two prophets," meaning the two nations of Israel, which was Judah and Israel, tormented them that dwell on the earth, because they know that our forefathers put hell on them.
Wow.
Okay, so now when you jump to Revelation 18 and 10, 11, it says, and the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. Verse 13, and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men. Where's that talking about? Here in the Americas.
Yep.
So not only did they send slaves over to Europe, but they had slaves actually here. The encomienda, the repartimiento, and them different
systems that were set up. Yep.
Right, the systems that were or decrees or orders that were set up, you know, to enslave the natives of this land.
Yep.
And these things have not been paid for yet. What does it say in the book of Numbers, the 33rd chapter?
Last verse.
About the 35th verse. You know, what does it say there about shedding the blood of men's shedding men's blood in the land? What does it say about that? Let's find out.
Got it. Nope.
Is it 35, 33, is it?
Is it 30? The last?
Yes, 35, 33.
Yep.
I had the wrong combination, but we got it.
You're right. Come. It says, this is Numbers chapter 35, verse 33. It says, so you shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
So if you shed blood, this land is polluted. Give me Isaiah 26. This land is polluted. I believe it's the 20th verse. This land is polluted. How has it been polluted? First and foremost by the blood of the people that was shed here. Okay, beginning with the North American Indians, whose land it was, the so-called Indian tribes of the so-called South America, down in Central America and the Caribbean islands, and Judah, Benjamin, and Levi that were brought over here. So this land is totally polluted by blood. So it said the only way that blood that land can be purified is by the blood of them that shed the blood. So in other words, you Edomites, you so-called white people that shed the blood of the Israelites that were here, your blood has to be shed in order for this land to be cleansed. And then after that, what's going to happen? The Most High, because you people ain't going to go into slavery on this side. The Most High is going to totally destroy this place and clean the land. You're going to go into slavery on the other side.
That's right.
Isaiah 26 and 20.
Sure. Come on, people.
Let me see something.
Oh, you want 24? Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me see something. 20, yep. 26 and 20, yep.
Okay. All right, Isaiah 26 and 20.
Matter of fact, jump to the 21st verse.
Okay, 21. It says, for behold, the Lord cometh out of his place.
Right, where's the Lord's place? In the heavens. Yahawashi is coming back, man. The Most High is sending him back with the angels, go ahead.
Behold, the Lord cometh out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity.
So it's going to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. You so-called white people, you Edomites. You're going to be punished for your iniquities, for the things that you did to the people of the Most High. Go ahead.
The earth also shall disclose her blood and shall no more cover her slain.
The earth also shall disclose her blood and shall no more cover her slain. Meaning what? That the Most High is going to take the cover off. Give me Isaiah 25 and 7. The Most High is going to take the cover off of all that blood that was shed, because we know what's written in the records, what's written in the history books, but we don't know the extent of the massacre and the slaughter that these devils have done on this earth, just on this side of the world alone. But the Most High said he's going to make that to be disclosed. He's going to pull that veil back and show the whole world how many people they really killed, because when that day comes, they're going to know everything. That's what the scriptures say. We know in part and we prophesy in part, because we know in part. But when that which is perfect is come, which is Yahawashi, then that which is in part shall be done away with. So we're going to know the full extent of everything that these devils have done on this side of the world and around the world, period. That's right. So read that real quick, because it said it's going to disclose, I mean, it's going to pull back that veil and show all the wickedness and all the blood, I mean, to the last number. The last soul of all of the souls that this devil has tortured, killed, massacred, maimed, raped, robbed, butchered, it's going to be all known. So go ahead, brother.
Isaiah chapter 25, verse 7. And he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all people.
Right, because that cover that's been cast over all these people has been those lies. That's why in Revelation, the 12th chapter, the Lord said that the earth shall help the woman. And how is the earth going to help the woman? Through different artifacts, through different records, through different things that are left that were scribed down and written down back in the days. And now we have today as a way to be able to tell, okay, these people here, these are Israelites, and these people are not. Through these different records and documents and pictures and frescoes and reliefs and statues, you know, and all the stuff that was left of our forefathers, archaeology and everything. Go ahead.
Right, it says, and he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations.
And the veil that is spread over all nations. So in that day, everybody's going to know the truth, you know, and it's being brought out, you know, through GMS, beginning with Elder Tahar, Elder Gabar, Elder RAWCHAA, and the rest of the brothers, elders and brothers that's underneath the head brothers, you know, and all the different camps out there around the world that's out there teaching and preaching and going hard with this word and being magnified, and that word is going out like waters. You see these brothers, that information just coming out. It's just like a faucet that's been turned on full force, and you can't stop it. The faucet broke, and the waters are still coming out.
That's right.
And that's how it's coming out, because it's of Yahawah, BAHASHAM, YAHAWASHI. Their names are going to be magnified. The Most High is going to be magnified. YAHAWASHI is going to be magnified. The truth is going to be magnified. The men of the Lord are going to be magnified. Who the people of the Lord are going to be magnified. Who the Israelites are is going to be magnified. And it's not going to stop. No matter what you do. There's nobody out there that can stop this truth. No matter what you do or how much time and effort you spend or money you spend trying to stop this thing, you're not going to stop it. Because it's not of men, it's of the Most High. And if it be of the Most High, you cannot stop it.
That's right.
Because you can't box with the Most High. You can't fight against the Most High. You can't fight against Yahawah, BAHASHAM, YAHAWASHI. They'll stomp you out, man.
That's right. And the Most High already said it. He declared it. He said, I will set them in order right before thy eyes.
That's right.
So you're going to continue seeing more brothers waking up. You're going to see more information coming out.
Yep.
Okay, until the Most High is ready to turn the lights out on this fucking place, man.
Yeah, and turn to his right side and tell Yahawah it's time.
It's
Go
time.
down and do your thing. And then,
That's
boy,
right.
in that day, boy, it's gonna be some shit, man.
It's gonna be a wrap, man.
It's gonna be, man.
It's gonna be a wrap.
Woo.
You know.
No, you got any more on that?
It's a little,
yeah, just finish that out, and then we'll close it out with that, cause we got more information, but it's getting a little chilly out here, and the point's made.
Okay.
And Lord's will be going to keep, going with these lessons, and bringing out more information, because it's the time, it's time for these so-called Latin and Native American Indian tribes to wake up, so the Lord got this going for a reason, So go ahead, brother.
Right, so it says, the captives were taken to Spain, where they were sold as slaves. And this same year, another Englishman, John Smith, the former commander at Jamestown, led slave raids into New England, where he captured Wampanoag and Nauset, who were then sold into slavery. In 1619, the first African slaves arrived in Virginia.
Right, so by this time, slavery was full-blown in the Americas. You got to remember that. So you thinking that, when you read the history books, you're thinking that 1620, that's when slavery started in the Americas. Slavery had been going since the late 1400s into the 1500s. It was full blown in this country. There was slaves being shipped back and forth. How do you know how do you think they knew how to take them different routes? The so-called transatlantic slave trade, because they were coming from Africa to the Americas, back like to Spain and that area. Why? Because they were already shipping slaves out to Europe back then. Go ahead.
In 1619, the first African slaves arrived in Virginia, marking the beginning of what many considered to be the slave era in North America. While the English colonists used the African slaves on their plantations, they also continued to capture American Indians who were used as slaves on their plantations or sold in the Caribbean slave markets.
In the Caribbean slave markets. Come on, man. It's all documented. And for you dickheads out there that say that we using Esau's information, how did you find out the record about the slave the slave boats, the cargo slave ships? Where did you get that record from?
Right. Did you have a picture in all those records that was kept in your family, passed down from generation to generation to generation?
Right. Did somebody draw a picture of this cargo slave ships and you got it today? You know? You got it from the so-called white man. The so-called white man put the information out there because the Lord made him put the information out there because the scriptures say that the earth shall help the woman. That's how you got it. And the same thing with us. We're getting information that's documented, facts, you know, that these people actually witnessed of these people here in the Americas, which were indigenous to this land because they were Israelites.
And if I may say, and through the spirit of YAHAWASHI, YAHAWASHI, we know that what's true in those facts. We know how to fish through it because why? Of the scriptures. And that's why we always bring out the scriptures to highlight the information.
That's right.
To prove that this information, okay, this part of the information is accurate because why? Right. It's in line with the Bible. The Bible is the measuring stick.
That's
you know?
That's right.
So.
That's right. So, you know, with that, you know, we're going to close it out. You know, Lord's will, we know we'll hit more information and give y'all brothers more information as time rolls on. You know, but we're going to keep going with this topic until the Lord said, okay, that's enough, and it's time to move on to something else. You know, so with that, you know, we're going to say shalom,
shalom
and to the next time.